game as well, and their problem solving, rather than just having a look at what they already had in front of them.
We should be very proud to be a charity that's about nurturing talent and helping children to get that next step up. Work on psychosis.
Morning and welcome to Lords for a very special day here at HQ. It's the MCC Foundation National Hub Finals. I'm joined by Kath Dalton. As a little bit of background noise disappears from our commentary booth, and Kath, what a wonderful opportunity. This is 4 under 15 teams having a chance to play at Lords.
How incredibly special, Guy, and good morning to everyone. I'm actually very envious of these players today. It looks like it's a lovely pitch as well, and wow, what a cricket ground to be at, to be playing in a finals day and to have all their families here and friends supporting them. We can see the absolute pride on their faces, and I'm sure it's going to be a terrific day, Guy.
I think so. The MCC Foundation, it's the charitable arm of the Marylebone Cricket Club, and it aims to transform lives through cricket, which is a very admirable and quite right thing to do. But this is the bit I really like. It runs a network of cricket hubs that provide free-to-access training and match play to 3,000 state-educated kids at 74 sites across the country. So 74 sites. We've got 4 teams left out of those 74 sites to have made it through to the final. But the fact that 3,000 children who might not have easy access to cricket, get it through this foundation and can have the opportunity to play here is a real bonus, and what a remarkable thing to be able to do. As a kid, would you have liked the chance to have come along and played here?
I would like to have played there now, to be honest with you, Guy. But yeah, it's wonderful, isn't it? And I went to a state school myself and actually work in a state school. Shenfield Cricket Academy is the academy we run, and just to see kids now playing out there and to get access to wonderful coaching and now to this wonderful game and to be playing at Lords, wow, what a privilege. I
know. Well, for those of you just joining us, the 4 teams that have made it through to this final, Newcastle Boys Hub will be playing Nottingham Boys Hub. That's the first match up at 11 o'clock. And then this afternoon we have Bolton's Girls Hub up against Guildford Girls Hub. So a good north against south battle this afternoon. There's been a knockout competition nationwide through local fixtures, regional finals and semi-finals to get here today. Both boys' teams, and this was really tight apparently, only reached here, and this is a very England way to win matches at Lords through best run rate. Each semi-final consisted of 3 teams playing 2 matches, and with each of the boys' teams winning 1 match, the finalists were determined by run rate across the 2 games. So I feel for the 2 teams that lost in the semis now.
My goodness, yeah, that's not a way to lose a semi-final, is it? We've all been there when we've lost games that we wish we won, but just shows you that they've got through all those rounds and kept going and kept winning, and the reward is just fabulous, isn't it?
It is.
Absolutely fabulous.
Well, the Guildford girls beat Felster girls and Croydon girls in the South Group semi-final, and the Bolton girls achieved convincing wins against Bradford girls, who were the winners here last year, and York girls. So several big names that have been left in the wayside as these 4 teams made their way to HQ. But they're all making their debut here this year, so none of these 4 clubs have made it through to the final before.
And that's always exciting, especially with club cricket and the atmosphere you can create, the community you can create around a cricket club and the support you can drive. We're seeing a lot of people actually in the ground, in the stands, a few happy faces ready to support their players. And I work personally at Hutton Cricket Club in Essex, and I can only imagine if they got to this, how many people would turn up to support, and the pride it brings the whole cricket club. It will be all the way down from men's and women's teams. Everyone will be really proud of these players today.
I have to say, if you're Newcastle and you've come all the way down to Lords, and the families made the effort as well, that's fantastic. And but an awfully long journey given the transport difficulties this weekend as well.
Not ideal with the train strike, is it, Guy? Not ideal for us either. We had to make sure we drove in today, not not got the train, but of course, massive commitment coming down from Newcastle, but it'd be worth every moment. And I can imagine the excitement, but also the little bit of nerves these players will be feeling today.
We'll talk about that, absolutely. Just another quick word, though, on what the MCC Foundation does. It also has an overseas arm, and they provide free weekly coaching and match play, for instance, to almost 200 Syrian refugees in camps across the Lebanon, and support thousands of boys and girls across Nepal, because sporting opportunities can be a bit difficult there, particularly for women. On top of all that as well, they also support Afghan refugees staying in hotels in this country and help them play cricket as well. So this is a good thing.
That's incredible, isn't it? And that is exactly what sport can do. The power of sport. We talk about it a lot in the media, but it is a very powerful vehicle for change and for changing people's lives. I mean, me and you are sitting here today, so sport's doing something right, and to see the MCC Foundation doing that is just fabulous. So long may it continue, Guy, and long may games like this continue.
Well, we have news of the toss as the umpires come out for the first of these matches. The MCC Hub Waverley Newcastle boys have won the toss and will be bowling first. So they put the Nottingham Boys Hub in to bat here first. So we will find out in a moment. As what an opportunity though for the boys to trot down through the long room, from the dressing rooms upstairs, down through the long room, through the famous steps, and then onto the pitch here.
Yeah, wonderful, and past their family and friends as they're about to walk down there now, and the excitement they'll be feeling, a little bit nervous as well, of course, but very, very excited, I'm sure. And they'll all be with each other, with their teammates, knowing that they got this far, and the anticipation of this for them will be just wonderful.
So the Newcastle boys now heading out to field, having won the toss, as we mentioned. The captain of the Newcastle boys is Charlie Cook, who is also the wicket-keeper. Plays for 4 teams at Backworth, and also this is an interesting one as Charlie Cook. He was born on the same day as Alistair Cook. His namesake scored a century at Lords against the West Indies, so a bit of synchronicity there.
Hopefully his batting's as good as Alistair as well. We'll have to wait and see, won't we?
Well, let's see what his keeping is like first, as he was the person who won the toss and has elected to put the opposition in. At the moment, there is much gathering around the wicket, and the batsmen now making their way down the steps. The 2 openers for Nottingham. So that's Arnav Jumi and Swayam Bajpai are coming out now to open the batting for Nottingham. Well, the practice shots look good.
The practice shots do look good, actually, and a little jog onto the pitch. Why not? You're at Lords. You may as well enjoy it. Lap it up as much as you can.
Well, Arnav Jumli will be first to face.
Yeah, you'll be feeling a little bit nervous, Guy, I'm sure. Opening the batting in any game does get the butterflies going, but I'm sure it's a little bit more when you're at Lords.
Yep, a little bit of cloud cover overhead as well, so the ball might nibble around a little bit first thing.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of tinge of green on the pitch as well, but I'm sure, these boys would have played a lot on club pitches, so playing on a first-class wicket is going to be good for them. It hopefully will play nice and true, and it will bounce a little bit, and they'll be able to play their shots. Well,
it's nice to see the umpire was just checking with the fieldsman who the bowler will be, so we shall find out shortly. Our thanks as well to Charles Stanley Wealth Managers, who have sponsored this tournament. Oliver Bremner will be opening the bowling from the nursery end.
Yeah, and Oliver Bremner's best bowling figures were 4 wickets for 6 runs in men's cricket. So Wow, that's pretty incredible. For just 6 runs as well. To take 4 wickets is no
good.
mean feat, but to only go for 6 runs is pretty incredible. And also, Guy, he had a training session with Mark Wood, which I'm sure was full of fun.
Yeah,
Mark Wood, I'm sure he had a great time, picked up some tips, so hopefully he can put them into practice.
yeah. Mark Wood, the kind of guy who would very much like to pass on his cricketing knowledge to his fellow Geordies. And it will be Oliver Bremner for Newcastle Boys Hub, who will opening the bowling to Arnav Jumley. Not the longest run up we have ever seen at the nursery end.
Conserving his energy.
Quite right. Long stint. Right arm over. Gentle medium pace, gets a little bit of movement though.
Yeah, a little bit of shape to start with. Already, that's good to see. He'll be pleased with that. Get that first ball out of the way. As a bowler, you can then relax. It's always the first ball. It's always the first ball.
Yes, once that's out of the way. And that did nip back as well, so decent delivery. In again. And that is beats the batsman. Outside off stump. Slightly nervy shot, perhaps understandably in these circumstances.
Yeah, he's just having a little look there, thinking, right, don't want to be playing that shot again, but outside off stump, a little bit of shape as well, so he's getting the ball to talk at the moment.
Decent line just outside off stump as well, and that tucks him up on leg side.
There'll be a lot of energy in this ring, Guy. I'm sure they're all moving around, throwing it back into the wicket keeper. That extra bit of buzz because of the occasion.
Yeah, and I have to say that if you normally play 15s cricket, there is one quite large boundary as far as you're concerned on the batsman's onside currently. And there's an appeal. But the umpire are unmoved. But you've had a chance to appeal at Lord's.
Exactly, and you would be appealing very loudly, I'm sure I would be as well. But he started well. He's hit his lengths pretty well here so far. Difficult for the batter to get him away.
In again, and that is down the leg side, and that's played nicely around the corner. There should be a couple. Yeah, if they go hard, which they do. And
yeah, well run. Lovely shot, wasn't it, Guy? Just
it
tucked
was.
it off his pads. It was the first loosener we've seen from Oliver Bremner. And just a nice shot off the pads. Good to get off the mark.
Oh, don't you feel better? Don't you feel better? Final ball of this over. Again, it's on or around leg stump. Can't flick it away this time. But if you're going to bowl your first over at Lord's, then young Mr. Holland's first effort, a very good one in a T20. Just the 2 runs from it.
Yeah, to go for 2 runs, and especially in the power play, we're obviously in the power play phase as well, and he's done well. He's bowled really good lines and lengths there and kept it very tidy, and I'm sure there were nerves in his first delivery, but after that he just looked like he settled really well and hit his area. Very difficult to get away, actually. He was there in that over, Guy.
He was. Really was immediately right on the money. Well, it's Swayam Bajpai who will have the chance to face his first delivery now at Lord's. As it's Gibbs Kirk into bowl, and there's a wicket first ball, and it's a golden duck for poor Swayam Bajpai, but a wicket with his first ball. And a superb one. What a way to start at Lord's for Frankie Gibb Kirk.
Wow, what a way to start. Exactly correct, Guy. Fabulous. First ball at Lord's, run in, and you bowl someone. Absolutely brilliant that was.
You feel for the batter, but if you're bowling, Oh, it was a lovely delivery too. Wow. That
Yeah.
was even better than the first time I watched it.
It was very full,
Swung.
very full, swung a little bit, and hit the top of off or hit round off stump, and you do feel for the batter. Unfortunately, to go for a golden duck is pretty gutting for him.
Yes,
I'm sure he can do something in the field though. I'm sure.
I'm sure. It's certainly must feel like a very long walk off. He's getting warm applause, I'm delighted to say, from the members, but that is tough to take. And he has there's a word too from his teammate who is now heading out, and it's Patrick Ryan, the skipper, who will be out to try and help rebuild a little with the score on 2-1.
Yeah, and he scored his maiden century earlier this year, did Patrick Ryan, so obviously in good form this season and been playing well, so I'm sure he'll be hoping to rebuild for his team here and set a little bit of a partnership.
Yep, opens the batting for Attenborough Cricket Club. But if he's going to get deliveries like that, he's going to have to be at his very best to keep out Frankie Gibbkirk. What a first ball to bowl at Lords. You're bowling from the pavilion end and you bowl a fantastic in-dipper that gives the poor batsman absolutely no chance.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful delivery first up. Let's see if he can follow that delivery up.
Just getting the sight screen, I think, in the right place. Stuttering run. And they're through very nicely for that single. Immediately called for it. And looked very comfortable, did young Mr. Ryan, with that first shot.
Yeah, it was a lovely little push out to mid-on, and then he was determined to get off strike there, just to get that single.
Yeah.
Get bat on ball, get the single.
Single, absolutely. And that's over pitched and just played out into the onside. They trot through for another single. It was one of those full tosses that's almost too high to whip away.
Yeah, with deep mid wicket out, those are the ones early in your innings. If you don't quite connect with, you can get caught on that deep mid wicket boundary. So he was sensible there just to knock it after losing the early wicket as well.
Yeah, Jimmy just taking the single. Nice delivery, nicely played.
Really good forward defensive there. Lovely tight technique. Looked like he played that with ease. As I said before, he looked like he's in good form this year, so hopefully he can get a few runs here today.
Yeah, looks really nicely set at the crease, doesn't he? Very still. Looks to get on the front foot as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Guy. I think early in your innings, if you could look to hit straight, get bat on ball as he is, then the bad deliveries coming, you can punish them. So it's just about building an innings here.
And that's slightly short and is cut away, and that will be the first boundary of the morning. Beautifully timed.
What a fantastic shot this is by Ryan. He's just given his partner a punch on the gloves. That was a really great shot. Back foot cut, just rocked back. Almost Joe Root looking shot. Really good shot down just past backward point for 4. Timed it.
Didn't he just? Terrific first over though as well from Frankie Gibbkirk. Starts with a wicket, finishes with a boundary, but again, even the shot that was for a boundary, he got his length wrong, but there was still a bit of movement, a bit of a way swing on that occasion, so he makes the ball do a bit, but the score after 2 overs, 8-1.
And Guy, Frankie Gibbkirk here bowled a 6-wicket over last season. 3 bowled, 1 LBW and 2 run-outs. Absolutely incredible.
Still be talked about at Anmouth and Lesbury Cricket Club for a while, I imagine that, and that's a good delivery.
I think many a year, I think that'll be a story he'll be telling in the clubhouse for many years to come, I'm sure.
Oliver Bremner, straight on the money though. Bowled very tidily in his first over.
He did. He hit his lengths very well in the first over, and he started as he finished.
Just a little bit full. There's half a run out chance here, and he's gone. That was brilliant. And the skipper has been run out. What a piece of fielding that was.
Wow.
It was always going to be a tight single, but it had to be a direct hit.
Oh, if it wasn't a direct hit, it wouldn't have been out. That was an incredible bit of fielding. Direct hit. Stumps have gone everywhere. Bail's flown. Incredible run out. And he is absolutely jubilant. He was celebrating with his teammates. Flicked into mid-wicket. Pick up, throw. Stumps everywhere. Unbelievable bit of fielding. And he is delighted. And
the trouble was, for the skipper Patrick Ryan, was he just stuttered at the beginning of his run. If he'd gone straight away, he'd have probably just about made it, but take nothing away from the fielding. But Ryan has to go run out brilliantly by McCurley for just 5.
Oh, it is gutting when you do get run out. It's probably one of the worst ways to get out in cricket, and especially early on in your innings. So feel sorry for Ryan there, because he looked good up until that point, but absolutely, as you said, Guy, don't take anything away from that bit of fielding. That was unbelievable in the ring. Well,
we'll be probably seeing a bit more of Luke McCurley in this match. He's a leg-spinning all-rounder. And he received the Under-18 Player of the Season award at Mitford Cricket Club when he was aged just 13.
Goodness me, that is incredible. I always think it's a great feat to play above your age group. You get some really good players, and when they play well above your age group with older boys and girls, you know they're a good player, and you know they're doing well. But to play under 18s at just 13, incredible stuff. I'm sure he's very proud of that.
Well, Devesh Upreti is in. And rebuilding, and the way Ryan was batting, he is going to be a big miss as far as the Nottingham hub team are concerned. And a bit of a swish and a mish first ball.
Yeah, that area just outside off stump he's having a lot of joy with, actually. And they're finding it difficult to time so far, but this is a rebuilding phase now. These two just need to settle in, take the singles, punish the bad ball, and just build a little bit of a partnership here.
Oh, and that's a big shout for LBW. Probably just drifting down leg.
That looked close, didn't it?
It did look pretty close.
We'll have to have a little look at this one, Guy, I think. We won't have a look at this one, Guy.
No, we'll just remember it.
It did look close.
And that one looks close. But he gets away with it. He's looking to attack, is Devesh Upreti.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being attacking, but this is a really wonderful delivery again. And he's bowled although he got joy outside off stump, he's also getting joy bowling straight, and that one just jagged back and looked very close to me, Guy. I'm not sure what you think.
Ever so slightly leggy, possibly. There or thereabouts. And the backward point fielder is well positioned, and what an over. Just the one leg by from it, so a maiden. A couple of decent shouts as well for LBW, and the run out on top of all of that. So Oliver Bremner's second over and the third of the match. Well, it's left Nottingham 9 for 2, and with quite a lot of work to do.
Yeah, it was another wonderful over. And he's just bowled really well, hasn't he? And been backed up by some great fielding as well so far. We haven't seen anybody misfield. Everyone's been on it. And I'm sure the coaching staff are quite happy with that so far.
Absolutely.
And when you field well as a team, it just keeps everyone in the game, doesn't it? It keeps everyone active.
No, you're absolutely right that you don't get that feeling you're just stuck outside not doing very much for the time being. And that is probably meant to hit it slightly straighter than the ball actually went, but it was still nicely timed.
Yeah, just pierced that gap, didn't he? He threw his hands at it. It was a really lovely shot.
Yep, Gibb Kirk just giving a little bit of width and very nicely adjusted by the batter. And Depretti gets off the mark again. What a relief. But I think he's going to look to attack Depretti from what we've seen. Ooh, he then, of course, plays the most correct forward defensive.
It's always the way, isn't it, Guy? When you say somebody's going to be attacking, they do the opposite. He must have heard you.
Well, he's played one very decent shot so far. And that's another very fine shot, punched off the back foot. It won't quite reach the big boundary on that side of the ground, but they go through for two more, and this is confident stuff at the moment from Depretti against Gibb Kirk.
Yeah, Depretti's looking very attacking. He looks like he's very much an offside player, and he's picking his gaps well, and that's a good sign as a batter. If you're piercing the infield, then you're doing something right. So he looks like he's settling in a little bit more now as well.
Yes, he looked a bit nervy at the other end, but and that's all they think about, a single and don't get run out again.
I can imagine the coaches are going, no run, no run. He did well to get back, and it was a good call there, making sure his partner wasn't run out at the non-striker's end.
Never run on a misfield. Never run on a misfield. It is a stutter. Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. And Devesh Depretti goes for 4. And it's a second wicket for Frankie Gibb Kirk, who suddenly finds a real cracker.
Absolutely wonderful delivery this, and to see the stumps come out of the ground when you've bowled a ball that's crashing into off stump at Lords must be unbelievable. What joy.
I was just going to mention the slightly stuttering run up again, but it doesn't seem to matter. It was a bit of a mow, but the ball did straighten off for length, didn't it? And just moved away from the batsman.
Yeah, looks like just a little bit of movement away. Well bowled, good area,
Oof.
top of off stump, Guy.
Perfect.
Doesn't get better than that, does
Doesn't
it?
matter if you stutter in your run up if you can bowl that one. Lovely delivery. And 13 for 3. And at the moment it's going very much Newcastle Hub's way.
It is indeed, but they've bowled really well, and even though they've had some deliveries in there they might not be too happy with, they've followed it up with some wonderful deliveries, and that ball just crashing into the top of off stump. It doesn't get better as a bowler. If you hit that area and it gets a little bit of shape away, hits the top of off stump, as a batter it's very difficult to play that. So wonderfully bowled and deserving wicket.
Well, it's Adam Shabir who is in next. His favourite player's Joe Root. His team could do with a Joe Root-like innings currently.
He's picked a good player, hasn't he? He's picked a very likeable player there as his favourite.
And that's the final ball of a fascinating over. There were a couple of decent shots tucked away for 4 runs. But then the wicket, beautiful delivery to bowl the unfortunate Depretti, and the score is 13 for 3 after 4 overs. And a bit of a possible time to do a bit of building at the moment, rebuilding.
Yeah, they do need to rebuild, and I suppose also as a young player, when you're out there in the middle, it's about thinking on your feet a little bit. Can you learn from the other players' mistakes and how they got out, and how's the pitch playing? What is the bowler doing? Are they shaping it away or into you? And it's just about keep learning and keep learning on your feet and adjusting your game to that.
Well, Oliver Bremner has bowled absolutely beautifully so far and is in again. He just bowls such good length and line, doesn't he?
He does. He needs to teach me something. He's, as we said earlier, having that training session with Mark Wood this season might have just just helped him a little bit. Just picking up tips from different places is always a good thing.
In again and on the money again. Actually quite nicely played by the batter, but the fielding is sharp.
Sometimes as a batter in these scenarios when you are 3 down, you do just have to eat up a few deliveries and not worry too much about your strike rate. Just settle in and not mind a few dot balls here or there.
And that's a beautiful shot. He manages to just find the tiniest gap between bowler and stumps, and that will go all the way for 4. And that is shot of the morning so far.
That was a wonderful shot. To hit dead straight as well is always a difficult thing as a batter. But he used his feet, just a little shuffle down the crease, got at the length of the delivery and just punched it back past the bowler. As you said, Guy, correctly so, shot of the day so far.
So Arnav Jumi with his first boundary in this innings and at Lord's. And showing just what his team needed. He's not getting overexcited. He's hit the one lovely shot. Yes, he timed that nicely, but not looking to always attack. Just play the ball on its merits.
Yeah, Jimmy's been doing very well. It's difficult when you're losing batters at the other end and you're at the non-strikers end. It's very challenging, but he's been patient so far.
There's been another good over. 4 dot balls from it. And that is very nicely played again. A lovely looking drive. Should be cut off just. But they decide to settle for 2. I think there probably were 3 there, but after the run out earlier, discretion being the better part of valour. Arnav Jumi moves to 9, the score to 19 for 3. There were 6 off that over. And the scoreboard finally ticking the right way as far as Nottingham are concerned.
Yeah, and Jimmy will be very happy with that because he's been patient, as I said before. He's seen his partners and teammates at the other end getting out, and that's difficult as a player, but he's hit 6 off that over and he'll just start to set a little bit. He looked like his whole demeanour just changed after that over.
Well, Kath, I'm going to give you a chance to go and find a cup of coffee or something interesting. And Sarah Fain, the MCC Foundation Director, comes to join us. As the ball is just played to backward point, there is no run. And, well, welcome, Sarah, to what's a fantastic occasion.
Thank you very much. We're incredibly excited. It's absolutely wonderful.
So, this is the culmination of what's been... It must have been a wonderful season for all the kids who are involved and the foundation itself.
Absolutely. This is our most exciting day of the year, and it follows a winter season of coaching, totally free coaching, followed by a summer season of matches to fight their way to the final at Lord's.
Well, it will be Gibbs Kirk to continue. A couple of dot balls to start this over. Stuttering run, and then that's smashed up to mid-off, but dropped short of the fielder. They take a single, and the score goes on to 20. So, as you said, this is the culmination of a just wonderful season so far, and the bit that must be intriguing is seeing who you go to places and you say, here's some free cricket training. What happens next? How do people know about it?
We advertise it as broadly as we can because the whole point is to try and make cricket a game for all. So we're going into cities and places where kids might not necessarily have that advantage. A lot of the children in state schools don't have the advantage that the private schools have. So we go out as far and wide as we can advertising it to try and make sure that every child has access. If they're already quite a promising cricketer, it's how to help them progress with their cricket.
So do you have scouts out talent spotting as well?
No, I think we do trials. If there's a large number of children wanting to come to our hubs, we have to hold a trial. But then at this stage, we do have the talent spotters because it would be wonderful if some of these kids managed to make it into the county systems from here.
And full toss is just played nicely out, not looking for the big shot. Jumley, who's batted absolutely superbly so far, and he holding things together on 10 not out. So what did it have you had a chance to talk to some of the players who are here today and their families?
I haven't had a chance to talk to the families yet, but I met the girls coming up the stairs. They're getting ready for their match, and they are so excited and incredibly nervous. But I had lots of good feedback about the boys, and apparently they are equally thinking this is the best day of their lives.
How difficult was it to persuade, I'm just using the phrase, the powers that be, to say we're going to put on 2 T20 games at Lord's for the foundation? Was there any opposition or...?
Well, I came to the foundation as director just before COVID started, and at that stage we had 55 hubs. We've now got 74 across the country, and I just thought it would be amazing if we could have a national hub competition with the final at Lord's. I always try and think big, and so poor Guy Lavender, the chief executive, he had me banging on his door, and to be fair, he could not have been more helpful and totally saw that cricket is a game for all, and this would be a wonderful showcase for our MCC Foundation hubs.
And I think that's the absolutely crucial bit as that over comes to an end. 26 now for 3. Shabir has moved on to 5 thanks to the boundary off that final ball of the over. Germany 10 not out at the moment, and a decent recovery underway between these two, and it was needed as we have a change of bowler as well. So how long has the foundation been going? When did you start?
So the foundation has been going for 30 years almost. It's our 30th anniversary next year. And we work in the UK and globally. So this is our flagship programme in the UK, our national hub programme. But we also operate in Nepal and in Lebanon for Syrian refugees.
I was astonished when I saw that. How did that come about?
Well, I used to work in Afghanistan with my last job, and I did a lot with cricket in Afghanistan. And I could see the power of cricket and what it does for young people, what it does for a nation. And so I was very interested in refugee cricket, particularly because obviously the Afghan cricket team came from the refugee camps of Pakistan, and that's where they were inspired, and that's how they started playing. And I heard about this amazing project called Al Sama, run by Richard Verity, which was a cricket project for Syrian refugees in Lebanon. And obviously it seems quite strange to have Arabic cricket, but I went out to see it, and I was, to coin a phrase and to have a pun, I was so bowled over. I have rarely seen such an amazing project, and the transformation it is having on individuals there is extraordinary.
When did you realise the transformative powers of cricket could be used in these many and fascinating ways?
I think it was, I spent much of my life working in Afghanistan, and I was involved with the cricket there right from an early stage, 2008, when we took bats and balls out to the Afghan national team. And I think seeing that team rising and what it did for their country, and then we got MCC to back us. We were a small charity, and MCC gave us their backing, and we were able to build over 100 cricket pitches, get hundreds of thousands of children involved in cricket. And just seeing the joy that that caused in a war-torn place, and how it brought communities together and really transformed lives, and it's really kept Afghanistan in a positive light on the international stage.
Where did your love of cricket come from?
It came from Afghanistan, actually.
Oh, really?
Because
so you didn't take the cricket to Afghanistan?
It was that one of my sons was watching my education programs in Afghanistan, and he said, "Mum, it's time to help the Afghan team." And so he wrote to all the cricket counties to get help, and we ended up taking cricket kit out, and then we ended up starting a cricket project, and then I grew to love cricket for what it does for human beings.
Well, Andrew Jordan is the latest player to make his contribution in this final, as he is the first change of bowler from the nursery end. And has started very nicely. Andrew plays for Bates Cottages Cricket Club. He took his first senior 5 for this season. So he is the first player from his club on the weekly county honours board this season. And He now takes his cap at the end of a good over, just the single from it. Arnav Jumi has moved on to 11. Adam Shabir is 5 not out. Still 13 overs remaining as these two rebuilding after 3 quick wickets. So where does the foundation go from here? Where more than 74 hubs continue to build?
Yes, I think that we have great ambition to help cricket to be a game for all. I think what we're doing at the minute is we're staying with our 74 hubs and really consolidating them, adding in aspects of mental health, nutrition support, making sure there's a cricket plus element so that we have really rounded individuals coming out of our hubs. But then we will be aiming to start up new hubs across the country as well.
So give an example of where you've gone, founded a hub and found players that perhaps you weren't expecting to find. Have there been any particular standouts?
There are always some lovely surprises, and I think that's the whole point of this, is that we all seem to think that, you know, if a boy particularly gets into a county system quite early, then it's difficult for other children to break into those county systems. But there are so many rough diamonds out there, and that's what we're all about. Whether they're an Afghan asylum seeker or a young boy that doesn't want to go and play in a cricket club or hasn't got the confidence, or a girl who thinks that cricket isn't for girls, it's all about finding those kids and helping them on their cricket journey and really giving them confidence.
In again. Oh, and he's dragged on. It was wide outside off stump. And it's a 3rd wicket for Gibb Kirk. The first 2 deliveries were superb, but that one was wide. Big inside edge into the wickets. And Adam Shabir has gone for 5. 28 for 4 now, Nottingham, after they were put in by the Newcastle hub after they won the toss this morning. We're just watching the replay now. Bowled unchanged so far from that pavilion end. Came down the wicket. It was there to be hit, but the big inside edge, and that is the end, sadly, for Shabir, who has to go for 5. So 28 for 4. Nottingham still with some work to do, but they do still have their opening batsman at the crease, who's played superbly. Charlie Crofts is the latest player making his way out. And Charlie has played for the Attenborough Cricket Club since the age of 7. He scored a couple of T20 50s. So a 3rd one would be very handy at the moment. So do things like the Freddie Flintoff programme that's been out recently, does that help to get the word out, or is it almost starting... You don't want to confuse the message too much?
No, I'm thrilled about the Freddie Flintoff programme, because it's exactly what we're trying to do. It's about helping those individuals that, there are so many people left behind in this life, and they have such potential, and it's about helping individuals to fulfil their potential as well as to progress in their cricket.
What is it about cricket in particular? Why not football? Why not netball? Why not something else?
I think cricket is an extraordinary game, and I've grown so passionate about it because it is so unique in it. It's the fact that they're playing for a team, but yet they have those individual moments. They have to deal with such tremendous disappointments, but yet they have to pick themselves up. They learn such team and comradeship. I don't know, it has so many aspects to it, which I think are marvellous for the human character.
Life lessons.
Life lessons, yes.
And that's a decent shot, and should just reach the boundary. It does. And Arnav Jumi with a much needed boundary for his team, taking his score on to 16. The score 33 for 4. Crofts off the mark as well, after he is the latest batsman to appear on this Lord's ground this morning in the final, remember, of the National Hub competition between Newcastle and Nottingham. And that's wide again outside off stump. Keeps slightly low, but that is the end of the over. Arnav Jumi unable to pinch the strike. So it will be Charlie Crofts facing 8 overs into the 20, 33 for 4. So where next, as far as the foundation is concerned? What you said you just joined before the break because of COVID. You mentioned the mental health side of things. How does that work on top of the cricket? How do you make...
I think all our projects, whether they're in the UK or globally, are centralised around personal well-being as well as physical well-being, and especially after COVID, which I think was an incredibly tough time for young people. Simply playing cricket is going to help their mental health and getting out into the open air, but we're really helping our hub coaches to notice if there are issues with their kids. We're designing programs that specifically address mental health for the children, and when we work overseas we always harness it with specific messaging and social messaging around the cricket.
Well, it will be Charlie Crofts facing, and decent delivery. Yorker length played out in the end by Crofts after the wide that started the over. As Jordan bowling from the nursery end. Not the longest run up in the world, but that's just perfect as far as length and line is concerned. Just on or around off stump and played back to the bowler, who does his own fielding.
That's great.
We're with Sarah Fain, the MCC Foundation Director, this morning for this final. And Crofts with a nice shot out into the offside for a single, which means Jumi will be on strike, 16 not out, and the man who has seen the wickets tumble at the other end of the ground. Slightly short delivery, and he feels he missed out on that a little bit. Oh, he's gone! Another one of those inside edges onto the stumps, and Arnav Jumi's excellent innings finally comes to the end in slightly unfortunate circumstances, but it's a wicket for Jordan. Arnav Jumi has to go bowled for 16, 36 for 5. We'll now watch the replay. Jordan, who's bowled nicely from this nursery end since coming on, and looking to whip the ball away onto the leg side, the big inside edge onto the stumps. 36 for 5, and the opener has to go. And just with your cricket head on, Nottingham have got some work to do now.
They really have, and I think it's such an important day. The pressure's so high, but I think whatever the outcome, they will have had a day that they'll never forget.
No, I think you're absolutely right, and I did actually feel some sympathy for the poor semi-finalists who all lost on run rate.
Oh, I know. I know. It's a cruel world, but again, that's what cricket teaches you, and the harsh lessons of life.
Exactly. So near and yet so far. Yes, that's. But it's so wonderful to hear that the foundation's work and what it is doing to bring cricket to a wider playing circle as much as anything else, because within society it's quite easy to miss groups for cricket and in any sport, and to actually actively go out and look for people. I speak as an ex-state schoolboy who saw his cricket ground turned into a housing estate. It's really fantastic that this is going on at the moment.
Thank you. Yes, we're very determined to keep our work going and to make sure that everyone thinks that they can succeed in the game.
Well, Sarah's with us till the end of the over. Then we're both disappearing, as Kath Dalton will be talking to coaches and captains from the girls' game that is on this afternoon. And it's Harman Koza, who is the new batsman, the first left-hander, round the wicket now. Oh, and that's a decent delivery. It ball swinging a huge amount on that occasion. Koza with what looked a very obvious leave, and suddenly saw the ball dart back to him, but he was fine, and the ball runs out on backward of square for no run. Last ball of Andrew Jordan's excellent second over. There's a shout from behind the stumps for LBW. The bowler doesn't believe that's the case. He's got his 1 wicket anyway. And at the end of 9 overs, 36 for 5. Charlie Cross 2 not out. Harman Koza yet to get off the mark. And excellent bowling figures so far from Frankie Gibb Kirk, who has 3 wickets for 23 from his 4 overs. Well, our huge thanks to Sarah Fain, the MCC Foundation Director, for dropping in. We hope we'll see you again later.
Thank you very much.
Kath Dalton's going to come back in for an over, and then I'm going to disappear. Well then, Kath, quite a bit's happened since you were last with us. A few wickets, a couple of big inside edges have been the downfall of our last 2 batters.
We've got a bit of spin, Guy, as well, which is fantastic.
Yes, the first spin of the afternoon. And it is Luke McCurley, whose brilliant bit of fielding was responsible for the run out earlier today.
It's always good to see a leg spinner on, isn't it?
Bit of leggy at Lord's, absolutely. And that's nicely whipped away by Crofts, who's looked comfortable since he came in.
Yeah, nice little bit of flight there as well. I like to see a little bit of flight on the leg spinning delivery, and that's the hardest thing. Is leg spin is such a difficult art, isn't it, to get right? And I think that's the hardest thing to develop is to make sure you get nice flight on it and not drag it down. Because some spinners, when they do get a lot of revs on the ball, they do sometimes drag it down, especially junior cricket. But it's just about keep encouraging your leg spinners to turn it and to really rip the ball.
Yeah, there might be the one bad ball and over, but let it go.
Sometimes that gets a wicket though, doesn't it?
Yeah. And that's nicely bowled. Harman Koza cross with himself, but I'm not quite sure why. That was just a good bit of bowling.
Yeah, wonderful bit of bowling. We'll see it here. Nice flight, bit of turn. I think that's the hardest thing in junior cricket, guys, is when a bowler gets it up and over their eye line. Not a lot of pace on it. You don't kind of know what to do. Do you come down the wicket or do you sit in your crease and wait?
Well, that's the one that is dragged down, and the batsman was on it very quickly. It is running up the hill, but should still just beat the 2 fielders who were racing after it at a top speed, and that will be 4 runs, and a nice way to get off the mark as far as Koza's concerned.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just got enough on it. Quite a big boundary here actually on this leg side.
It is on that side, isn't it?
Yeah,
I
did
was
well.
thinking that. I don't think I could hit the ball that far when I was 15, but
yeah, you're not in the gym at 15, are you, Guy?
I certainly wasn't. And that's nicely bowled, played out into the offside, no run.
He's looked like he's held his own, actually. The leg spinner in his first over there bowled nicely. He has.
Well, I'm now going to take a break. Halfway through the 20 overs of the Nottinghamshire innings, with Nottinghamshire 41 for 5. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Kath Dalton and guests.
Right, welcome back, and I'm delighted to welcome Bolton Girls coach and captain, Megan Russell and Andy Compton. Welcome. So, Megan, firstly, to get to a Lord's final, how does that feel?
It's amazing. I didn't really think we'd make it at one point, but we fought through and made it eventually.
Yeah, so tell me a little bit about that. What was the journey to this wonderful occasion you've got here today? Obviously a lot of excitement, but just tell me about that journey. How were the rounds? What was the toughest game you played against? You managed, as you said, to push through and make it here.
I think the toughest game that we played was the semi-final against Bradford. So they were last year's finalists, and so it was just amazing to beat them.
Yeah, was it a close game? Was it an easy win? Do you remember, or you might not remember? Coaches pointing at you. You must have done something special.
I got 50 runs in that game.
Fantastic.
And then retired. So I think that set us off quite well. And then we fielded and got a few early wickets. So
yeah, and how are you feeling about today? What's the excitement levels like in the group? Are there any nerves in there, or how's it feeling for you?
There's a mixture of nerves and excitement, I think. I think it'll be a lot different when we're out there, and obviously waiting to bat if you're going in, if you're not. I think they don't know how to feel at the minute.
That's absolutely understandable. Of course, a Lord's final. I mean, I've never played on this ground, so I'm very envious of you, and I'm sure you'll be absolutely fantastic. And Andy, welcome.
Thank you.
It's nice to have you here. So tell me a little bit about coaching these girls. How's that gone for you, and how long have you been doing it?
Well, we started off as one of the original 7 hubs back in 2010, but it's only in recent years, the last 4 cycles, I think, in the winter that we've had the girls. It's been challenging getting a female coach because there don't seem to be many of them around, but Steve Fritchley and myself have done a lot of the coaching, and the girls have made amazing progress and deserve to be here.
Yeah, obviously encouraging more women's coaches, as you said, is really good, but the more you're there and encouraging these girls, the more we'll see more women in the sport. So
it's very much about giving them opportunity,
yeah,
and coaching to allow them to continue to develop, because they've got to acquire a certain technique, haven't they, in cricket, both with all aspects. And once they acquire that, then they continue to make good progress throughout.
And what's training been like? Has it been once a week, full on? Have you been getting them in there for extra sessions?
Oh yes, we've got a few extra practice sessions in on a Friday evening when we could get a ground that wasn't being used for T20. So we've had a few practices, and that's been good because in the winter programme it's indoors and it limits you in terms of what you can do, but the times that we've had them together outside, it's meant that we can focus on game management a little bit more.
Fantastic. And do you think a win today? What is your prediction?
We hope so. We just want them to do themselves justice, and if they do themselves justice, then we'll hopefully have the right result.
Fantastic. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you both, and wish you the best of luck for the game, and enjoy the occasion, because that's the most important thing.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
As the scoreboard continues to tick over here, 42 for 5. As Jordan continues to bowl, coming in, a little bit of shake back in there, just cut the wide line. But these two are just starting to build a little bit of a partnership here, and that's going to be key for this innings. Can they keep building a partnership? Can they keep building, keep punishing the bad balls? Jordan, wonderful so far, 1 for 5. Oh, there's been a no ball called as well here. As I'm welcoming some new guests to the comms box from Guildford. I actually love Guildford, it's one of my favourite cricket clubs. So Narika Chennai, I'm going to welcome you first, and then Darren Talbot, welcome to the commentary box. And Narika, how are you feeling about today's game?
I'm feeling great. Honestly, it's just such a experience to be playing in Lords with like so many professional cricketers in the past, and it's just so shocking. It's amazing.
Have you been to a game here? Have you watched a game of cricket here and dreamt of playing here one day? Is that something you've...
Yeah, every
you've
child's dream is to play in Lords, and I'm so grateful for this opportunity right now. So,
fantastic. And tell us a little bit about you. What got you into cricket? What was the key thing that got you in and thought, wow, I actually love this sport now?
So basically, my brother used to play before me, and I thought, oh, it looks really fun, so I should try it out. At first, it was not my thing to play, but then as time went on, I started to develop like a love for cricket, and now I can't get out of that.
Absolutely. Once it gets you hooked, that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what age did you start playing?
I think I started playing hardball at 11 or 12, so two years ago. So
not long then, is
yeah.
it? And already about to play a game at Lords. How fantastic.
I know.
Have you got any supporters with you today?
Yeah, my family. So all of them are here. My mum, my dad, my grandma, my brother, and some friends are coming along. So
you've got a lot of support.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll be able to hear them when you're out on the pitch. And Darren, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. How have the girls been preparing for this game?
Mostly matches where we're not lucky enough to have many training sessions in between. So we had a 10-week training program leading up to the match program, but because they're all at different clubs and regularly playing games elsewhere, we haven't really had a chance to do much more than play games and move on to the next game.
Yeah, that's always a challenge, isn't it, to go between games. And we just had a little drop catch there, so nearly a wicket. A nice little flick out into the leg side. That's gone all the way for 4. That was a wonderful shot there by Crofts. Yeah, so always a challenge when you can't train the team between. Did they have much training in the winter, or what's your role within the girls? Obviously, you know, you're here today as coach, and you've been with them for the whole time, the whole path of this journey.
I've had a slightly more challenging job in that we run a boys hub and a girls hub. I'm happily both got to the national semi-finals, so we've had a pretty good winter.
Busy man.
Busy. So I was helping out with the girls hub, but also with responsibility of the boys hub. Unfortunately, they're both training at the same time. Same town, fortunately, we're both in Farnham, but that kind of stretched me a little bit. But so my role's really sort of overseeing it and just making sure the trials run well and all the admin's done and those kind of things.
Yeah, that's not an easy job. I know a lot of people who have a busy phone line when it's the cricket season. I'm sure yours is exactly that. But absolutely, congratulations for getting this far, and I'm sure the girls will love today. On that point, is there anybody that we should look out for today? Is there any star players? Obviously, you've got Captain Singh right next to you. You might have to just cheekily say her name, of course, but is there any other star players we can look forward to seeing?
I think one of the great things about our team is that everyone's contributed. I'm never a big fan of singling individuals out because you always end up missing out somebody else who thinks they should be mentioned. So I'm pretty confident you'll be very happy with everyone we put out on the field today.
Absolutely, well spoken by a true coach there. Well, it's great to have you both in, and I just want to wish you all the best of luck. It's an absolute privilege to be playing on this wonderful ground, so enjoy every second of it, and you never know, might see you with the trophy a bit later.
Many thanks.
As we carry on with our leg spinner, lovely little bit of turn there, a little bit of drift, good length. He's bowled another good over there. Or good end to that over, should I say. And we're welcoming back Guy, who's had a nice little break there.
I was giving the tour.
You were giving a tour, were you, Guy?
I was giving the media centre tour. I thought I'd better keep myself busy.
And useful.
And useful.
Well, Guy, we've had a few more attacking shots since you left.
And no more wickets.
No more wickets, which is going to be the key here for these Nottingham boys.
So this is Jordan to continue. Is it a change?
We've got a
change of bowler. Yes, looks like spin again. It's Sullivan.
I've got another little piece of information about Sullivan related to Mark Wood.
Go on. Mark Wood's everywhere with
Mark
us.
Wood he's secretly backing this team. I reckon he's somewhere in the stands cheering them on. So Mark Wood lent Sullivan a pair of trousers, a pair of white trousers, and apparently he's playing in them.
So Con Sullivan is playing in Mark Wood's trousers.
Yeah, it's a shame he's not bowling fast.
Well, he's certainly making sure he's got the right field. Harman Koza is 5 not out. Charlie Crofts has batted very well.
Good little bit of... Oh, what a wicket. Brilliant wicket.
And he's gone. Oh, what a start. And a decent catch. Nicely taken. Driven on the up. McGregor with the catch.
Yeah, good start. One for one in his bowling figures at the moment. That's always nice to see as a bowler, isn't it?
It really is. And well, both batsmen walking off at the moment. I don't know if Charlie Cross needs to change something.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of an issue.
He's just having a chat.
Hopefully he's okay, Guy. Hopefully there's no problems.
Yes, it should be Noah Beharel who is next in.
Well, Guy, it was wonderful to talk to the two girls captains. And
Oh,
their
I could see. I thought that would work. Yes,
it was brilliant. It was just great to hear their enthusiasm for cricket and about their journey to this game so far and how they've got there and the fact that they've had loads of extra training sessions. You know what it's like when you get to a final.
Yeah.
A few extra training sessions, especially school holidays have hit now as well. So they seem very prepared. So I'm looking forward to that final a bit later on. Did you ever get to a final, Guy?
Did I ever get to a final? I did actually. Playing football once. I got to the. It was newspaper delivery boys final for Cambridgeshire, and the other final I got to was in rugby, where we got through to the Cambridgeshire Colts final.
Fabulous. Did you win?
No.
Oh,
we were robbed.
You could have made up you won. I wouldn't have checked.
No, lost 12-6. I was through for a try, and the referee blew for a forward pass. I never forgave him. And that's 2 wickets in 2 balls. He's on a hat-trick at Lords, and Noah Beharel is the second golden duck in this Nottinghamshire innings. And, well, will we see our first hat-trick here at Lords?
Well, what a follow-up delivery this is. Wearing Mark Wood's trousers as well. He's doing him proud today. That's a lovely off-spinning delivery. Very full, difficult for the batter to get at. Not much foot movement. And he's just taken 2 in 2.
It's first ball, isn't it? It's difficult. You don't know whether to go back or forward, and in the end, Beharel has to go.
Yeah, you feel sorry for him now.
59 now for 7.
Right, what's this field going to be then, Guy?
Toby Davis is coming out at pace, which is always good to see.
He's hoping to get this ball out of the way, I think, but I reckon this field's got to come in now, hasn't it?
Has to. It's a hat-trick ball at Lords.
3 slips on a gully?
Definitely. Short leg.
Nobody on the boundary, please. Thing is, as a fielder, when somebody's on a hat-trick, you start to get a bit nervous, don't you?
Oh.
Hopefully the
Please
ball
don't
doesn't
come to me.
Yes. Oh, he has gone a little bit more attacking.
It's still, there's still only the 1 slip. There isn't a leg slip. I'd have a short leg and a leg slip in.
I don't know if there's a rule against that for age group cricket.
Oh, yes. It's a bit close without helmets and shin pads. Yeah, okay.
Dressed up like a hockey goalkeeper if you're in there.
So it's all about the hat trick. It's all about the hat trick. Not a bad hat trick ball, that, was it? Too good for the batter, but he survives.
Oh, just, didn't he? Poked at it outside off stump. Sullivan will be a bit disappointed he didn't get a little nick on that.
Broad smile. And beats him again on the outside.
It's a really good delivery though, guys, isn't it? It's getting up and down. It's got a little bit of spin on it.
I have to say, Toby Davis has got something going, hasn't he? This is his first over. Bowling beautifully. And a bit of air, as you like to see from your spin bowlers.
Yeah, especially young spinners. It's always difficult when there's a bit of air on it. And a wonderful over.
Well, I think he may remember that. And I can see him in about 40 years in the pub. The time I was on a hat trick at Lord's.
Not everyone's in pubs, guys.
Oh, sorry. You're quite right. Sitting on a train.
Sitting on a train.
And remembering the day he was on a hat trick at
Have you had a chat to a
Lord's.
few people on a train then, Guy?
Well, I talk to people, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Very sociable person, aren't you, Guy?
The nearer you get to London, the weirder that is. But
Oh yeah, you're up in Suffolk, aren't you? On the Suffolk.
I am. We
Essex
still
border.
talk to each other
Oh,
up
I
there.
see,
Yeah.
You haven't learnt that just yet.
Too deep into Essex. Well, Crofts is still there, and vital he is. And that's another fabulous shot. What a shot! And he becomes the first of the batters to reach 20. And that was such good timing, such...
And he's picked the gap as
He
well.
really has.
They just put mid on back now because of that shot, but that was a wonderful shot. Just stroked it, didn't he? Effortless timing.
And that swung out. That shoot could be caught. It's gone all the way for 6. It's the short boundary.
Charlie Crofts, this is fabulous batting. Absolutely wonderful shot. Because of that ball before, a little bit dragged down, and he's just capitalised on that shorter delivery, threw his hands through it. Wonderful cricket shot.
Well, it's vital that one of the players hangs around, and at the moment, that is Charlie Crofts.
They've still got a lot of time to bat here, Guy, as well.
And again, it's played very nicely out to mid-on for a single. He just needs not to run out of partners. It's his scoring rate as well. It's 28 off 19.
Yeah, he's been going at a really good rate. An excellent rate, but you're absolutely correct. The batter at the other end, Toby Davies even, his job is going to be just to knock it around and just keep getting Crofts back on strike.
Well, he met Luke Fletcher, but in rather weird circumstances.
Is that right?
He dislocated his elbow, did young Master Crofts, and was in A&E after he fell off a wall trying to get a cricket ball back.
Oof.
And bumped into cricketer Luke Fletcher. So at least into every life a little sun begins to come through, and that's nicely played, actually. Very sensibly from Davis. He can see that Crofts is going well, and he just needs to keep one end going and let Crofts do the rest. Run rate is now up over 5, 71 for 7 after 14.
Yeah, the two good spinners as well. Bowling in tandem here, it's nice to see. Spin. Been bowling very well, very tidily.
But now, this should be a good battle. Con Sullivan with 2 for 1 after 1 over, who really has bowled beautifully, but he didn't have to bowl to Crofts in that 1 over. So interesting to see how Crofts copes with the excellent bowling from Con Sullivan. He starts with a nice shot out into the covers for no
Yeah,
run.
he was positive there, wasn't he? Lovely cricket shot, nice shape to his drive. He looks confident at the moment.
Again, he's not afraid to give the ball a bit of air, is he, Con Sullivan?
He's certainly not. I think that's one of his skill sets, actually, is just giving it a little bit air, tossing it up. Well played by Crofts, though. He's playing a wonderful knock here, under pressure as well.
Really under so much pressure, watching the wickets fall at the other end and making sure there is a total for his bowlers later on. That should be a wide.
Maybe not.
No, I think the umpire gave it.
Oh, right, sorry.
Toby Davis just about keeping things under control. Does chase the slightly wider delivery. Too wide on this occasion.
Just keep attacking those stumps. That's what I'd be saying to my young spinner right now.
Yes. And I think Charlie Cross will be having a word in Toby Davis' shell, like, and just saying, don't worry, I'll get the runs, you just stay there.
Absolutely.
Though I do understand why Davis would very much like to get off the mark. He's playing at Lord's and he's beaten outside the off stump for not the first time in that over, but he's still there. He hasn't got off the mark yet after 9, but no more wickets have fallen. Charlie Crofts is still there. And after 15 overs, 74 for 7 after being put into bat. George Gray to bowl for the first time. Luke McCurley after going for a few in the last over.
There's something wonderful about George Gray here is that he taught himself to bowl spin.
Who's that?
George Gray taught himself to bowl.
Well, let's see how well he taught himself. He seemed to start very nicely with that first delivery. Oof. Well, he's off the mark, Toby Davis. It might be a little under edge. And he wants a second. And possibly Crofts might have wanted to be back on strike. But he's underway. He has 2.
That's one of those that says 2 in the scorebook. You don't worry about how you get them.
Absolutely. And that is just baffed. That's a really good shot in the end.
Yeah, really good shot.
I don't think the bowler was expecting that shot at all.
That's great.
It's just
aggression.
moan, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes, you know, in T20 cricket, it's not about being pretty, it's about being effective. So that was a great shot.
Well done from Davis, who didn't score for 9 deliveries, but now has 6 from 11. He's getting the ball to turn a bit. Played it nicely with the spin on that occasion, Davis, but there is certainly a tweak.
Yeah, there definitely is a little bit of turn, actually. He's getting the ball to grip off the service. Davis actually played that quite well because he waited for the ball to turn and then played it after it had spun off the pitch, watching it carefully.
And that is nicely played by Crow. Oh, there's going to be a run out. Oh no, there isn't. Should have been a run out.
Fielder head in the hands moment that was.
Yeah, that's, you almost need almost underarm back to the bowler from there. And Croft cross bat, but perfectly safely for a single. Which means he'll keep the strike, but an interesting over that. I know it went for a few, but there were some good deliveries. There was the bottom edge for 2.
Yeah. And he's batting at 6 later, is George Gray, so he's a good little all-round cricketer. He's bowled a tidy enough over there. He got a lot of spin. He was unlucky. Probably had the wrong field set at one point with no mid-on back, but got a good amount of spin, didn't he?
He did. Well, it's the second time he's been to Lord's in the last month or so. For his 15th birthday, he came up for day 3 of England-New Zealand.
Can you imagine being 15?
I can just about remember.
It
It was a long time ago. I was having to dig back, but
deep in the memory bank.
I think
it's
I was playing cricket every weekend, Saturday and Sunday, when I was 15. I do remember that.
The way it should be, Guy.
Absolutely. Well, I am enjoying watching this young man bowl. Decent shot from Crofts, and they come back for a second, and Davis wanted it. And well run, very well run, committed to it.
Yeah. Crofts looks like he's taking a bit of ownership here, actually. He's starting to dictate this innings. If they can get themselves over 100, then they're within a good score.
At the moment, he's seeing it really well, is Charlie Crofts.
Yeah, another single, and you just keep ticking that scoreboard over. It just relieves a bit of pressure and gets you that momentum and rhythm you need as a batter. Bringing the field up here for Davis.
No, you're right. But Davis is beginning to play it better as well now.
It's all about time in the middle. I think when you're playing at a big occasion, it's just about taking your time. Brilliant stumping that was, Guy. Unbelievable.
Absolutely superb, wasn't it? And a 3rd wicket for Con Sullivan. Let's just watch that replay. Davis down the wicket. Oh, yes. No messing.
Good quick hands behind the stumps. That's exactly what you need from your wicket keeper. There was a little partnership starting to build, and they've broken that with a really good stumping by Charlie Cook, captain and wicket keeper.
I like the way Crofts walks back after each batsman is out so he can have a decent conversation with the new one, which I imagine will be along the lines, don't charge down the wicket.
Don't shut your eyes and swing, is probably what he's saying.
But Toby Davis did a good job. He did hang around, gave Charlie Cross some support. He made 7 decent runs. And it's Kazir Jamal, who has come out now to join Crofts.
And a bit of information actually here on Kazir Jamal. That he does everything right-handed but bats left-handed. These types of people fascinate me, guys.
Yes.
My brother's one of these. He played tennis right-handed but played cricket, batted left-handed but bowled right-handed, played golf left. It's all just all mix, really.
But that's all. He sounds genuinely sort of not ambidextrous, but as if he can do stuff. Have you anything you do left-handed or?
Not well.
No. I think the only I deal cards left-handed, and I have no idea why. Just always have.
Is that right?
Can't do anything else left-handed at all. Hopeless.
Useful down the pub, as you were saying earlier.
86 for 8. Crofts is still there. Jamal facing.
And Sullivan's come round the wicket as well. He's just changed the angle to the left-hander. Just got a little bit too wide on that delivery. See if he can readjust his line here.
Yeah, plays for Clifton Village Cricket Club. He is a bowler who bats a little. We'll be talking about some of his bowling exploits, I'm sure, later in this match. But at the moment, he just needs to hang around, give Croft some support here. Another superb over from Con Sullivan. 3 for 8 from 3 overs.
Yeah, unbelievable return for him. He'll be very happy with his bowling today, that's for sure. And talking of role models, Jamal here says that he has met and take pictures with Afridi, Kumar Sangakkara and Hafiz. Isn't that wonderful?
That's not bad. That's a pretty good triumvirate, those three.
Yeah, not too bad, is it? It's just great to see that these players are role models for young players in the game, and they're inspiring them to come out and play some cricket.
No, that's the wonderful thing about this foundation, isn't it? They're going off to find the cricketers. They set up the hub, say, come along, doesn't matter whether you've played before.
Cricket for all is
Correct.
I think is the message from the MCC Foundation.
Oh, Croft somehow survives that. Oh, it's given out. Is that a stumping via the pads?
I think he might have just drifted out of his crease here.
I think you're right. What an unfortunate way to go. Played so nicely. Oh no, he's been bowled. He was bowled. Super delivery. Pitch is a mile outside, off stump, and then takes off.
Goodness me, even the umpires weren't sure about that one.
What a ball. So Charlie Croft's excellent innings. 34 from 27 deliveries. Oh no, he's come up as stumped on the... it is stumped.
It's hit the keeper, isn't it?
It's just hit the keeper's pads.
Yeah, that's why the square leg umpire
gave it out.
That's unfortunate timing there for Crofts.
Crofts, who played so well. Unfortunate way to go. And now that 100 beginning to look a distance away again as Ahmed Ali comes out to join Kazir Jamal.
Yeah, it'll be difficult for these two now, but you know, any runs at the bottom end of the order are good runs. So hopefully they can build something here and just get bat on ball and keep rotating that strike.
Yeah, just singles, don't worry about anything else. 17 balls to go.
Phil just coming in as well, just a little bit of a catching position at mid-wicket. It's quite good tactics by these young players. Charlie Cook, the captain, making decisions behind the stumps.
Yes, and using his shins to good effect as well.
That's why keepers wear pads.
Yeah,
now
quite right. Quite right. Doesn't matter how you get them. Good innings from Charlie Croft. So details just coming up on the screen there for a minute.
I say that every time I bat. Doesn't matter how you get them.
No, it's just you're right. It's just keeping it ticking over. And Ahmed Ali, the number 11, has got off the mark. Always an immense plus, particularly at Lords.
Absolutely.
I have scored runs at Lords.
Nobody ever asks you how many when you say that.
No, I got runs. I got runs.
I got runs.
Yeah, I got runs. Kazir Jamal, who would also, I'm sure, love to get off the mark, facing the bowling of Gray. Right arm round to the left hand batting Jamal. He will be bowling right-handed. Have I got that right?
You have? I think so.
Yes, he does everything right-handed except bat, which he does
That's
left-handed.
You've got to buy all left-handers. My niece actually just started playing cricket. She's 8 turning 9 and she's a lefty, so I had to get her all left-handed gloves.
And that's gone. That is the end of the innings. Kazar Jamal is the last man to go. 2 wickets in an over for Gray. He'll finish with figures of 2 for 10. And all out for 88 after being put in Nottingham hub.
And we'll see a replay of this catch. It was a really good low catch. Nice flight of delivery, just
Thick outside edge. Yeah, it was a good catch, wasn't it?
Just rubbing his elbows on his way back to the pavilion, but it was worth it.
Looks pretty pleased with himself. He's still showing the elbow again, obviously. Well, you have to say that the decision to put Nottingham hub in has seems to have paid dividends for Newcastle. Some standout bowling performance. Gibb Kirk 3 for 23, Sullivan 3 for 8, and Gray chipping in with 2 for 10 at the death.
Yeah, some wonderful bowling and some great fielding as well. Remember that run out early on? It was a really good run out, and there's been some good stops in the ring as to reduce this Nottingham hub side just for 88 runs. Difficult going for them, but really well bowled by Newcastle. Hub, they've been tidy, they've bowled with good spinners, bowled in tandem with good spinners, and they had some great opening bowlers who got the ball to swing around as well.
No, you're absolutely right. That, but it was almost started by that Luke McCurley brilliant run out when he threw down the stumps and got rid of the Nottingham captain, Patrick Ryan, who had looked very good early on in his innings. Run out going for a single that was there, just slightly slow to get off the start, but we'll have an innings break now. Resume in 10 minutes when it will be Newcastle looking to chase down 89 for victory in this Foundation Hub final. Welcome back for the Newcastle innings as they look to chase down the 89 runs they need for victory in this under 15 hub final. Charlie Cook, the captain of Newcastle, coming out to opening the batting with David Todd. Kath Dalton alongside me, and Kath, it seems one of those. It's not too many. 89 should be easy.
It's one of those, though, isn't it? It's one of those lowish totals that, as a batting side, do you just go aggressive with this New England mentality we're seeing in Test cricket? Do you just go for it? Do you carry on your positive shots, particularly in the first couple of overs, or do you just knock it around and go to the total a little bit slower maybe than you'd like, but get there in the end?
Yep.
It's one of those, and as a fielding side, I'm sure they're letting them know that.
I'm sure you're right.
It's great to see Charlie Cook opening the batting.
Yes, he had some. He did one very nice stumping, another fortuitous stumping off his shins.
Yeah, and this is a really, really interesting stat. We've got David Todd also opening the batting with him, who has been in sensational form this summer. He has scored 850 runs so far this season. And that's between his club, school and Newcastle hub squad. So he has been in good form and scoring lots of runs. 850 is a fair total.
Goodness me. Well, it's Kazar Jamal who will open the bowling. A wide down the leg side, but probably quicker than anything we saw so far from the Newcastle boys, from the Nottingham paceman running in from the nursery end.
Yeah, Jamal, a lot of pace there. I like that. Although he started with a wide, it was a good take down the leg side by Patrick Ryan. But I like the pace. Keep that going.
Absolutely. Nice run. Always down the leg side again, and that will be another wide.
He's just got his line wrong there to start with. He won't be wanting to do that. He just readjust it outside off stump. Sure, his teammates at mid on and mid off are just calming him down. A little swing of his arms there. Just keep loose, keep relaxed.
Absolutely. We've all done it, and then you just suddenly find your rhythm. That's much better. And the fielder did the right thing then. He saw that the man backing up was going to get in easily, so he went to the bowler's end. But David Todd had made sure that he got through. Charlie Cook is off the mark with his single.
Yeah, it was a better delivery as well, but good thinking, as you said, in the ring by backward point. Just unlucky with a throw.
Jamal in again. That's a good ball. Oh, and there's a massive appeal. Huge appeal.
It was an incredible take, wasn't it? It was very low. Managed to get his glove just under the ball. Really good take. I'm not sure if that did take David Todd's inside edge as he went to play that delivery or not. But it was a wonderful take.
It really was by Patrick Ryan. We've got two skipper wicket keepers here. And Ryan did take that nicely. Oh, and that's a swing across the line by David Todd. Gets away with it. And suddenly Kazar Jamal has, after those two leg side wides, has found his length and line.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit more threatening now, isn't he? That's all it is, just finding your rhythm. It's obviously a big occasion, opening the bowling at Lords for your hub team, and you want to do well. You're in a final. He's looking like he's finding his rhythm.
It's mowed out into the leg side, and they go through for a single. The score goes on to 4. David Todd's off the mark.
Yeah, both batters off the mark now as well. Just settled the nerves for these openers.
Nicely bowled. There or thereabouts.
Yeah, a little bit of in-swing as well, a little bit of shape. I think that's why his first two deliveries did go down the leg side, because he's getting that shape in, and I suppose when you've got a new ball in your hand, you're not sure if it's going to swing or not, or if it's going to shape around, and it has, and he's really pulled this over back well, readjusted his line magnificently well.
Well, his best figures playing for his men's side at Clifton Village Cricket Club, 6 for 21 from 10 overs.
Goodness me, unbelievable.
Oh, that's well bowled again. Not afraid to pitch it up. And that's a really good fight back from Kazar Jamal after those first two leg side wides. Would have been easy to have just let his head go down, but he bowled really nicely after that.
Yeah, he should be pleased with that because he, as you said there, recovered it very well. And he got a few taps on the back from his partner, from his teammates, even when he was walking off. Grabbed his cap, and he should be a bit more happier, more relaxed.
Yes,
about
exactly.
That
Now, it's going to open with some spin by the looks of things. Toby Davis. Now, Toby Davis, he doesn't wear a club cap like the rest of the team. He wears a West Indies cap, and I'll tell you why in a second after he's bowled. And that's a full toss that goes through the fielder for 4. Yes, his first test match he ever saw was in the West Indies, and he bought a cap to celebrate the occasion, and he's been wearing that for good luck throughout the competition.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So far. But that was just needs to get his length right on this occasion. Todd was very quick onto that full toss, and that's a little bit short, and good fielding in the end, very good fielding, and they keep it down to just a single. We're talking about how difficult it is to hit a ball out to that wide, big boundary on the offside for the right-handed batsman as we see it here. But it's also, if you're fielding on the boundary, that's an awful long way to throw the ball in as well.
Absolutely. I think that's why we're seeing a lot of fielders on that offside boundary as we look out here, Guy, our right-hand side. Not actually fielding directly on the fence because it is a long way. So when we have seen boundaries hit out there, they're almost worth double.
Yep. Well, Toby Davis, after that full bunger first up, is now beginning to hit a nice length and line.
That's great to see, isn't it? Recovering after a couple of balls you're not happy with.
Oh, and that's a big LBW shout because the ball didn't pitch.
Yeah, it was a good shout. I love it when they appeal with such enthusiasm.
Yes. That's a really nice piece of fielding in the covers to ensure that stayed a dot ball.
Yeah, really good bit of fielding in the ring. And with a low total, that's what you need, isn't it? In the ring, you need your fielders to be awake and alert.
Slightly quicker delivery, wasn't it? Yeah, no, it was a really good response after that first ball. But the score after 2 overs does go to 10 without loss. Charlie Cook's on 2. David Todd, as you can see, is on 6. But Toby Davis, 0 for 6 off his first over and 4 off the first ball. Good fight back.
Yeah, absolutely. Great fight back. But I would say that these two in the middle, Cook and Todd, they look comfortable, don't they? They look like they're quite happy just to play out the good deliveries and capitalise on the bad ones. And they look quite at home here, actually.
They do. A wicket is required for Nottingham, you feel, at the moment. Newcastle making a decent start. Nottingham, in their innings, had lost a couple of early wickets at this stage, from which they were always fighting back from. Charlie Croft's excellent innings helped considerably. Oh, and there was half a run-out chance. There was a bit of a muddle with the batters. Don't know how close that was when Jamal was trying to throw down the stumps at the end there. And nicely bowled again from Jamal. He starts with a couple of dot balls and a possible run out off that first ball.
Yeah, I like Jamal, he looks busy.
He really does, doesn't he? He's got really nice action.
He's the quickest bowler on show so far, and he looks aggressive. Just keep that confidence up for him.
Really nice rhythmic run up too. And that's nicely flicked away though on this occasion by Cook. He might well cut it off, but still got to get the ball in a long way. Decent throw in the end. Really good throw from out there, and keeps the batters down to 2.
That was a wonderful bit of fielding, wasn't it? Ran round the outfield, lightning quick, got round, managed to stop the 4, and a throw without a bounce on the full, straight back into the keeper. Flat throw. Good fielder out there. We have to
I think
try
that's
and
Croft.
Yeah, it was a really good bit of fielding.
Nicely bowled again, but nicely played too by Charlie Cook, who...
Lots of coaches, Guy, talk about bowling outswing and getting the ball to shape away from the batter, but I always think in-swing is so difficult to play because you never know which ones to leave, which ones to play at, and it just keeps you thinking because they're always attacking the stumps, and when Jamal's got his line right, he has been very threatening. Yeah,
which after those first 2 leg side wides he largely has. That's a bit full, and that is flicked away and will be 4.
Yeah, just strayed a little bit too wide, a little bit too full on that delivery, but well put away by Cook.
It's funny, the fact that he's bowling that little bit quicker, the ball suddenly goes to the boundary that bit quicker too. We have got a guest joining us soon. We'll let you know. We'll keep it secret.
Is it a surprise?
I think it's a surprise guest. We've got last ball of this over, and it's played out into the covers. They'll trot through for a single. It will take the score on to 17 without loss after 3 overs. Kath Dalton's taking a break, as indeed are we. And when we get back, we'll be talking to England and Middlesex. Legend is a small word for the man, Mike Gatting. A very short message from our sponsors and Mike Gatting. Absolute pleasure to have you in the commentary box here.
Thank you, Guy.
And what a great chance for these 15-year-olds to enjoy a day at HQ.
It's absolutely fantastic. I mean, I remember I wasn't quite 15, I might have been 16, and we played a young West Indian side here for an ESCA game, and I just couldn't believe I was walking out at Lord's, and it was just a fantastic thing. And especially with someone like Wayne Daniel bowling at you in his early days, and he gave me a couple of medals. So it was, I know the feeling, but it's just lovely to see these youngsters, and I'm sure they're feeling the same things I did of awe and magnitude of this, and the actual great pleasure of playing here.
Yeah, it can be hard as well. We had a couple of golden ducks in the first innings, and you're thinking you've waited all your life to play at Lord's, and it's over so quickly. But these two batters are making a decent stab of it. 19 without loss at the moment. So that was your first time ever at Lord's?
Yes, it was. I mean, I'd played out the back in the nets as a young kid on a thing called the Wrigley Foundation and all sorts of little matches like that. I played for Bronsbury at Cross Arrows at the end of a season. So I knew the ground a bit, but to actually walk out there in the middle was just quite an incredible feeling. And, you know, there were a few people knocking around, but, you know, just walking out there and just looking around you and just thinking, you know, what am I doing here, really?
Yeah, particularly when Daniels is firing down at you. But the work the foundation do, going out to areas where perhaps the state school doesn't have a cricket pitch anymore and finding players that might be missed in the system, it's a fantastic initiative.
It is, and I think you've got to thank the schools that actually give their facilities for nothing to the MCC, and also to the people that actually put this together. I mean, it's a fantastic thing. Being a state school guy myself, I used to be down the road in Willesden. I went to school in Neasden. We didn't have any cricket facilities, so I had to rely on a club called Brunsbury. But a lot of these kids wouldn't have an access to a club or parents to take them, and all these wonderful things. When you see the government talking about obesity and well-being of children, it really sort of hurts me that they have this game, and any team sport or any sport, to be fair, is looking them in the face and saying, if you can give these kids more sport, they'll make friends, they won't have well-being problems, they'll be looking forward to doing something on a regular basis, and they'll understand different cultures, they'll make friends, and then all of a sudden they're back into what we want them to be in, which is in a way of life where they can not feel lonely or sad or upset or let down, and they know that they're going to meet their friends on a Friday, have a bit of fun, and actually they're not going to get too fat, so they're going to be running around. And yet these government people sit in the House of Lords and House of Commons and they don't do anything about it, and we keep spending more and more money on obesity and well-being in hospitals and this. You won't have to do that, and I just find it very, very frustrating that they don't realise how much all the cricket clubs do, any club that gives kids a chance of getting off the street, and as one of our Lord's Taverners used to say, Sir Richard Stilgo, getting them out of gangs and into teams, making friends and making friends for life. And that really is what a lot of this is about, is making people better human beings. And that's what team sport does. And cricket is unique in many ways in that it's the combination of the individual and the team. So it is actually life lessons that you'll need for later on, that you, when you're batting or bowling, it's pretty much just you, but if something goes wrong you can turn to your teammates. So it does have that the both sides that you need when you're out in the real world. Yeah, it's about working in partnerships, working in an office together. The bowler needs the fieldsman to catch it. And if that doesn't happen, then it doesn't work. But, the disciplines you have to learn as well. Because if you don't do something right, like catch it, your team's not going to do very well. And therefore that means you have to practice, you have to learn. But, you learn to win and lose, because life's quite difficult at times. And you learn to win and lose. And, and there's ways of doing that. And you make friends. You learn different things about different cultures because of the people you're playing with. And the kids that are... sort of the sort of, if you like, anywhere from 5 to 8, they don't really quite understand that. All they know is they're their friends. Yep. And it doesn't matter what ethnicity they are or what culture they're from, they're their friends. And, when they start getting to this age of sort of 11 to 15, they start understanding that. But by that time, they're their friends. And they know about them and they don't care. And that's what we need. And all of a sudden, it really does make things a little better. Well, Ahmed Ali is slightly unluckily, because it was very close to getting an edge through to the wicketkeeper, is actually given away a wide, but good to see. Also a stumping appeal as well. Well, and instead it's a run on the scoreboard. As they good to see that his teammates are having a word and saying, well bowled, and this is what you can look out for here. 28 without loss. Charlie Cook 14, David Todd 11. Oh, and nicely bowled again. And, well, they all count, and you've paid for all of the bats, so use it. Indeed, and I think the batsman there has just been trying to make use of that short boundary, isn't he? He's looking to get it over to the tavern boundary, which is the shortest where they're playing at the moment, down on the bottom side of Lords here. And... this bowler's probably not quite sure where he should be, but in fact I think he should be trying to bowl a little bit straighter at the batsman. Yeah, which he does. But you're absolutely right, Mike. We look at the makeup of these teams and kids from everywhere, and you can see they're all pulling together, and
here they have, by pulling together, they're now at a final at Lords.
Yeah, you know, it was interesting last year when I was here. You know, just talking to some of the masters and the people who are looking after the kids, the coaches, and you know, they were probably more in awe of being at the ground than the children were, because the children didn't really understand. So when I sort of said something about, you know, there'll be lots of what I'd say international and first class cricketers would love to play here at Lords, they'd give their right arm to it. You could see the teachers go, yeah, but I'm glad you said that, because we've been telling the kids that and they don't understand it because they don't really quite get what this place is. And so, you know, I'm sure I'll do the same again today, because, you know, it was just, I mean, you could see the teachers, they were sort of melting. You know, they just kept looking round, and there were the kids sort of just, you know, aimlessly sort of having the look and just being a part of the fun of playing the game.
Which is a huge plus as well, so yeah, absolutely. Well, Davis has bowled nicely in his 2 overs so far, no wickets as yet, but a breakthrough is really required for the Nottingham hub at the moment. Newcastle going very nicely indeed. In again, and Cook sees a misfield that will mean that it's 4 runs. But yes, I did feel old when I was looking at the information about Charlie Cook, the skipper, who was born on the same day as Alistair Cook scored a century at Lords versus the West Indies.
Yeah, it's lovely when you look at that. And just watching out there, it looks like there are 2 leg spinners bowling.
Yeah.
You know, and it's fantastic, you know, to see. You know, when we used to play...
When we were growing up, there was...
spinners everywhere.
But no leg spinners.
No leg spinners at all. And obviously, you know, with the sad loss of Warney, you know, this is, for me, the sort of... the legacy that he's left is his inspiration of the young kids to bowl leg spin has been amazing. And it's good to see this out here today. Sadly, he's just bowled just a bit touch short. Could have been a wicket. It just went over mid-on's head and all the way down to the boundary. But just a bit fuller he needs to be. Warney will be telling him, just pitch it up a bit, mate, and you'll be right. You'll be right. But there we are, just over the head of mid-on and runs away to the boundary.
Yeah, that's when you want your tall mate at mid-on, isn't it, for that one? But
need a Joel Garner or somebody there, he'd have called it.
He's listening to you. Oh, he's dropped it. It was a chance. It was a much better delivery. Exactly what you were saying, Gus.
It was really sad, and that's the teamwork that you need. And the poor old bowler there, the batsman's got his head in his hand, saying, "What a shocking shot that was," and the poor old bowler saying, "Oh, what a shocking bit of fielding that was." But he's just got to get back on with it again and try and do it again.
Yeah. Really nicely bowled and treated with great respect by Cook, as it should have been. Toby Davis is the man who sees the catch go down. David Todd, the man who gets the life.
He probably looked like he thought it was going to get to him a bit quicker than it did, but it sort of loitered in the air a bit and didn't quite get to him, and he ended up having to crouch down very low to catch it.
Yeah, he had to make quite a bit of ground up, didn't he? It wasn't straight to him, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're running between the wickets very well. I mean, there's a lot of short, sharp singles, and which is really good for the game. And that's one thing. Actually, when you talk to youngsters, they don't do that very well. They whack the ball at the fielder and sort of run because it's such a good shot. But actually, you can see them think, right, let's go. Let's make sure we get those singles. Ah, what a good delivery that is.
Beauty, wasn't it? Absolute beauty. Gave it some air, pitched it up. Well bowled.
Now, whether that turned a bit or not, I don't know. But again, the batsman coming down the wicket, trying it over the short side, and it might have just gone down the hill a bit, possibly, and beat the outside edge.
Well, a bit of certainly. Oh, did that hit the wicketkeeper's gloves before it hit the stumps? I think it did. They're just checking it.
I think they hit the wicketkeeper's gloves and then the stumps. So I think that's probably not out. Was my of the brief glimpse I got, possibly. And the square leg umpire, I think, saw that and has gone to his mate, and both of them are having a quick chat. It's nice to see a young lady out there umpiring.
Yeah, he's still walking off, so it hasn't been summoned back yet.
Now they're giving it. Did it hit the stumps? There are two young ladies out there umpiring.
There are. Well, it's decided that however he was out, he was out.
Indeed. Yes,
he was dropped too.
We shouldn't dwell on it. It's the kids playing, and the umpires are out there, and you shouldn't argue with umpires, should you? So
no, quite right.
Let's get on with the game.
And David Todd had a life the previous ball he'd faced, so
he certainly had.
It was
he
calmer.
Certainly had.
So William Irwin is next out, batting number 3 for the Newcastle hub in this match. Welcome to Lords, William. And in the end, the stumping has been given.
A stumping, well that makes a bit more sense. If I've been bounced off the keeper's gloves and then hit the stumps, bows come off, and if he's out of his ground, there we go.
We've had 2 of those today actually, where the wicket keeper hasn't entirely meant the stumping. The other one came off some shins, and but they all count.
Having the right part of the body in the right place.
Exactly so. I have to say that the fielding has really impressed me today. We saw a brilliant run out in the first innings as well, where it was picked up at cover and thrown down all in one movement that could have been out of a first class match. So watching these boys, what you were saying about the quick single, the fielding, areas where perhaps at 15 there was still work to be done back in the day.
And that's the great thing about these hubs and the coaching. I mean, the one thing you really must do in this game is enjoy fielding. So, credit to the coaches. Let them enjoy it. When you run somebody out, it's a great feeling because you can change a game with that bit of fielding. Or a wonderful catch. I mean, you look at some of the catching now these days in the T20s, and throwing themselves over the boundary, scooping it back to somebody else. I mean, I'm not sure I'd
even themselves,
and even themselves throwing themselves out. But it's fantastic. So I think that's got a bit to do with it. But I also think the one thing, if you don't love fielding, it's a hard game.
Absolutely right. It's a long game if you don't love fielding. And that's tucked away nicely for another single. But enjoying watching Ahmed Ali bowl. Got a decent action. But I know that the teams have been doing a little bit of extra training. Once they qualified for Lords, they were dragged in for a few extra sessions.
And why wouldn't you? Because, as I said to you before, that the fact about playing at Lords and wanting to do the very best you can, I know for a fact that all the batsmen that come here to play in internationals, they do a bit extra. For some strange reason, they manage to get another 1% out of their bodies because they want to be on the honours board at Lords or whatever. So I'm sure their coaches would have made sure that these guys are going to show the best they possibly can be, and just explain to the kids that this is the place you want to show how good you are.
Absolutely right. The other thing I'm also enjoying with the spinners is the amount of air they give it. We're not seeing you're in a T20, you have to bowl flat. Of course, he bowls flat for that particular delivery. But up until then, we've seen plenty of flight.
Well, again, that might be because that's exactly what happens in the cricket they watch, that they're watching very good bowlers who vary their pace. It's like the seamers, the variation of pace. And likewise with spinners in the one-day match, it's not... taking the pace off the ball is what they always say, and that is right. So, at times, if a spinner fires it in very quickly, it does give the batsman a bit of pace to work with and manoeuvre the ball around. Whereas when they bowl it slower, you've got to hit it, and if you don't quite get it there, it makes it a possibility of getting somebody out. But certainly with the quicker ball, the batsman doesn't have to do so much, and it doesn't really matter where you bowl it because... you can get back and just use the pace of the ball. But when you're bowling it slower, you got to hit it. And if you don't quite get it right, you've got plenty of fielders out there to catch it.
No, absolutely right. It was interesting that there's been one bowler with real pace bowling from the bottom end here. And the boundaries were easier off him than certainly the slower bowlers. That's a good use of space by the batsman. Spotting that's where the gap was, but... seeing the young spinners come through is fantastic, because possibly back in the day medium pacers were considered the right way to go, and now it's kind of either pace or spin.
Well, I wasn't sure back in the day. I mean, the scenario of having spinners certainly nowadays were very, very much apparent, and there was always 2 spinners in most teams. It's in the last 10 or 15 years that medium pacers seem to have come in their own, and we struggled with trying to find a proper spinner for England. The quality of someone like Graham Swan.
Yeah.
Moeen Ali's done okay, but he's a batter come bowler.
As he always said, yeah.
And he's had to learn. But Swanee's probably been our last, what I'd say, best. Adil Rashid is a wonderful bowler, but hasn't played much Test cricket or doesn't want to. So, really and truly speaking, you look round the counties, there aren't that many, what I'd say, when you think you had, 2 in each county.
Yeah.
And the quality was quite high.
Yeah, you played with a couple of decent ones here, didn't you?
We had a couple of blokes, Edmonds, Embry, and a bloke called Tufnell, I think.
Oh, he
was
wasn't
around.
too shabby.
So we were very lucky at Middlesex, we really were. I had a bloke called actually Harry Latchman, who bowled leg spin as well, going back into the sort of 70s as well. We had some decent guys at Middlesex, I have to say.
Nicely taken by the keeper on that occasion. Davis in his 4th over, taken the 1 wicket to fall so far. And again, nicely defended, but treated with great respect.
Indeed, a good length. It's it's on the off stump there, just sort of trying to find a bit of width, the batsman, I'm sure, just trying to get his hands through it, but it was nice and straight, and so he treated it with respect.
The quicker ball, and Irwin flashes at that one, and that could go to the short boundary for 4.
And there you are, a bit of pace on the ball and much easier to hit, and the batsman did very, very well there, although there was a deep point out. He managed to get it for 4.
Indeed, the 50 comes up. A fine point at which to say thanks very much to Mike Gatting for coming in and joining us this afternoon. We'll take a quick break and be back shortly. Welcome back to Kath Dalton.
Hello, Guy. It's nice to be back. Wonderful to hear Mike Gatting talk about junior cricket and the importance of it.
Yeah, a man who himself needed clubs and other facilities to play because his school didn't have a cricket ground, and exactly what this foundation is set up to do to help those kids and also learn the life lessons that cricket can give you.
Absolutely.
I do like watching this boy bowl. Oh, that's close.
Maybe just going down.
Maybe just going down, but nicely bowled. So closing in, you feel, on the 89 they need for victory. They're moving along very nicely. Ahmed Ali doing his best, though, to slow them up.
A nice little shot there as well. Really nice shot. Just open the face, let his hands flow through the back of the ball. Charlie Cook's had a good day, hasn't he?
He has had a good day. Good day winning the toss to start with. Then keeping nicely, and now batting nicely. So, yeah, as days go, he'll probably remember his day out at Lord's.
And batting very sensibly, because he knows his team don't require a huge score, so he's not rushing with his strike rate.
No, and you're right, but still keeping it tickling along. 20 off 27, decent rate, 5-ish and over, just what the team needs.
Absolutely. Sensible cricket. Steadying the innings. You always need a batter in a low total chase just to be there and just to steady it.
Ahmed Ali, though, getting through his overs briskly. And that's nicely bowled.
Something I have been impressed with is the fielding on both sides.
Gat and I were saying exactly the same thing.
Really good fielding, good low catches, good fielding on the boundary as well. And I think fielding is part of the game that is now so important. As a player, if you can field as well, you're more likely to get picked in the team over somebody else. And we've seen some really good throwing arms. And that run out, I don't think I'll forget that run out.
No, it was spectacular. It was out of a first class cricket run out, definitely.
It was just the speed, wasn't it? That he stopped the ball and threw it back in. I know coaches talk about this a lot, is getting the ball out of your hand as quickly as possible to give yourself a chance of getting the run out, and he did that marvellously well.
I think he might be clipping the replay. That
I feel that might be on his social media.
Yes,
later.
I think. Be rude not to. We have a change of bowler after just 3 off the last over, but they're still in pretty good shape, it must be said, Newcastle. And it will be Adam Shabir who comes on to bowl. Coming off a slightly longer run, so it'll be interesting to see Shabir whether he bowls that little bit quicker.
Yeah, he's got a good run-up length there as well. I know he's not coming off that length, but I'd like to see a bit of pace, don't we?
Yeah, no, we've mainly seen we've seen one pace man really so far in this match. We've seen some good medium pace bowling,
and we've seen some good spin as well.
Very good spin. Been impressed with the spin bowling on option. On Shabir is in. Nice length and line immediately. Decent shot by Cook out into the covers for a single. But right on the button as far as his team are concerned, Shabir.
Absolutely, it's a good way to start this over. And his favourite player is Joe Root. I think you said that earlier, actually.
I think when he batted, yeah, absolutely.
He bowls quicker than Joe Root.
Probably not much.
I'm sure he can bowl a few medium paces, can Joe Root?
He can bowl a bouncer.
Yeah, that's true.
You see it when he gets cross occasionally. Should be a right arm round to the left-hander and nice length and line immediately. Pitching the ball up.
Yeah, he's got a great follow through as well. He's after he's finished his bowling action, he's lots of energy coming at the batter. It's good to see that aggression.
So the run rate required is only just over 3 and over, so they're in good shape. Oh, and he's beaten outside off stump. What a nice ball.
He's got that fast bowler's look about him and the way he's walking back to his mark as well.
No, you're right.
You have to have that confidence as a fast bowler. You've got to get yourself up for the game.
Watching how these young men are adapting to what's quite a difficult wicket to bowl on with the slope as well has been superb, and that's clipped away really nicely. That's a top shot and splits the two fielders who were doing their level best. Nice shot from Irwin, his best so far in his innings.
Yes, this was a wonderful shot. It raced to the boundary off his bat, just flicked it off his legs.
Lovely
ease.
timing.
Beautiful
timing.
He's having a little bit of a garden now on the wicket as well, which is just, when you've hit a nice shot, you deserve to do that. Were you much of a gardener, Guy?
I did a spot of gardening, particularly. Oh, well bowled. Particularly if against the spinners. Usually because I had no idea what was going on.
Trying to put them off, were you?
Well, just anything to flatten the pitch out.
Sometimes it's also good, it just breaks up the bowler's rhythm.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. Charlie Cook playing a skipper's innings at the moment. Being given good support by Irwin. And that's down the leg side and will be a wide. This is a shame because it's been a good over up until then.
Yeah, he's getting good carry, even though that was a wide delivery. Good carry through to the keeper. He's got a bit of pace.
Yeah, you have to remember that these lads are only 15. You're so used to watching at Lords where experienced pros are steaming in. You suddenly realise just how well these lads are bowling, and that's another very good delivery. A good comeback too after bowling the wide.
Yeah, very good comeback again. We've seen that quite a few times. Obviously, defending a low total is going to be difficult for these bowlers. And it's frustrating because any loose delivery is 4 and you think, oh, that's getting them much closer to that score. But they've held their own and they've kept fighting, which is something I like to see.
Well, we're at the halfway mark, 60 for 1 Newcastle. At the same stage, I think it was several, not as many as that for 5 as far as Nottingham were concerned. So certainly it looks like a comfortable run chase at the moment for Newcastle. We're just going through the Nottinghamshire bowlers. Jamal's bowled very nicely. 2 overs for 11. 1 for 30 from Davis. Ali, 3 overs for 13, who really has bowled nicely. But 60 for 1. I can understand why Nottingham are having a bit of a conflab.
Yeah, they are indeed. Yeah, it's been difficult for them to keep in this game, but they have kept in it, and the coach is just having a chat to them now. I'm sure he's just saying, keep the intensity up, keep the spirits high, and just keep fighting, because you just never know. I know cricket is a funny old game, isn't it? We've seen teams go from positions where you think they're going to easily win this to losing a game. I'm not saying that's going to happen here.
No.
Wouldn't wish that on anyone, but you just have to keep that confidence and keep fighting. And I suppose enjoy it, you know?
Exactly.
How often are you going to be back playing at Lords?
You're at Lords, don't get down, just enjoy it. And you're right, 2 wicket maidens, and suddenly this is a very different game.
Absolutely. And you never know if Charlie Cook gets out. He's obviously been very good so far. You just don't know what could happen, but I'm sure from Charlie Cook's perspective, he'll just keep knocking it around and see his side home.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see some good bowling though, didn't we, from the Newcastle team. The spinner Con Sullivan stood out. There were also 3 wickets as well for Frankie Gibb-Kirk.
Do you know what's really nice to see is the players out on the balcony as well at Lords.
Yes.
They're sitting out there and they're watching their teammates bat through, and it's just a wonderful sight to see.
No, I was with I think while you were chatting to the Bolton skipper from this afternoon's match, I was showing the Guildford skipper around, and she couldn't quite believe she was in Lords and seeing all the places where Sky broadcast and where Test Match special broadcasts, and then to be able to sit up in I think they're in... Yeah, it's Nottingham who had the home dressing room.
Yeah, the home dressing room is just slightly bigger, isn't it?
Ever so slightly. And just slightly nearer the middle. Though it's hard to get nearer the middle when you're at the edge of the pavilion, but... Now we have a change of bowling, I think. What are we going to see from the nursery end? It's another spinner by the looks. It's Upreti.
He was aggressive with the bat.
He was very aggressive with the bat earlier on. Be interesting to see how he bowls. A little bit on the wide side, and a wide is given.
It says that he bowls a little bit flatter and quicker than normal off spinners, so he gives it a little bit more pace on the ball.
Oh, and he just needs to get his line right at the moment. A couple of wide-ish deliveries.
He does give it a little bit more pace though, doesn't he?
Yes, it's described as an unorthodox spinner, which might be a bit harsh. And coming round the wicket to the left hand to see whether that helps the length and line a little. Little hop, skip and a jump. Really nicely. That's the second time Irwin, when the ball has been on or around leg stump, has just clipped it with the merest of touch and the maximum of timing.
Just pure timing, as you said, Guy. Lovely shot, just flicked off his legs. Obviously, one of his strengths is playing off his legs, so anything into that middle leg line, he's just taking advantage of and flicking into the leg side.
Plays it so easily. He moves to 15 or 17, the score to 67. And that is just out of the reach of the fielder. It was a full toss, I think, but he got a top edge, but it just went over the fielder.
But another brilliant bit of fielding on the boundary. That's what you like to see is the fielder running in and attacking it. Don't worry if you miss it, just keep running in and attacking it. It puts the batters under pressure and puts doubt in their mind. Do we run a 1 or do we run a 2 here? That was a really good bit of fielding on the boundary.
Just 21 required now. Outside off and cut away for 4 to the short boundary. Nothing that the fielder could do on that particular occasion. This is turning out to be a slightly expensive over.
Another lovely shot we've seen. This is the second lovely shot we've seen this over. Back foot cut, just rocked back onto his back foot. Open the face, pierce the gap. Wonderful shot.
So Cook's played very nicely now for his 26.72 for 1. Slightly harsh wide, but a wide given nonetheless.
Yeah, difficult. He's obviously bowling a little bit quicker. Just needs to get that line right.
No, he pulls out of that. So
sometimes you need a teammate just to come over and just calm you down.
Yeah. Dot ball, that will help.
Yeah, that was much better line, wasn't it? Cramped him for room. He tried to go for the cut, did Cook, but wasn't quite there.
No, definitely wasn't. It was pitched up nicely. At 13 from the over already. That's much better.
Yeah, great line, well bowled. That'll give him a little bit more confidence now going into the back end of this over.
Yep, Devesh are pretty. Again, nicely bowled. Beautiful shot from Cook. Wasn't a bad delivery, but he just stroked it out superbly on the offside for a couple. And 15 from that over, and suddenly that victory target is very close indeed.
Yeah, they can see victory, can't they? But lovely shot by Cook. Just opened the face again. He's finding a lot of pockets in the outfield and running a lot of twos. So he's done that really well so far, and they look like they've played here more than once.
Yes. Well, Newcastle boys at the moment, you wouldn't be betting against them, let's put it like that.
No, that's who your money's on, is it, Guy?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm willing to take bets on. No, I'm not, obviously, because that would be wrong. And it will be Shabir to continue. Irwin 16 not out, Cook 28 not out. 14 to win. Nice pace.
Yeah, good fielding off his own bowling as well. He looks like he's up for it. Obviously, it's difficult, with only 14 runs to win. What do you do as a bowler? But you want to take a wicket, don't you? You want to bowl well at Lords and enjoy it as much as possible. And he looks like he's doing that.
He really does. Nice action, nice high jump. And another decent delivery. Oh, and a nice little stare at the batsman at the end of that as well. Yeah, me too.
That's fast bowling aggression, yeah. As you said, Guy's got a really great jump into his action. Really nice set, almost like a Dale Steyn sort of load up.
Yes.
Very nice load up. Good set, good aggression as well. Fast bowling aggression.
Adam Shabir. Oh, and he beats the bat. Well set Irwin, beaten outside off stump, and this is a really good over from Shabir in, as Kath was saying, in difficult circumstances. There's only 14 overs required, but he is bowling as if the innings is just starting.
And why not?
Oh, and that nearly reached the fielder. They go through for a single, but well bowled. Unlucky.
Yeah, really well bowled, because just that drive was on the up. It was uppish, wasn't quite in control of it. And that's what you do as a bowler. If you bowl a couple of good dot balls that are aggressive, then it forces the batter to make a mistake. And he was unlucky there. Could have got a wicket.
Yeah. And you feel just a couple of wickets to embellish what's been a pretty decent bowling performance at times, and that is a glorious cover drive. That is one of the shots of this match so far from Cook. Absolutely glorious.
Wonderful shot, just slightly over pitched, leant on it, kept his shape. Really great shot, just timed it, held the shape at the end. That's what's important as a batter, is to keep your shape. Did that really well. I agree with you guys. Shot of the game so far.
It was only fractionally over pitched. Well, that goes not given as a wide down the leg side. Shabir bowled very nicely, apart from the one ball that was possibly slightly over pitch, but boy, was it a good shot from Charlie Cook, who 32 from 35 has just played so steadily.
He's looked technically good as well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Charlie Cook.
But Adam Shabir has bowled really well. Better than 2 for 11 from 2 overs.
Yeah, really good pace as well. I know he's obviously going to be disappointed he didn't get a wicket in that over. But, you know, his pace, he just keep bowling fast would be my message to him.
I think they're going to go pace at both ends by the looks of things. After Upretti's last over went for 15, there's been a change in the bowling.
I think we've got our opener back on.
I think we've got our opener back as well.
Jamal. I think this is Jamal.
Yeah, Kazir Jamal. 2 from 11 from his first 2 overs. Oh, well bowled. Late shout for LBW, and they go through for a leg bye to rub salt in the wounds and very nearly get a run out. Well, that's frustrating for the fielding team, Kath.
Yeah, unlucky on 2 occasions, LBW, and then nearly a run out. Jamal, again, this is what I was saying before, this mindset that these boys have is just great to see. They're still fighting, they're still going for absolutely everything.
He's got such a good action, this Jamal. A really great rhythmic run up.
Generates good pace as well.
Really does. Nicely played off the back foot though. Charlie Cook continuing to steer his team.
Yeah, just 7 to win now as well, so bowlers just trying to keep it as tight as possible. I think when you're in this situation, you just want to take the game as deep as you can as a fielding side. Keep them out there for as long as possible.
Jamal in again. And he does love that leg side shot, William Irwin, but that wasn't quite there.
Not quite there. Didn't quite get the connection this time. Also been really impressed with the wicket keepers.
Both, yes.
Patrick
the skippers.
Bryan and obviously Charlie Cook as well. Both kept really well. And as you said, the slope is something that people don't really take into consideration. And as a keeper as well, you got to deal with that.
Jamal Fuller that time.
Yeah, well bowled. Bowling to his field. He's got his field set very attacking inside the ring. They're all off the ring, aren't they? They're trying to stop those singles and build pressure.
Yep. If you want to score, you're going to have to score boundaries.
That's the way I prefer cricket. No running, just score boundaries.
Or play forward defensive and just see off the really good pace man and worry about the runs at the other end. That was a really good over from Kazir Jamal, and his 3 overs have cost just 13.
Yeah, he's bowled really well. He's bowled great line and lengths. He's been consistent. Obviously, after that start, he's recovered it really well, and you see the rhythm he's got himself into. As you said, Guy, really good bowling action, and it's just been consistent today. So he should be pleased with his performance.
Yeah. And it will be Shamir to continue from the pavilion end. Has also bowled very nicely.
Yeah, quickest bowler on show, I'd say, so far. A few little adjustments in the field here as well.
Absolutely. Should be a full down the leg side, and that will be a wide, sadly.
As a fast bowler, it's, you know, when you're young, and it's the same as a leg spin. I think they're the two hardest disciplines in cricket: leg spin and fast bowling. And you're going to occasionally bowl a ball that you're not happy with, but that's just part and parcel of it. You just keep bowling fast, and his good deliveries have been exceptional.
And that's a no ball. I think the first one of the match so far. Just stretching, just straining for that extra yard of pace.
Yeah, unlucky there, as you said, Guy, earlier about the slope as well. I think he's only just crept over the line. The umpire's just showing us it's just a little bit, but it's enough. So that's unfortunate.
So free hit as well has also been signalled.
This is when the batter's eyes light up, isn't it?
Well, you need 5 to win.
Finish it in style.
We've only seen 1 6 so far today. And we're not going to see another one. Well bowled. Saw him coming, fired it in shorter. Really good response.
Yeah, very good response. Good follow-up delivery. Obviously, you can't change the field either when it's a free hit.
That is pretty wide, yep. Now just 4 needed for victory.
It is a challenge, and the umpire's just showing him again where he was. Maybe he's just slipping a little bit on that front line. But when you do bowl no ball, the next thing is it's in your head, and you're thinking, I must get my foot behind the line, and then you forget to actually bowl the delivery. But fair play, he's keeping going.
Yeah, bowled so well in his first 2 overs. Just a little lack of rhythm at the moment, but he's in again. And that's nicely stroked away. Certainly for 1, they think about 2. Good running, very good running. Mike Gatting was saying just how impressed he was with the running between the wickets.
Yeah, it's been very good, hasn't it? I'm sure their coaches have been speaking about running the first one hard and anticipation and how to run between the wickets well. But another lovely shot by Cook. Just again opened the face, didn't it? It's one of his strengths.
tucks him up, and they're punched out, and the scores are level.
Yeah. It's been a very good knock by Cook, hasn't it? 36 of 41 deliveries.
Yeah, he's
captain's
innings. Captain's innings.
Absolutely.
That's it. Victory for Newcastle. It's been coming, and it's finally there. The team running on to congratulate the skipper Charlie Cook for his 36 not out. William Irwin with 19 at the death. A 9-wicket victory after Newcastle won the toss, put Nottingham in. Nottingham struggled early on. They fought back well, in fact, to post 88 from their 20 overs and set some sort of target, but in the end it was reached with 6.1 overs to spare, so a comfortable win in the end from Newcastle, led by that man Charlie Cook, their skipper.
Wasn't it wonderful to see them run out there? They were all anticipating the winning moment on the steps at Lord's and just waiting to see when it was going to be. As soon as he hit those runs to win the game, they all sprinted on the pitch. It was just wonderful to see that.
Charlie Crofts batted really nicely for Nottingham and helped make sure that there would be a total, but no one else really backed him up, and wickets fell at key times as far as Nottingham were concerned. We had a couple of the players out first ball, run out, which made probably all the difference.
Sometimes run-outs can. I suppose that just sums up how important it is to be good at as a fielding side, because a run-out can change the game, and it felt like it did. It felt like it put a bit of a stumbling block on that innings.
That was Luke McCurley, wasn't it?
Yeah, made it difficult for them to recover from there. But that's how important it is to keep practicing your fielding. But we saw some wonderful spin bowling as well. Guy and Sullivan was probably one of the standout spinners. Came on and bowled really well.
Lovely moment for the parents, though, isn't it, to be able to film and clap as your.
Sometimes they're more nervous, aren't they?
Exactly.
Than the players.
No, very good, very good. Yeah, no, the spinners. Con Sullivan was bowled beautifully. The man with Mark Wood's trousers and the Elton John glasses that was mentioned.
He did bowl well, didn't he? Bowled really good off spin from this end, this media centre end, and bowled it really well. And it was difficult to get him away. He had that good flight, good little bit of drift, a bit turn off the pitch as well. And they just struggled to really get the ball away and to work those singles. I think in shorter format cricket, you just have to keep taking lots of singles in the ring if you're not getting boundaries, and that's something they struggle with. But I'm sure that the parents, supporters and coaches of these players will be magnificently proud of them today.
Absolutely. The other man who took wickets as far as Newcastle were concerned, Frankie Gibb-Kirk, who opened the bowling from the pavilion end and took 3 first up. It was an interesting, because he's got a slight stutter in his run-up, but once he gets to the wicket, he bowled 2 or 3 beauties. There was one in swinging of just short of Yorker length that was just an absolute peach.
Yeah, hard to get those away as a batter, but really well bowled. You're absolutely right, and he used the conditions to his advantage there and bowl well. And we have seen some cracking deliveries. We've seen some top of off stump deliveries out the ground, and I'm sure they'll be replaying those this evening.
Now, you coach, you play, you've just on paper had a pretty heavy defeat. What would you say to the Nottingham team now?
I think in this perspective, you've got to think that the reward was getting to Lord's, was playing in the final, and not to tarnish the memory of it because you lost, but actually keep the memory happy because you played at Lord's, and it's something that not many people in the world get to say they've done, to play at the home of cricket. So I'm sure the coach is talking along those lines right now, and just saying how proud he is of these boys for getting as far as they have, and also taking it as a momentum going forward. You know, you've made a final, and you've gone through all those stages, and you've played well. You never get to a final not playing well, apart from Tottenham, and I'm a Tottenham fan, when we Champions League final. But no, in most instances, people do have to play well to get there. So it's just taking confidence from that.
Well, I think they certainly should, and for Newcastle, they'll certainly be delighted with the way things have gone. It's been a terrific all-round performance from that team. The fielding, the bowling and the batting. Charlie Cook leading from the front, waiting for the party who will hand over the trophies and the medals to the two groups of players. Two rather special former England and Middlesex captains will be involved in that. Mike Gatting, who we've heard from, and the other one will be Mike Brearley, who captained England to Ashes glory in 1981, amongst many other things. But
Absolutely.
Two legends of the game to award these players their deserved memories from what has been a fantastic day out for both of them, and to have reached the final. They had to go through qualifying. They've had tough semi-finals they got through on run rate. They've done it the hard way.
Yeah, it's always difficult getting to the final, and sometimes the journey is the most exciting part. You're playing those knockout games, you've got to win, and then the semi-finals as well. Obviously very nervous in those, so they've done very well. And as they're setting up the presentation here, I'm sure that there's a lot of pride being felt. There's a lot of cameras and phones being held by parents. There'll be pictures that will last a lifetime.
Absolutely right. Well, I think the presentation party is nearly with us. Final moments being organised. The umpires, who certainly did an excellent job. One or two LBW decisions that I'm sure the bowlers will go home tonight and say, I'm sure I had him. But batsmen quite rightly given the benefit of the doubt.
Guy, as controversial as ever. Yeah, I suppose those bowlers will be replaying their spells and watching them back. This has been a magnificent occasion for them.
Well, that's the fantastic thing about the stream, isn't it?
Yeah.
That these players can actually then go back and see highlights, watch the game, and actually see themselves in action playing at Lord's.
It's a funny thing, actually. The first time you watch yourself play sport, you think, do I really look like that?
Do I run like that?
Goodness me. Need to see a running coach after this.
No, it's absolutely right. So Mike Gatting with the microphone. Mike Brearley, who is well, famous for many things, including his own psychology practice on top of the cricket. Mike Brearley just being ushered forward.
It's a massive part of the game now, isn't it? Psychology and players' well-being, and
he
rightly
saw
so.
that early, and he saw that very early. You can just see the MCC colours on the ribbons of the medals that will be handed out. And I hate to cut Mike off on his prime. As Mike congratulates the two teams correctly for their achievements in getting to this final at Lord's.
I think he was talking there about how he was reminiscing his first game at Lord's, which is
where he ended up facing Wayne Daniel when they were both 16. Yes, I'm just saying how extraordinary it was for a kid from up the road in Willesden to suddenly be on the pitch here at Lord's. And these boys from Nottingham and from Newcastle who have battled their way to get here again today.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of pride, won't there?
Should be.
Absolutely. Lots of pride, and they'll be listening to what he's saying, what Mike Gatting's saying, and they'll be ready to pick up those medals, I'm sure.
Yes, apologies for the pictures of Mike without possibly the sound, but the microphone not behaving quite as we were expecting to.
Yeah, and I'm not very good at lip reading, so I wouldn't like
Yeah,
to try and guess.
Yeah. But everything's set up nicely. The two teams lined up outside the pavilion. And of course, we've also got a girls' final this afternoon as well.
We have. We've got that to look forward to later. And they've been here this morning. We've had a chat with both the captains and both the coaches. And there's a lot of anticipation and excitement from them. And I'm sure they might be, in fact, they might even be in the stands, or maybe they're in the net, Sky, actually. They're getting ready to go. They're practicing hard.
Absolutely. And of course, Mike playing up the fantastic role that the foundation, the MCC Foundation's National Hub competition, and what the foundation does for cricket, transforming lives through cricket is the aim. And they deliver projects across the UK and around the world that use cricket as a way to empower young people to reach their full potential, to unite and inspire communities, and to promote physical and mental well-being. Mike really greeting the losing captain. He did play so well. Patrick Ryan, pace bowlers. They're getting a book and a medal.
I'm sure they cherish that medal, Guy, as well.
I'm sure they will, but the look of every team that goes up and has finished second in a final.
Here come the winners.
Indeed. Charlie Cook leading up the winning Newcastle team.
He played a wonderful knock today as well, Charlie Cook.
Didn't he? Just steered his side home. And that's Con Sullivan picking up his medal, who bowled so well. Mark Wood has coached a couple of the boys in this team, the Newcastle team.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be claiming that now, that's for sure. And why not?
And some words of wisdom from Mike Brearley, worth listening to. And Well played, Newcastle Hub. Terrific performance from them. Mike Gutting winding up proceedings, congratulating all involved, so he should. It's been a fantastic effort. Thanks too to the sponsors you can see on the player's shirt, Charles Stanley, who have helped make this all happen, of course.
But I think the umpires helped me out with this. They felt that Con Sullivan with 3 for 8 for Newcastle is the player of the match. So Carl, please never get your board for one ring.
And applause from all involved as the trophy is finally that's player of the match, and that goes to the for the
Con
excellent
Sullivan.
spill bowling from Con Sullivan. And he did bowl beautifully in Mark Wood's trousers. There's the skipper who really did do fantastically. Batted beautifully, led his team well.
Tim, can I just say thank you from behalf of the foundation for Charles Stanley for sponsoring today. Thank you very much indeed. Without sponsors, things don't happen, so thank you very much.
So congratulations to the Newcastle team, a deserved man of the match. He really did bowl beautifully. Just when they were rebuilding Nottingham Hub, Con Sullivan came in and took 3 wickets for, I think, 8 or 9 to change the game.
Yeah, thoroughly deserved as well. I'm sure they'll enjoy their celebrations after this game with their friends and family, and hopefully they stick around for the girls' final as well.
Yep. And that concludes the initial presentation. Obviously now we need the photographs. One of the books being flick read quite briskly. So the first of our MCC Foundation matches, finals indeed, comes to a close with the pictures and celebration of the Newcastle team. Haven't practiced their celebration quite, have they? It's not like the professional players. That was a slightly embarrassed jump around in victory, and good to see modesty.
Wouldn't get in the local dance group, would they, with that one?
But well played to Newcastle. That was a superb performance. Nottinghamshire, well, the Nottingham boys, well, they'll come again and they'll enjoy their cricket. We'll now take a break. Final word from Kath, and then we will be back for the second of today's finals in about half an hour or so, and we'll be back then after victory for the boys from Newcastle.
Yeah, wonderful victory and thoroughly deserved, and a good game of cricket. There was a lot of good cricket shots, some wonderful pieces of bowling, good spin bowling, good seam bowling, a great run out which I don't think I'll forget very quickly, and a thoroughly deserved win. So we're very excited though this afternoon. We'll have the under 15 girls game, and we look forward to welcoming you back then.
Hello, my name is Muhammad.
Hello, my name is Nabil.
I am from Syria.
I am from Syria.
I am 14 years old.
I am 15 years old.
I live in Lebanon.
I live in Lebanon.
My favorite sport is cricket.
My favorite sport is cricket.
My favorite sport is white. My favorite.
My favorite color is red.
Okay, go on.
I don't know what you.
Let's give you a performance in the locker room for everybody, so if you can make your way through the double doors into the locker room, that'll be happening in a few moments tonight. Thank you.
What we at Al-Sama always say to each student who comes to us is, we say to them, you know, we don't know if you will ever get out of the camp. We don't know if you will be able to get back to Syria or perhaps go to another country. What we're going to give you is tools that will allow you to start making a better life for you and your community, even here in this camp.
I play cricket and I love cricket so much. When I play cricket, I feel enjoy. Here in Shatila, the life is very bad. Just when I come to a summer center, I feel excited when I learn English and another subject.
MCC Foundation's aim is to transform lives through cricket, both in the UK and globally. One of the projects we're proudest to support is our project for Syrian refugees in Lebanon, run by Al-Sama. Al-Sama supports cricket for more than 300 children across Lebanon. These hubs take place in the Bekaa Valley, in Borja Barajne, and in Shatila. MCC Foundation funds 4 of these hubs for over 160 children who receive weekly cricket and match play. I've been very fortunate to be joined by Guy Lavender, MCC CEO, and Claire Connor, its president, on a visit to these hubs.
The fact that I've been able to come out here as a trustee of the MCC Foundation is a huge privilege. To also be here as in my, my very precious one-year term as MCC president, and to genuinely see the power of cricket. I've had amazingly privileged experiences in the game my whole life, and to see cricket being played in these camps, a sport that is completely alien in this country, and to see cricket genuinely making lives better. There's a lot to take in, that's for sure. The hubs that the MCC Foundation is funding is creating incredible opportunity with the Al-Sama project for children who have arrived in this country in Lebanon with basically nothing. The thing that has struck me across all of the activities we've done with the children has been their amazing energy, their joy, despite some unbelievable hardship and suffering and painful memories from leaving Syria. So to see that thirst for knowledge, they want to be skillful, they want to work as a team, they want to support each other, they want to get better. There is this kind of voracious appetite for improvement and to thrive, and it is really, really inspiring.
Why? Yeah. Why do you love cricket?
Oh, cricket is my special game. Because cricket changed my life, because I always remember the war and the destruction. Also, with my family, I got violence, I got bullying from them, also from the society around me. So this sport changed my life from boy to boy who have more confidence in himself.
To understand that these children have, in their past, been failed again and again by the institutions that should have supported them, starting with their home country, continuing with their adopted country, I'm afraid continuing with many of the schools that they have been educated in or not educated in. And what they now feel they have in Al-Sama, perhaps for the first time, is an institution that is not going anywhere. Every now and again, a journalist comes along and with simultaneous translation, we do learn their stories. And they come out with them slowly and shyly, and they are extraordinary.
When I left my home, I felt like I'm living my heart there, because everything there, my dog, my little dog, I miss it. This dog always was beside me, and just I feel safe when I hold it. So I miss this dog. Also, my friends died. I saw them died in front of me, so that was very sad. I miss them. I think when I remember them, I feel very sad because I saw my friend just told me, Maram, keep going and live with your new one. So I love her. Oh wow, my new friends here, actually I love them. Lu'ay, Wisal, Amal, all the assistants, they are my best friends. But especially Lu'ay, because he is my best friend, I can tell him whatever I want, my secrets, my many things. So he's my special dog. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Mohammed.
Hello, my name is Nabil.
I am from Syria.
I am from Syria.
I am 14 years old.
I am 15 years old.
I live in Lebanon.
I live in Lebanon.
My favorite sport is cricket.
My favorite sport is cricket.
My favorite sport is white. My favorite. My favorite color is red.
Okay, go on.
أنا بقول وشو.
What we at Al-Sama always say to each student who comes to us is, we say to them, you know, we don't know if you will ever get out of the camp. We don't know if you will be able to get back to Syria or perhaps go to another country. What we're going to give you is tools that will allow you to start making a better life for you and your community, even here in this camp.
I play cricket and I love cricket so much. When I play cricket, I feel enjoy. Here in Shatila, the life is very bad. Just when I come to a summer center, I feel excited when I learn English and another subject.
MCC Foundation's aim is to transform lives through cricket, both in the UK and globally. One of the projects we're proudest to support is our project for Syrian refugees in Lebanon, run by Al-Sama. Al-Sama supports cricket for more than 300 children across Lebanon. These hubs take place in the Bekaa Valley, in Borja Barajne, and in Shatila. MCC Foundation funds 4 of these hubs for over 160 children who receive weekly cricket and match play. I've been very fortunate to be joined by Guy Lavender, MCC CEO, and Claire Connor, its president, on a visit to these hubs.
The fact that I've been able to come out here as a trustee of the MCC Foundation is a huge privilege. To also be here as in my, my very precious one-year term as MCC president, and to genuinely see the power of cricket. I've had amazingly privileged experiences in the game my whole life, and to see cricket being played in these camps, a sport that is completely alien in this country, and to see cricket genuinely making lives better. There's a lot to take in, that's for sure. The hubs that the MCC Foundation is funding is creating incredible opportunity with the Al-Sama project for children who have arrived in this country in Lebanon with basically nothing. The thing that has struck me across all of the activities we've done with the children has been their amazing energy, their joy, despite some unbelievable hardship and suffering and painful memories from leaving Syria. So to see that thirst for knowledge, they want to be skillful, they want to work as a team, they want to support each other, they want to get better. There is this kind of voracious appetite for improvement and to thrive, and it is really, really inspiring.
Your way.
Yeah.
Why do you love cricket?
Oh, cricket. It's my special game. Because cricket changed my life. Because I have, I always remember the war and the destruction. Also, with my family, I got violence, I got bullying from them, also from the society around me. So this sport changed my life from boy to boy who have more confidence in himself.
You have to understand that these children have, in their past, been failed again and again by the institutions that should have supported them, starting with their home country, continuing with their adopted country, I'm afraid continuing with many of the schools that they have been educated in or not educated in. And what they now feel they have in Al-Sama, perhaps for the first time, is an institution that is not going anywhere. Every now and again, a journalist comes along, and with simultaneous translation, we do relevant stories. And they come out with them slowly and shyly, and they are extraordinary.
When I left my home, I felt like I'm living my heart there, because everything there, my doll, my little doll, I miss it. This doll always was beside me, and just I feel safe when I hold it. So I miss this doll. Also, my friends died. I saw them die in front of me, so that was very sad. I miss them. I think, when I remember them, I feel very sad because I saw my friend just told me, Maram, keep going and live with your new life. So I love her.
Tell me about your new friends.
Oh, my new friends here, actually, I love them. Lu'ay, Wisal, Amal, all the assistants, they are my best friends. But especially Lu'ay, because he is my best friend, I can tell him whatever I want, my secrets, my many things. So he's my special boy. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Mohammed.
Hello, my name is Nabil.
I am from Syria.
I am from Syria.
I am 14 years old.
I am 15 years old.
I live in Lebanon.
I live in Lebanon.
My favorite sport is cricket.
My favorite sport is cricket.
My favorite sport is white. My favorite.
Okay, go on.
My favorite color is red.
Okay, go on.
أنا أقول وشو.
What we at Al-Sama always say to each student who comes to us is, we say to them, you know, we don't know if you will ever get out of the camp. We don't know if you will be able to get back to Syria or perhaps go to another country. What we're going to give you is tools that will allow you to start making a better life for you and your community, even here in this camp.
I play cricket and I love cricket so much. When I play cricket, I feel enjoy. Here in Shatila, the life is very bad. Just when I come to a summer center, I feel excited when I learn English and another subject.
MCC Foundation's aim is to transform lives through cricket, both in the UK and globally. One of the projects we're proudest to support is our project for Syrian refugees in Lebanon, run by Al-Sama. Al-Sama supports cricket for more than 300 children across Lebanon. These hubs take place in the Bekaa Valley, in Borja Barajne, and in Shatila. MCC Foundation funds 4 of these hubs for over 160 children who receive weekly cricket and match play. I've been very fortunate to be joined by Guy Lavender, MCC CEO, and Claire Connor, its president, on a visit to these hubs.
The fact that I've been able to come out here as a trustee of the MCC Foundation is a huge privilege. To also be here as in my, my very precious one-year term as MCC president, and to genuinely see the power of cricket. I've had amazingly privileged experiences in the game my whole life, and to see cricket being played in these camps, a sport that is completely alien in this country, and to see cricket genuinely making lives better. There's a lot to take in, that's for sure. The hubs that the MCC Foundation is funding is creating incredible opportunity with the Al-Sama project for children who have arrived in this country in Lebanon with basically nothing. The thing that has struck me across all of the activities we've done with the children has been their amazing energy, their joy, despite some unbelievable hardship and suffering and painful memories from leaving Syria. So to see that thirst for knowledge, they want to be skillful, they want to work as a team, they want to support each other, they want to get better. There is this kind of voracious appetite for improvement and to thrive, and it is really, really inspiring.
Your wife?
Yeah.
Why do you love cricket?
Oh, cricket. It's my special game. Because cricket changed my life, because I always remember the war and the destruction. Also with my family, I got violence, I got bullying from them, also from the the society around me. So this sport changed my life from boy to boy who have more confidence in himself.
You have to understand that these children have, in their past, been failed again and again by the institutions that should have supported them, starting with their home country, continuing with their adopted country, I'm afraid continuing with many of the schools that they have been educated in or not educated in. And what they now feel that they have in Alzheimer, perhaps for the first time, is an institution that is not going them. Every now and again, a journalist comes along, and with simultaneous translation, we do learn stories. And they come out with them slowly and shyly, and they are extraordinary.
When I left my home, I felt like I'm living my heart there, because everything there, my doll, my little doll, I miss it. This doll always was beside me, and just I feel safe when I hold it. So I miss this doll. Also, my friends died. I saw them died in front of me, so that was very sad. I missed them. I think, well, when I remember them, I feel very sad because I saw my friend just told me, Maram, keep going and live with your new life.
Tell me about your new friends here.
Oh wow, my new friends here, actually I love them. Lu'ay, Wisal, Amal, all the assistants, they are my best friends, but especially Lu'ay, because he is my best friend. I can tell him whatever I want, my secrets, my many things, so he's my special boy. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Mohammed.
Hello, my name is Nabil.
I am from Syria.
I am from Syria.
I am 14 years old.
I am 15 years old.
I live in Lebanon.
I live in Lebanon.
My favorite sport is cricket.
My favorite sport is cricket.
My favorite sport is white. My favorite.
Okay,
My favorite.
My favorite color is red.
Okay, go on.
أنا بقول شوف.
What we at Alzheimer always say to each student who comes to us is, we say to them, you know, we don't know if you will ever get out of the camp. We don't know if you will be able to get back to Syria or perhaps go to another country. What we're going to give you is tools that will allow you to start making a better life for you and your community, even here in this camp.
I play cricket and I love cricket so much. When I play cricket, I feel enjoy. Here in Shatila, the life is very bad. Just when I come to a summer center, I feel excited when I learn English and another subject.
MCC Foundation's aim is to transform lives through cricket, both in the UK and globally. One of the projects we're proudest to support is our project for Syrian refugees in Lebanon, run by Al-Sama. Al-Sama supports cricket for more than 300 children across Lebanon. These hubs take place in the Bekaa Valley, in Borja Barajne, and in Shatila. MCC Foundation funds 4 of these hubs for over 160 children who receive weekly cricket and match play. I've been very fortunate to be joined by Guy Lavender, MCC CEO, and Claire Connor, its president, on a visit to these hubs.
The fact that I've been able to come out here as a trustee of the MCC Foundation is a huge privilege. To also be here as in my very precious one-year term as MCC president, and to genuinely see the power of cricket. I've had amazingly privileged experiences in the game my whole life, and to see cricket being played in these camps, a sport that is completely alien in this country, and to see cricket genuinely making lives better. There's a lot to take in, that's for sure. The hubs that the MCC Foundation is funding is creating incredible opportunity with the Al-Sama project for children who have arrived in this country in Lebanon with basically nothing. The thing that has struck me across all of the activities we've done with the children has been their amazing energy, their joy, despite some unbelievable hardship and suffering and painful memories from leaving Syria. So to see that thirst for knowledge, they want to be skillful, they want to work as a team, they want to support each other, they want to get better. There is this kind of voracious appetite for improvement and to thrive, and it is really, really inspiring.
Why?
Yeah.
Why do you love cricket?
Oh, cricket. It's my special game. Because cricket changed my life, because I always remember the war and the destruction. Also with my family, I got violence, I got bullying from them, also from the society around me. So this sport changed my life from boy to boy who have more confidence in himself.
You have to understand that these children have, in their parts, been failed again and again by the institutions that should have supported them, starting with their home country, continuing with their adopted country, I'm afraid continuing with many of the schools that they have been educated in or not educated in. And what they now feel they have in Al-Sama, perhaps for the first time, is an institution that is not going to let them back. Every now and again, a journalist comes along, and with simultaneous translation, we do learn their stories. And they come out with them slowly and shyly, and they are extraordinary.
When I left my home, I felt like I'm living my heart there, because everything there, my doll, my little doll, I miss it. This doll always was beside me, and just I feel safe when I hold it. So I miss this doll. Also, my friends died. I saw them died in front of me, so that was very sad. I miss them. I think, when I remember them, I feel very sad because I saw my friend just told me, Maram, keep going and live with your new life. So I'm not here.
Tell me about your new friends.
Oh, my new friends here, actually, I love them. Lu'ay, Wisal, Amal, all the assistants, they are my best friends. But especially Lu'ay, because he is my best friend. I can tell him whatever I want, my secrets, my many things. So he's my special boy. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Mohammed.
Hello, my name is Nabil.
I am from Syria.
I am from Syria.
I am 14 years old.
I am 15 years old.
I live in Lebanon.
I live in Lebanon.
My favorite sport is cricket.
My favorite sport is cricket.
My favorite sport is white.
Okay.
My
favorite color is red. Okay, go on. أنا بقول شوف.
What we at Salma always say to each student who comes to us is, we say to them, you know, we don't know if you will ever get out of the camp. We don't know if you will be able to get back to Syria or perhaps go to another country. What we're going to give you is tools that will allow you to start making a better life for you and your community, even here in this camp.
I play cricket and I love cricket so much. When I play cricket, I feel enjoy. Here in Shatila, the life is very bad. Just when I come to a summer center, I feel excited when I learn English and another subject.
MCC Foundation's aim is to transform lives through cricket, both in the UK and globally. One of the projects we're proudest to support is our project for Syrian refugees in Lebanon, run by Al-Sama. Al-Sama supports cricket for more than 300 children across Lebanon. These hubs take place in the Bekaa Valley, in Borja Barajne, and in Shatila. MCC Foundation funds 4 of these hubs for over 160 children who receive weekly cricket and match play. I've been very fortunate to be joined by Guy Lavender, MCC CEO, and Claire Connor, its president, on a visit to these hubs.
The fact that I've been able to come out here as a trustee of the MCC Foundation is a huge privilege. To also be here as in my very precious one-year term as MCC president, and to genuinely see the power of cricket. I've had amazingly privileged experiences in the game my whole life, and to see cricket being played in these camps, a sport that is completely alien in this country, and to see cricket genuinely making lives better. There's a lot to take in, that's for sure. The hubs that the MCC Foundation is funding is creating incredible opportunity with the Al-Sama project for children who have arrived in this country in Lebanon with basically nothing. The thing that has struck me across all of the activities we've done with the children has been their amazing energy, their joy, despite some unbelievable hardship and suffering and painful memories from leaving Syria. So to see that thirst for knowledge, they want to be skillful, they want to work as a team, they want to support each other, they want to get better. there is this kind of voracious appetite for improvement and to thrive, and it is really, really inspiring.
Luai,
Yeah.
why do you love cricket?
Oh, cricket is my special game. Because cricket changed my life. Because I have, I always remember the war and the destruction. Also, with my family, I got violence, I got bullying from them, also from the society around me. So this sport changed my life from boy to boy who have more confidence in himself.
You have to understand that these children have, in their parts, been failed again and again by the institutions that should have supported them, starting with their home country, continuing with their adopted country, I'm afraid continuing with many of the schools that they have been educated in or not educated in. And what they now feel that they have in Al-Sama, perhaps for the first time, is an institution that is not going to let them down. Every now and again, a journalist comes along and with simultaneous translation, we do learn their stories. And they come out with them slowly and shyly, and they are extraordinary.
When I leave my home, I felt like I'm living my heart there. Because everything there, my dog, my little dog, I miss it. This dog always was beside me, and just I feel safe when I hold it. So I miss this dog. Also, my friends died. I saw them died in front of me, so that was very sad. I missed them. I think, well, when I remember them, I feel very sad because I saw my friend just told me, Maram, keep going and live with your new life. So I love her.
Tell me about your new friends here.
Oh, my new friends here, actually, I love them. Luai, Rizal, Amal, all the assistants, they are my best friends. But especially Luai, because he is my best friend. I can tell him whatever I want, my secrets, my many things. So he's my special boy. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Mohammed.
Hello, my name is Nabil.
I am from Syria.
I am from Syria.
I am 14 years old.
I am 15 years old.
I live in Lebanon.
I live in Lebanon.
My favorite sport is cricket.
My favorite sport is cricket.
My favorite sport is white. My favorite.
Okay, go on.
My favorite color is red.
Okay, go on.
أنا بقول شوف.
What we at Al-Sama always say to each student who comes to us is, we say to them, we don't know if you will ever get out of the camp. We don't know if you will be able to get back to Syria or perhaps go to another country. What we're going to give you is tools that will allow you to start making a better life for you and your community, even here in this camp.
I play cricket and I love cricket so much. When I play cricket, I feel enjoy. Here in Shatila, the life is very bad. Just when I come to a summer center, I feel excited when I learn English and another subject.
MCC Foundation's aim is to transform lives through cricket, both in the UK and globally. One of the projects we're proudest to support is our project for Syrian refugees in Lebanon, run by Al-Sama. Al-Sama supports cricket for more than 300 children across Lebanon. These hubs take place in the Bekaa Valley, in Borja Barajne, and in Shatila. MCC Foundation funds 4 of these hubs for over 160 children who receive weekly cricket and match pay. I've been very fortunate to be joined by Guy Lavender, MCC CEO, and Claire Connor, its president, on a visit to these hubs.
The fact that I've been able to come out here as a trustee of the MCC Foundation is a huge privilege. To also be here as in my very precious one-year term as MCC president, and to genuinely see the power of cricket. I've had amazingly privileged experiences in the game my whole life, and to see cricket being played in these camps, a sport that is completely alien in this country, and to see cricket genuinely making lives better. There's a lot to take in, that's for sure. The hubs that the MCC Foundation is funding is creating incredible opportunity with the Al-Sama project for children who have arrived in this country in Lebanon with basically nothing. The thing that has struck me across all of the activities we've done with the children has been their amazing energy, their joy, despite some unbelievable hardship and suffering and painful memories from leaving Syria. So to see that thirst for knowledge, they want to be skillful, they want to work as a team, they want to support each other, they want to get better. There is this kind of voracious appetite for improvement and to thrive, and it is really, really inspiring.
Your wife? Yeah. Why do you love cricket?
Oh, cricket is my special game. Because cricket changed my life, because I always remember the war and the destruction. Also with my family, I got violence, I got bullying from them, also from the society around me. So this sport changed my life from boy to boy who have more confidence in himself.
You have to understand that these children have, in their parts, been failed again and again by the institutions that should have supported them, starting with their home country, continuing with their adopted country, I'm afraid continuing with many of the schools that they have been educated in or not educated in. And what they now feel they have in Al-Sama, perhaps for the first time, is an institution that is not going very well. Every now and again, a journalist comes along, and with simultaneous translation, we do learn their stories. And they come out with them slowly and shyly, and they are extraordinary.
When I left my home, I felt like I'm living my heart there, because everything there, my doll, my little doll, I miss it. This doll always was beside me, and just I feel safe when I hold it. So I miss this doll. Also, my friends died. in front of me. So that was very sad. I miss them. I think, well, when I remember them, I feel very sad because I saw my friend just told me, Maram, keep going and live with your new life. So I love her.
Tell me about your new friends here.
Oh, my new friends here, actually, I love them. Lu'ay, Wisal, Amal, all the assistants, they are my best friends, but especially Lu'ay, because he is my best friend. I can tell him whatever I want, my secrets, my many things, so he's my special boy. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of MCC, the MCC Foundation, welcome to Lords, the home of cricket, for the MCC Foundation National Hubs Finals Day. Umpires Deborah Burns and Anna Harris.
Welcome back to Lords for the second of our MCC Foundation Hub finals this afternoon. It's Guildford Girls against Bolton Girls. Guildford Girls have won the toss and elected to bat first. Kath Dalton alongside me this afternoon. And, well, Kath, looking forward to this one?
I absolutely am. I'm very much looking forward to this one. And speaking to Megan Russell earlier, the Bolton Girls captain, she was very excited. She was ready to go. She said they'd done extra training sessions for this game. So they were up and at it and they were ready to go. So I think we're in for a good final, good contest.
Yeah, North against South, always just that extra little edge of bite as well. Guildford against Bolton. So, but they've done superbly well, both of them, to reach the finals. Guildford Girls beat Felsted Girls and Croydon Girls in the South Group semi. And Bolton Girls beat Bradford Girls, who won here last year, and York Girls. So, not easy.
No, it's never easy getting to a final, is it? And you have all these knockout games and semi-finals, and this is the reward now for these players. And it is a privilege to come out at Lords, and I think it's so rare. I know we've spoken about it a lot today, but it is so rare to be able to go out and be in the change rooms and come out onto this turf as a player, and it's just exciting. They will be nervous, I'm sure, but also very excited.
No, there seems to be a slight delay. The umpires are out and waiting for proceedings to start, and now the players are coming out. Not in the whites that we saw the boys playing earlier, but it will be the Bolton Girls who come out. And of course, the other thing we should mention for people who people watching is that the girls play on a slightly shorter pitch than the boys, so they but at the same time the ground staff couldn't put hammer stumps in at about a length on the wicket, so we do have spring-loaded wickets, but at the 20 yard rather than 22 yards. So,
and they're looking very excited as they're coming out here.
And that's Megan Russell, the Bolton skipper, leading her team out. And the two batters coming out for Guildford, Amelie Atkin and Freya Buckley.
And Amelie's playing in her first season of cricket, which is just remarkable. So yeah, first season. She probably thinks this happens every year, doesn't it?
So you just start playing the game and you open the batting at Lords. Yeah, easy.
Maybe that's not a bad thing. You don't feel the nerves quite as much as everybody else.
Freya, though, has been playing since she was 5, so
some experience there.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So slightly different approach.
Yeah, and Freya was at the Women's World Cup final that England won here at Lords.
Oh wow, in 2017.
I was here for that, Guy. It was.
Did you manage to get here?
I was here. I was here with a couple of my teammates actually. It was incredible. I'd never seen anything quite like it at Lords. You know, I've been to Lords many a time to watch cricket, but to see that women's final and everywhere was just packed out with loads of girls and young boys just watching the England women. It was a really inspiring day.
Well, we could have a similar football one, couldn't we, to tomorrow night?
Yeah, keeping the fingers crossed for that one, the Lionesses, tomorrow night.
Well, it'll be Ruth Harbord who will open the bowling for Bolton.
Bit of pace to start with.
Yeah, keeper's standing up though.
Yeah, it was a good take.
Go through for one. Good running.
Yeah, bat on ball. She looks like she's aggressive though, doesn't she, from the get-go? Looks like she's trying to swing and trying to be positive early on.
Yeah, it was Freya Buckley who took first strike. And that's Amelie Aitken, who, as Kath said, is her first season playing cricket.
Isn't that just wonderful? First season, bat on ball, first ball at Lords. Hopefully she can get off the mark here.
Absolutely. So it's Ruth Hayborn in again. It's played nicely out into the covers. She's off the mark as well, so both the openers have made sure they don't go back with a naught next to their name.
That's always important, isn't it? Making sure you get your first run on the board in a final.
Particularly after your skipper's won the toss and decided to bat first.
Absolutely.
Well bowled. Very well bowled.
Yeah, she's hitting a good area there, and it's difficult for these batters just to get bat on ball every ball.
I have to say, I'm impressed with the keeper standing up as well, because
yeah, it's brave.
She's bowling quite sharply at the moment.
I wouldn't be standing up, that's for sure.
Well bowled. Good first over. Now, I'm just checking out the wicketkeeper's gloves. They almost look more like batting gloves than wicket-keeping gloves. They're very small wicket-keeping gloves, but they are wicket-keeping gloves. Now we've just seen it on the picture there. So 3 from the first over, and a good one.
Yeah, it was very well bowled. Good first over. Get the first one out of the way, as we've been saying. And then you just settle as a bowler, settle into your rhythm. But yeah, there'll be a lot of excitement out there, there'll be a lot of nerves.
Bit of a Kate Cross fan, I think. Ruth Harbord, so learning from the best.
And Emma Lamb, who not long just made her England debut actually, so not a bad player to try and replicate. Emma Lamb has been sensational actually the last 2 seasons. In regional women's cricket, she's been incredible, just scoring runs all the time. So I'm really pleased to see her get her England cap earlier this year. And not a bad, not two very good players actually to aspire to be like.
Absolutely. Lily Bailey bowling from the nursery end. And a swing and a miss from Freya Buckley.
Yeah, Freya Buckley just shaking her legs there, trying to make sure she keeps moving.
Yes, not much foot movement yet.
Not yet. She needs to get a little bit closer to that ball, doesn't she?
Goes out into the covers. They trot through for a single. But again, minimal foot movement, but a good eye, obviously.
Yeah, that's what you need in cricket. You need to have a good eye. Managed to make connection there.
Lily Bailey in again. That's played back to the bowler. Obviously loves her cricket, Lily Bailey. She's currently playing for 4 different teams.
That's a lot of different kit, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Sure, that's a lot of washing for whoever looks after her.
Yeah, Mum must be so pleased. I've just joined another team, Mum. Excellent. As she beats the batter outside the off stump. Nicely bowled.
And the sun's beaming down on us at the moment as well, so nice conditions to be out there playing.
Yeah, a bit of cloud around as well for the bowler, just to keep the batter honest.
And a bit of green in this pitch as well.
And that's up in the air, but falls safe.
Yeah, the pitch has got a little bit of green in it, so if it is going to swing, if they are going to get any swing on this wicket, it might be early on. Just redirecting the fielders there, just bringing mid-off in after that shot.
Yep, playing on the up into the covers at the moment. Emily Aitken. That's a very good first over from Lily Bailey. And the score after 2 overs. No wickets down, but just the 5 runs. Buckley on 2, Aitken on 1.
Yeah, they've started tidily, haven't they? The 2 opening bowlers have bowled well, they've bowled good areas, they've been difficult to hit. There hasn't been any loose deliveries yet, so they've been very tidy and they'll be pleased with that.
Good work from these 2 opening bowlers, and it will be Ruth Harbord to continue from the pavilion end. There is one very short boundary and one very long boundary. So that beats everything. Bowler must have thought she got through there.
She's bowled very straight, hasn't she, so far? She's been very close to getting her first wicket. A wicket at Lords is something you talk about for life, isn't it?
Oh, I would. Yeah. Freya Buckley in again, and that's played out into the leg side. There probably was a run there, but in the end they decide not to. Freya Buckley just trying to get herself moving.
We've seen a major growth in the women's game as well, haven't we, Guy? I mean, you've been commentating, we've been commentating together.
Oof, thickish outside edge, but gets away with it.
Commentating on the Sunrisers.
Indeed.
At Chelmsford, the regional team, our local regional team in Essex.
And here.
And here, of course. Have you enjoyed that, Guy?
I loved it. Loved it. Watching the rise in women's cricket and women's sport generally has been one of the great bonuses of the last decade. I think it's so important, and this is important. Best shot of the day so far. It's only a single, but very nicely played by Emily Aitken into the covers.
Yeah, we've seen the rise of professional women's cricket now in this country.
Yep.
Certainly when I first started, gosh, I didn't even know England women had a team. So that's one of the great things I think about social media now, is there is a presence and there is a platform that you can get a message out there and to many, many people.
And that swung away. Again, I think there probably was a single, but just being safe. No, watching how much more you read about women's sport in papers, in other news outlets, is, well, it's just right. Why ignore 50% of the population? Seems daft to me, as that's outside the off stump and goes through to the keeper. Nicely taken.
Yeah, it's funny because I've got 2 nieces, but one of them's very much into her sport, loves football, loves cricket, and she knew last year lots and lots of players from the 100. She started to get to know their names and who they were, and she had some favourite players, and I think that was a real benefit. And then obviously this summer so far, she's been watching the England women on BBC recently.
Yeah. Prime time BBC 2 the other night.
So it's just having that platform has been really inspiring for young girls.
Right, 7 without loss. Buckley 2 not out. Aitken 2 not out. And it will be Lily Bailey to continue. And again, not for the first time in this short spell of hers, she beats the batter outside off stump.
She's bowling really, really good composure, actually. She's looked comfortable in her bowling action. Looks like she's got good rhythm.
Yep. Well, she plays for 4 teams. She's bowling a lot.
She's played enough cricket.
Again. slightly wider than she probably meant to be outside off stump. She took 5 wickets in 2 overs apparently the other day. So.
Goodness me, I wish I had stats like that. Seeing some of these girls and the boys earlier, their stats are incredible.
You must have had one day. One day. We've all had one day.
Just the one.
And that's 3 successive deliveries. Outside off stump, attempted drive, and through to the keeper, no run.
Oh, we nearly had a hat-trick earlier, actually, didn't we? So, ever had a hat-trick?
I have.
There you go.
I have.
Is there a story
Playing
with
for
this?
Samfords against Seward's End. Great and Little Samford. I played at all the top levels. No, all clean bowled hat-trick.
I didn't like to say it didn't sound like a great team, but
it was somewhat lower down the cricketing food chain, but I do have a hat-trick. 5 for 8 from 2.3 overs.
Very good.
Not that I remember.
You're getting applause in the back of the box here for that guy.
This was what I was about. I was playing a lot when I was the age of these guys, about 15, and that swung away well. Excellent pick-up. Again, minimal foot movement, but they should go through for 2 easily. One of the shorter fielders after that ball, so rather more steps than 1 or 2 of the others, has again beaten outside off stump.
Got good throwing on her,
Good
though.
throwing on. 10 without loss then at the end of the 4th over. Scoring hasn't been easy so far. And we're going to have a break now, and we'll be back in a moment. Charles Stanley, our sponsors for this competition. Buckley on 4, Aitken on 3, the score 10 without loss. It will be hardball to continue. So we do have our first change of bowler, and it'll be Lucy Bailey, and that's coped with very well by the batter on that occasion. Two off the first ball from May Hardy. Swung away. Terrific shot. Lovely timing from Freya Buckley. And the first boundary in this innings.
Yeah, it was good power and good timing on this shot. Full toss and hit across the line. Great shot.
May Hardy bowling. Is the captain of a girls' team at Leyland Cricket Club. In again and swung away again. They go through for a quick single and make it. .17 without loss. She's pulled it back well, Hardy, in this over after a couple of early full tosses. Over pitched again and driven up to mid-off.
Yeah, well fielded in the ring as well. Got to keep on your toes when you're in the ring in the first couple of overs.
That's well bowled. A half-hearted LBW decision. Shout appeal from the wicketkeeper not given. End of the 5th over, 17 without loss. 7 from that May Hardy opening over.
Yeah, she settled as she went on there as well. And if you're going to bowl full, you can get your Yorkers in as well. They're really threatening. Yorker is a deadly delivery, isn't it? Very difficult to keep out, especially if you've just come in. It's the first couple of overs. They're the ones that can get you.
It's interesting. Who would you say has sort of started the brighter of the two teams? It's difficult to say at this stage, isn't it? 17, probably would have liked a few more runs, but no wickets down yet.
Yeah, I think it's probably evenly poised, evenly balanced at the moment. No wickets so far and a few good runs.
Decide not to go for the second.
That was a nice shot actually through backward point. She's beginning to get bat on ball there. If it is wide of off stump, she's able to start to throw her hands at it. A little bit easier, getting a connection.
Emma Durden, the new bowler from the nursery end.
And another one by Emma Lamb as well. She's been coached by Emma Lamb. And
She's working hard.
Yeah, she is, isn't she? She's full-time job coaching as well.
Well spotted for the single. It's wide, which they run off.
Not only has she been coached by Emma Lamb, but she's also met Josh Butler after he scored a century for England in an ODI.
That would inspire you.
It's great to see what they remember and what really keeps them motivated.
Have you played with an orange ball before? Or is it pink? Is it just my...
I think it's pink.
I think it's pink. It's
yeah,
pink.
But well, actually, my club side, we're in the... we've made the T20 national finals, which are coming up, which is very exciting. So that's a play with a pink ball, that competition. And when you're batting, it's actually quite good because it doesn't swing for very long.
Ah, excellent. A bit of width outside off stump. Keeper does well. I would say I'm impressed with the keeper standing up to all of these
absolutely
bowlers.
I don't know, sometimes the pink ball's a little bit easier to see, Guy. I don't know, it's just my eyesight or what it is, but it does feel like as a batter it's a bit easier to pick up.
Yep.
Probably need to go and get my eyes tested, actually, thinking about it.
Yeah, because they've been used in the evening, the day-night test matches, haven't they?
Yes. That's correct. I remember the very first one of those, actually.
At Edgbaston.
Yeah.
Well, the first one in England was in Edgbaston.
Yeah, was there one in Australia, I think?
There was before, yeah.
Yeah, I do remember seeing that on television. They weren't sure how it was going to act under lights. I remember that being a big talking point.
Now, I could understand what they were trying to do with those matches because...
They faded out, didn't they?
Yes, it's easier for fans to go. But... I think it only really works for the fans who are there. Otherwise, it's. But they did rather fade out. Absolutely right. Oh, and there's the first wicket, and a good jump of celebration as well.
Yeah, a few jumps of celebration, lots of high fives from her teammates. That was really well bowled. Good, full and straight delivery, and takes the wicket. She'll be really pleased with that one.
So that's May Hardy taking the first wicket for Bolton.
We'll get to see it on the replay here. Very full delivery, almost Yorker length.
Yeah, it was Yorked. It really was. And it's Emily Aitken who has to go for 4 from her 18. Abigail Shaw Hales will be the new batter. So Abby's only been playing for 2 years. We've seen Emily, who only took it up this year, the first wicket to go down. And now Abigail Shaw Hales, been playing for 3 years.
And it says she's obsessed with stats. So we could do with her up here actually this afternoon. That just shows you all the different aspects of cricket you can be into, scoring or umpiring or playing or like us commentating. There's so much to offer in this sport.
Just going down the leg side, but happy not a wide.
It's about getting those feet moving, isn't it?
Absolutely.
My coach once said to me I had cement boots on.
Nicely put. Yeah, I've had diving boots mentioned before as well. Off the mark though, Abby Shaw Hales gets her first run. Score goes to 21.
You can imagine I wasn't best pleased with that.
But did next time you move your feet more? Did it work?
I can't actually remember. Maybe. I might have listened.
You can't remember. And again, and swung into the leg side. They go through for a quick single. But in the end, comfortably through.
Yeah, a good little run there actually in the ring. Pushing the singles hard. Actually, they've got up to a decent total here. 22 already scored just for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, it's almost tip and run at the moment. They've decided that the runs are there if they're not hit straight to the fielder. And again, putting pressure on the fielder.
When you do run those quick singles in the ring, it does put pressure on those inner ring fielders, doesn't it?
Well, a decent over though from May Hardy. A wicket, just the 4 singles from it. 24 for 1 after 7 overs.
Yeah, and it's been a good start actually. They've kept the singles going.
Yes. Please do support us here at the MCC Foundation. Easy to do. You can donate £20 by just texting BAT to 70450. Remember the capital letters on the BAT. Oh, that's a super delivery. And Freya Buckley's nice little knock of 12 has come to an end. Another full-length delivery. Absolute beauty.
You can see the jubilation on all their faces when that wicket went. Lovely delivery. You can see it here on the replay again. Nice and full. They're bowled very full so far. Got the ball to do the talking. Made it difficult for the batter. Really well bowled and a great punch of the fist celebration. I love that.
Yeah, Emma Durden. It's a good ball. It is a good ball. And Neharika Chennai is next in.
I spoke to her earlier actually.
Oh yes.
She's the Guildford's.
I showed her around the media centre, yes. Well, she needs a skipper's innings now.
She had a bright, wide smile on this morning, so she's very excited to be out there. Really looking forward to getting out and having a bat. She's an all-rounder, so she knows she's got a big role to play within this team today.
Well, I don't know if Owen Morgan's in the ground, but last time she met him and got a selfie, she scored 75 or 50 balls.
Quick, can we find Owen Morgan?
Well, her team need a few runs now. Oh, she plays very nicely, moving her feet.
Yeah, nice shot. Just moved into that delivery slightly fuller length, opened the face slightly and managed to get off strike. Should be breathing out, exhaling, a sigh of relief there.
Good battle. A swing and indeed a miss on that occasion by Abby Shaw-Hales.
Another good delivery. We've seen a lot of good deliveries so far this innings. Just outside off stump. Difficult to hit.
Bolton girls have bowled well, haven't they? Keeping the pressure on. And somehow there wasn't a wicket there. Looked as if somehow it was either caught or run out, but well placed in the end by Abby Shaw-Hales.
Yeah, it was like a little chip onto the green. Guy that you're so good at, I hear.
Nice. That is a glorious shot. What a lovely cover drive that is.
Shot of the game so far. What a wonderful cover drive. This is, we see this on the replay again. It's worth repeating, that's for sure. Little foot movement in.
Yeah.
Square drive, full face of the bat. Doesn't get better than that.
Narika Shanai then with her first boundary.
She's got
Plays
great.
that.
Yeah,
Go on.
sorry guys, she's got a great shape to her shot, hasn't she?
Really has.
Really good technique there.
Reminds me a little of Sophia Dunkley, the way she bats.
Yeah, dunks. Sophia Dunkley. She played for Middlesex actually. Former Middlesex teammate of mine.
Really?
Yeah. She was very young then, actually, so saw her growing up. Very aggressive player. Used to bat at the top for us and scored many runs. Really lovely girl as well. Really pleased to see her doing so well for England at the moment.
Isn't she? And isn't she doing well? Right, so we have, I think, change in the bowling. It will be Matilda McLeod, who on this bowl starts with a wide.
And she took, in her bio here, it says she's took 5 wickets in 2 overs for a school team recently. So 5 wickets in 2 overs, that's good going.
That is decent going, absolutely. That swung up. Fielder lost it for a second and they go through for 2.
Well run.
Very well run.
Excellent running, really good running. Pushed the first one hard, managed to get back for the second. It was hit hard as well, struck hard, wasn't it?
Oh, and lovely delivery. And the swing to leg costs, and that will be a 3rd wicket for Guildford. 33 now for 3. Good bowling from Bolton.
Yeah, great bowling, really good bowling. They've bowled straight, very straight so far. And we're seeing here, deservedly getting a replay, came back a little bit actually to hit the top of off stump.
Really nice delivery.
Good delivery. Difficult to play those when they nip back off the pitch. They're hard to play, so really well bowled.
Well, it'll be Izzy Prosser. She plays for Rowledge Cricket Club. And she needs to support a skipper at the moment. After what was a most encouraging start, those wickets just beginning to fall at the moment.
Yeah,
good bowling though.
Yeah.
It is. If you miss, I'm going to bowl you.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's all you can do as a bowler is put it in an attacking area, good length area, and go on to hit the stumps. You're bringing in lots of dismissals there, and they've done that really well. But absolutely right, Guy. This is a rebuilding phase now. They need to just settle in and try and get as many runs on the board as they can.
McLeod in again. Oh, and that's off a thickish inside edge. But squirts to safety, and she's off the mark, Isabel Prosser.
Yeah, she's managed to get off the mark. She won't mind that, just getting her skipper back on strike.
Yes. Naharika Chennai then facing. Slower ball outside off stump. And the wide is given. Umpire Burns has a very distinctive wide signal.
He just needs to adjust that line. Again, she has bowled well when she's bowled straight, McLeod.
Hasn't she just? And that's down the leg side and will be another wide.
And
So 3 wides, a wicket and 3 runs.
Yeah,
so
Chennai looks like she's really up for it, doesn't she? She looks like she's very watchful. She's watching every delivery.
Yep.
She's carefully going about her game here. She's taking her time, walking. I like that, walking away from the stumps, just resetting to go again.
Played out onto the leg side and they go through for a comfortable single. Nicely played, just dropped it down.
Yeah, well played off her pads there, just flicked into the leg side, just keeping that rotation of strike going. See if she can build a little bit of momentum and rhythm into this innings now.
Turning out to be a bit of an epic over, this one from McLeod. We're on ball 8. Nicely bowled on this occasion though. Has a very gentle inquiry to the umpire. No one else seems particularly interested.
Just have to check, you know.
Every
Don't ask, don't get.
Correct. So this is the final scheduled ball of the over. It's mown into the leg side and it beats the fielder and it's going to go all the way for 4 runs. So a slightly expensive finish. Prosser gets her first boundary. Fetched from outside off.
Yeah, she timed it really well actually. It did travel across the outfield with good speed. Should be pleased with that.
She moves to 5. The score 41 now for 3 at the end of the 9th over. So the run rate just beginning to move up as well at the moment.
Yeah, it is. That's what you need to do. Just keep ticking over, keep the scoreboard going. If you are losing wickets, it's about staying positive if you can. Having a long chat, the 2 batters in the middle. I'm sure they're talking about how they're going to rebuild this innings and keep the momentum going for their side.
It's Durden to continue. Her battle with Narika Chennai. That's a very nice shot for a single. Nicely fielded.
Yeah, Chennai looks in good touch, doesn't she? She looks like she's playing the ball well, playing it right under her eye line.
Yes, she's just playing with a little more technique, possibly.
A bit more foot movement as well towards the ball.
Exactly. And there is a catch and a wicket, and Izzy Prosser has gone for 5. It's a 4th wicket for Bolton, and Guildford 42 for 4, and they need someone now to stay with their skipper for a bit.
That was a wonderful catch as well. It was hit to her hard. Sometimes those just pop out your hand because you are in close. She managed to hold on to it. Just a little bit of a short of a length, but good.
Yeah, it was
good
a good catch, wasn't it? Because it was outside, it was short, it was there to be hit. And certainly it was hit, and a very good catch, made to look very, very easy.
And they sting, don't they, those ones?
Well, they do if you drop them.
Sting a little bit more if you drop them, that's for sure.
So there's Lily Bailey with that excellent catch. Lauren Jackson is the next batter in, as we're going to have a break because we're just about at the 10 over mark, which is when it's decided, quite rightly, the teams have a break and a drink, and the batters are left to have a chat amongst themselves. Lauren Jackson has come out to join her skipper, yet to face a ball.
It says that Lauren Jackson's mum went to the same school as Michael Vaughan.
Really?
There you go.
So with a break at the moment, Guildford, having decided to bat first, 42 for 4. Well, a chance at the moment for Guildford to regroup a bit. In just a wee spot of bother at 42 for 4. But I don't know about you, Kath, but as long as the skipper is there, you feel that there's still a chance of some runs.
Yeah, she's looked in good form. She's got great technique as well, as we've discussed earlier. That foot movement towards the ball is going to be key, especially if a team are bowling full at you. They're bowling full, even if it's straight or wide. If you've got good foot movement towards the ball and you get your energy and position right going at the ball, you can give yourself the best chance of making a good connection. She's done that so far.
I want to see the cover drive again. We've seen one cover drive. It is my favourite shot in cricket, and she played it beautifully, so another one of those would be nice.
Yeah, it would be. And she looks like a really good captain as well. She's happy, she's smiling. She's trying to chat to the other batters as they've come in, and Jackson is in now and trying to relax her, and that's what a sign of a good captain, I think, when they're looking after their teammates. Have you had any good captains in your time?
Well, that's a good question. Yes. I'm
sure they'd be pleased you had to think that long about it.
Well, it's a long time ago. Trying to
pick someone out there, I think.
Dig names out from the last century gets harder and harder. Now, Lauren Jackson has Mr. Wilmore to thank for being here today. She's only recently started playing cricket and was put forward for a trial for the foundation by her PE teacher at Greycourt School, the same Mr. Wilmore. So well done, Mr. Wilmore.
Shows you how important teachers can be in the role of young sports people. Just think that little bit of encouragement, and it can just totally change your life. She's playing cricket here today, so
indeed. Plays that round the corner, and she's off the mark, and they go through for a quick single. But good running from the skipper Chennai means she's home safely. And
so no good captains then, Brian?
I'm just trying to yes, there were a couple of very good. There's a chap called Hugh Gilby at Thaxted who was a very good captain, because I was a young tyro. That is the cover drive I've been waiting for. Absolutely beautiful. She's got something, this girl.
Absolutely. Another wonderful cover drive through extra cover. Again, almost as similar shots as that she hit in the last boundary. Great foot movement, lovely swing of the bat. Just past a diving extra cover actually, and it's gone all the way for 4. Great shot.
Yeah, she spotted the ball was just slightly over pitched and not by much, but was on it so quickly. Durden in again. That's wide and left alone in the end. Yes, and like a lot of good batters, she's off to square leg for a chat, for a walk and a think.
A little bit of a think, yeah. That's very good though for somebody who's so young to have such a mature head on her shoulders.
That's a full toss, but she rather misses out on it and it goes out into the covers. There's no run. And she's also really knows her cricket. I know you interviewed her, but I was just showing around the media centre and she knew all the Sky TV guys, Test Match Special. She knew all about it, all of the players and who were now involved in the commentary teams. In again and just played out nicely. This will be a sharp single, but again it's made to look quite easy. Oh, and that's almost the first false shot we've seen. Well bowled. So 51, the 50 is up now at the end of the 10th over. So going along quite nicely at 5 and over. The 4 wickets are something of an issue. But while Chennai is there, 12 not out from just 8 deliveries, including 2 sumptuous 4s, and Jackson 1 not out.
Yeah, she's been the pick of the batter so far, hasn't she? Chennai, she's batted really well. She's batted with tempo and 12 off 8 as well. Good strike rate.
Absolutely. I'm amazed she's only faced 8 balls. It seems like she's been there for longer, but she just hasn't. She hasn't milked the strike, hasn't had the strike possibly quite as often as she would have liked. A swing and a miss.
That's that in swing again, isn't it? She's getting it to shape back in. Really well bowled, that delivery.
McLeod's bowled well. Just practicing Matilda McLeod.
She's threatening when she gets that in swing going. She could just get it a little bit wider of that off stump, it would go in to hit the stumps.
It's a better shot. No run, but much more controlled.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was nicely played into the offside. She'll be a bit happier with that. She's moving her feet slightly better as well.
But it's tough. You've only just really started playing cricket. That's driven up to mid-off. There is no run.
She's got a good stance though, hasn't she? She's checking her back lift.
Yep.
She's making sure she's in a good position to hit this ball.
And she's obviously got a really good eye, which is why she was picked up by the games teacher. There's a possibility for the foundation. Oh, I was looking to see where that ball had been deposited to. But it's another dot ball. That's 4 dot balls so far in this over. In again, McLeod. Slower delivery, and that tries to swing it round to leg side and misses out. And this is heading towards the first maiden of the match from Matilda McLeod. Her first over went for 11, featured 3 wides, and this has been right on the money.
Yeah, she's been really tidy so far. Hasn't conceded a run at all in this over. She's bowling really well.
In again. And this is driven up. There will be no run, and it is a maiden over. And with that, I'm going to leave Kath in the hot seat with the score 51-4, and a very special guest coming in.
I'm very excited about this guest as well. You'll all be very excited when you hear who I've got sitting next to me. Unfortunately, it's not Guy, because he's now gone. Roberta Avery, welcome to the commentary box. How are you? How's things? Are you enjoying the cricket so far today?
Oh my God, I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to be with you and watching cricket. It's an amazing day, and I couldn't share exactly what I'm feeling, because I'm feeling very happy.
Absolutely, it's wonderful for both us to be sitting here as women watching these girls play at the home of cricket. I mean, I've never played here. Have you ever had an opportunity to be?
No, and imagine for these girls that have been playing cricket for since a young age, knowing they being in the program, thinking about playing Lords one day, and they're actually here right now, and we can see some good cricket.
Yeah, particularly this girl who's batting at the moment, Shania. She's hit another lovely cover drive out to the sweeper on the fence. She's batted wonderfully well. But I want to talk a little bit about you. You're a big name now in women's cricket, and you're very well known, and I've seen a lot of your stuff on social media. So what's been happening for you? You're obviously out of the fair break competition, which was incredible. I followed a lot of that. I managed to watch some of that between being at work, unfortunately. How's things for you, and how was that competition?
Fair break was an amazing experience. Just to play alongside such big names as Heather Knight, Laura Wolvaert, Deandra Dotting, it was so good for us. And I believe that everyone that played over there in that Associate Nations came back home thinking, okay, we all have that opportunity now. Let's keep training and let's keep enjoying it to achieve the next level.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's so important to see that level, isn't it? And look, I play for Ireland. I know you're with Brazil as well, and you're doing amazing stuff there. And if you don't get access to playing against those players, you don't really know what that standard's like. So for those girls, it was incredible. And did that help you personally? But also, obviously, going back home, how were things there? Did you manage to bring some knowledge back home to get a bit of a cheeky couple of bits of knowledge in there?
Of course, absolutely. The most interesting part of the whole competition was to share experiences with those women, those players. It's all about role models, isn't it? These girls are looking to the English women. We are looking to the worldwide players. So we all want that role model to know what we can achieve. You cannot be what you cannot see. And to see the professional players so close, it was an amazing experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And what your future plans? So obviously you're here right now, which is great to have you here. Have you got any plans while you're in the UK? What's happening for you? Because I saw actually you were at the Commonwealth Games, or were you near the Commonwealth Games, or did I imagine that on social media?
I was in the ICC annual conference in Birmingham last week. I'm going to go to the Commonwealth Games. I can't wait. I want to watch the semi-finals and hopefully the final as well. Go England. Don't tell anyone that.
It's not been broadcast anyway, don't worry.
And I want to play as much as possible while I'm here. And I'm going to be part of Fair Break 11 in the second part of August. So it's going to be good to play cricket in turf wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. And have you got a club already lined up? I mean, I can think of a few. Not trying to poach you or anything.
I'm staying in Bexley Cricket Club in Kent, so I'm playing for them over there. I'm also playing a few games in Birmingham with Tina Go from Germany, so I guess whatever possible, I'm trying to play cricket. And I'm also going to play a charity match with the Metronomes in Spain, Victoria on Mondays. I'm really looking forward to it.
Brilliant. And I'm just interested to know, for those who don't know you, they should follow you because you're an amazing person. Very bubbly personality as well, so it's great to have you here. What do you see as your role in not just Brazilian cricket, but world cricket? What do you feel you're doing for the game? Because honestly, what you're doing is incredible. But for those who don't know, do you want to just talk a little bit about that? What's happening within Brazilian cricket and what you see your role as?
I think the coolest thing to talk about Brazil is that we were the first country to centrally contract the women's team before the men's. So it shows how much we value women's cricket over there. And I think my job in Brazil and outside is actually just show how we can play cricket, how we can be very powerful in cricket, how that road is over there for us to follow. In Brazil is very important about creating a legacy on that. And I guess here is just to inspire people to play fun cricket, enjoy cricket, is a great life to be in.
Absolutely. No, I love that. It is all about empowering women. And what games? You got the semi-final at the Commonwealth Games?
Both semi-finals.
How did you manage that?
Good connections.
Got good contact, good friends.
My coach bought it for us.
Oh, wonderful. So you got a few teammates coming?
Yes, the coach is coming. I'm going to meet a few friends over there. I guess a lot of cricket lovers are going to be over there. So I guess it's going to be a day to meet a lot of people, a lot of passionate people.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's really great to have you here with us and enjoying the cricket, and these girls out here are just inspiring everyone. And please just continue to inspire, because your social media presence, it is a vehicle for change, isn't it? To having that social media and being able to put messages out there that young girls can go and do stuff. So yeah, we're really happy to have you, and thank you for coming in to see us.
Thank you very much. For me, the best part of social media is the fact that I get to meet people that love cricket as much as I do, like I'm here right now. So I appreciate all the support, and yes, let's enjoy women's cricket here.
And if you ever need a club, just let me know, okay?
I will.
Thank you for coming in, Roberta.
Thank you very
we'll
much.
See you very soon.
Thank you.
Cool. So we got McLeod to continue here. She's bowling just outside the off start. It's a wonderful shot by Chennai. It's not going to quite reach the boundary. It's hit with a lot of power. She's looking for the third. Will she get there? Yes, good running. Excellent running. She's batting really well. Batting relaxed. Batting superbly. We got Jackson back on strike, 2 off the 11 so far. All played. Oh no, we've got a no ball called here as well. I'm McLeod as I welcome back Guy. Hello, Guy.
Hello.
You come back on a free hit as well.
A free hit. A no ball from Matilda McLeod. Can she take advantage? That'll be... It's a tough one, isn't it? It's a decent ball, pitched up. Lauren Jackson couldn't take advantage. She looks cross with herself, doesn't she?
She does, yeah, but she just needs to stay in there and just keep batting time. I know she's 2 off 13, but you can always catch up, particularly in limited overs cricket, and the more wickets you have at the back end, the better, the more freedom you'll have.
Yeah, there's still more than 7 overs to go, aren't there?
Absolutely, you need to just keep batting time, I think.
But at the same time, yes, it's a strange over. So 4 dot balls, a wide, a no ball and a 3 so far.
Wasn't it wonderful to see Roberta?
Yes,
She's
amazing.
Fantastic, isn't she? Real bubbly personality as well, just... happy about life, happy about cricket, and inspiring a lot of players actually around the world with what she's doing.
It's just fantastic to realise where cricket is being played. That was a nice shot from Lauren Jackson for her 3rd run. We were Middlesex against Sussex, and there was he was born in South Africa, but there was a player playing for Greece, and he had played against Italy in a recent T20 international. So the game is spreading, and that's fantastic, because it almost stays still for a long time. And I think the women's game is going even faster. It appears to be working very well.
Yeah, it is. It is expanding and at a quick rate. But actually, my second cousin is coach at the German women's side, so. Yeah, it is getting played globally in a lot of places.
Oof. And that was close to a no ball, I have to say. That was a very high full toss, which has been called a no ball. They did manage to run on it as well. The umpire just waiting for the no ball to be finally called.
It was actually really well fielded at short fine leg as well. She anticipated that very well. Free hit then.
Yep. That's another full toss. And swung away, but missed out on this occasion, really. You feel Naharika Chennai.
Yeah, she looks a little bit disappointed in that shot. I think she would have wanted to put that away to the boundary, but having said that, she's still going very well. 18 of 14 deliveries so far.
Yes, Neve Bolton has a different bowling technique to bowls a little bit slower than some of the other bowlers we've seen so far. Just getting herself back in the right place. And that is a wide. And we've all bowled those.
We have, and I think it's just the next ball. If you can just put that out of your head, okay, I've bowled a delivery I'm not happy with, forget about it, new ball, go again.
Yeah, I've even seen England players bowl deliveries like that. Steve Harmison starting an Ashes series. That's a better delivery. It's a little bit on the wide side, but certainly a better length. She does look a bit nervous, doesn't she, at the moment, the bowler?
She looks a little bit frustrated with herself. I'm actually really pleased her teammates come up there and just had a little chat to her. She can just keep her calm, keep her nerve here. She'll be fine. It's still a free hit because obviously that was a wide.
That's a better ball. Swung away. They'll only get a single. Neve Bolton has only been playing cricket for just over 2 years. Now, this is interesting. I don't even know what this is. She was UK cheer dance champion 2 years ago. What is cheer dancing? Is that cheerleading?
I think it might be. Guy, you're probably asking the wrong person, actually.
Okay.
I can't imagine me doing cheer dancing, can you? Can't imagine you doing it either, Guy. Actually,
I
comes
did
to
a
think
couple
of
of pom-poms. I'll give it a go.
We'll try it during the interval, shall we? Fair play. I think that's very competitive from what I know of it.
Yeah, so well done, Neve Bolton. If she won the national championship,
she won't
have
have
us. That's a good slower ball. That's much better.
We won't make her team, will we, Guy?
I don't think so.
We can ask her later whether she'll have us.
Well, she's a good recovery. Couple of no balls and a wide, and 3 dot balls to follow.
That shows real character, doesn't it? If you can come back from an over that hasn't started well, character and fight. I like this. She's going hard. She's still going.
And that's a much better delivery as well. Well bowled. She does finish the over, which after a sticky start, in fact, just 5 runs came from it. And the score moves on to 68 for 4 after 14. Narika, she's just got to get some more of the strike, hasn't she? When Lauren Jackson's faced 21 balls for 3, and Chennai's faced 15 balls for 19.
Yeah, she does. She needs to get her. Jackson needs to just keep rotating the strike, get her partner back on. And yeah, Chennai needs to face a few more deliveries. If she does, with her strike rate, they'll get up to a very, very good score.
Yeah. I think she's just talking her partner through that, just looking for the dab single. So we have a change of bowler. And it is Louise Hevican. Nice shot. Will it get all the way? It does. Eventually beating the fielder for 4.
Yeah, it was a great shot. Just waited for it, rocked on the back foot, punched it straight. Really nice shot for 4.
Okay. She bowls genuine spin. That's a nice ball. And it's tucked away for one by Chennai, who moves on to 24. But she took, in a recent match, Isabel Hevican took 5 for nothing in 3 overs.
Yeah. That's very well bowled, isn't it?
I like the fact she bowls in a cap. That's very Geoffrey Boycott. He always used to bowl in his cap. Probably the only thing they have in common. But
bowled.
She bowls nicely. She's captain of the Didsbury under-15 girls team.
She's doing really well here so far. It's been a good over.
Oh.
Nearly
Was that a stumping opportunity?
It was close.
I think it was. The wicket keeper's cross with herself. And Lauren Jackson, she's almost reaching that stage of hit out or get out. It's tough. But this is good bowling.
She's getting a good bit of spin there, guys.
Isn't she? Yeah, she did the batsman and the keeper on that occasion.
Yeah, good bit of spin, bit of purchase off the surface here. She's bowling really well.
Doesn't waste run up, does she? Driven for a single, well played, and she'll keep the strike. So nice over that. Could have had a wicket, could have had the stumping. Chennai's batted well against her. Partnership now of 33, of which Jackson has 3.
What do you think is going to be a competitive score here, guys? 74 for 4. They've got wickets in hand, haven't they? 5 overs left.
Well, I think it's like the boy. You said 100 would be a good score, and I think that's probably the same in this one. 5 over. It's exactly. They're going at 5 and over. If they just continue at 5 and over, they'll be at 100, and that immediately puts pressure on, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. If you get 100 on the board here, I think that would be a good score to get. Although I do feel that if Chennai stays in, they could go past 100. They could surpass it.
Well, she's managed to keep the strike on this occasion, which is a plus. There's Jessie Martin coming on to bowl. Tuck round the corner for a single.
It's a good bit of fielding as well.
It was a good bit of fielding. Good shy at the stumps. Nicely bowled. Playing since she was 7. Jessie Martin.
Yeah, quite a lot of the bowlers, quite a lot of the girls today have got a lot of in-swing actually. She's also doing that with the ball, just getting it to shake back in.
I've been impressed by the bowling. Oh, she hits poor Lauren Jackson at the other end and still gets 2.
Yeah, she's just saying sorry to Lauren there, saying, "Oh, I didn't mean to actually hit it straight back at you." I'm sure that would be a little bit sore because she hit that hard. It almost deserved 4 actually.
But it could well have gone straight to the fielder if it hadn't hit her. So it kind of worked well for the team. Literally taking one for the team. That's just slightly mistimed. Well bowled, just dipped on her at the death. Good fielding. Now can Lauren Jackson just up the scoring as far as she's concerned a little. She's been good. She's given excellent support, but she's taken up 4 overs to get to 3. That's a better shot. Tight single.
Yeah, very tight single, but good fielding again. Just keeping that intensity up for 20 overs as a fielding side can sometimes be a bit challenging when you haven't seen the ball for a while. Sometimes it does take a little bit of something just to keep you going. And they are keeping that intensity up.
Ah, yeah. That's tucked nicely off her toes for another single. As Chennai moves to 30. That is the end of the over. 82 for 4. And delighted to say that Con Sullivan and Charlie Cook are now going to join me from the victorious Newcastle side this morning. We'll talk to the skipper first, Charlie Cook. Well, Charlie, how does it feel to have won a final at Lord's?
Oh, it's nice. I don't normally win finals a lot. It's nice to finally win one.
So what did you put your success down to this morning?
Oh, well, I went to this restaurant last night for a curry and it was absolutely unbelievable, so I think it was probably down to that.
Magic properties in the curry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you got good support from your bowlers, didn't you?
Oh, absolutely. It's great when you can only have to chase the score. It's like mid-80s. It's lovely because you can just take your time. Like I only went along it.
Now, has Luke McCurley finished talking about his run out yet?
Oh, not yet. Not quite yet.
So,
not quite yet.
Because that was a bit special and got things going.
Yeah, I think that was probably the defining moment, really, because he looked like quite a decent player. So when he came in, it was nice to get a bit of a put them back in the crease as well.
And then when you batted, you saw the side home.
Oh yeah, it's nice to see a team home with a captain as well, with one of my best mates as well.
So what was the wicket like?
Oh, it's nice, really nice wicket about and really flat. Not much for the seamers, which is why I was impressed with the way we bowled. So.
And there is a wicket. Jackson's long innings has now come to a close. She's trapped LBW. Really nice bowling by Heavican, who's bowled very nicely since she came on, and that partnership is finally broken. The score now 83 for 5. Lauren Jackson goes for 4. So, yeah, you saw the team home, and then you get to get the trophy from Mike Brearley and Mike Gatting. Do you know much about either of them?
Oh, if you ask anyone from our team, and I'm absolute badger, I know loads about cricket. So it's like when you go and see London cricketers, it's brilliant seeing England cricketers. So you've watch play and see how giving prizes to people much bigger than us lot. It's nice.
Now, a quick word before we do talk to the man of the match, Con Sullivan. What about his spell today?
Oh, we've said it all the way through the tournament. When you can have a spinner who comes on and gives you 4 overs for 10 runs and gets you a few wickets, it's like a cheat code because just kill the game in the middle overs, and then as a batsman it's lovely because you don't have to chase much.
Well, if you can just pass the microphone on to Con, I need to talk about that. Now, you were on a hat-trick at Lord's. Tell me what was going through your mind on the third delivery of that.
The fact that I actually wanted to get it, because I've been on one 3 other times this season, and I've been hit for 6 in twice of them. So I just wanted to get this one, and it got closer than most of the other ones.
It was a nice delivery too, but taking wickets at Lord's, how could you quite believe what was happening?
Well, taking wickets is good anyway, but at such an amazing place like this, it's just no better feeling.
Now, you obviously qualified, and it was tough getting through the semis. They were difficult, tight matches. What was it like actually walking down through the long room onto the pitch this morning?
It was just the best feeling when you got to walk down the stairs past all your supporters who've just seen you the entire way through the competition, and you just take it all in.
Now, we did have a note. We were given notes about the players, and there's something about Mark Wood's trousers.
Oh yeah.
Is this true?
Yeah, it is true. I was playing a bit at Ashington. doing some pre-season training, and there was quite a lot of his old kit being dished out, so I got my hands on a pair of his whites.
Well, it seemed to work well today.
Well, yeah, I've worn them all season, so I'm not gonna stop now.
Yeah, you'll be wearing them in your cricket career forever now. But yeah, so what's been the reaction like from mates? Have people been in touch?
I think my phone's basically died from notifications. Just so many like congratulations and messages on our club group chat, and just all amazing.
Now, just a final word, and I'll ask you first, Con, and then back to the skip. What did it mean for the foundation to kind of find you guys and you find them, and then move through what they provide for cricket?
Well, it's just amazing because we're the first Northumberland team to get to a final of anything, and then to be able to win it, it's just everything's worked out really well.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Man of the match, Con Sullivan. And Charlie, I'm going to ask you the same question. Obviously, the foundation, it's searching for kids who play in state schools who might not have the easiest cricket facilities. What did it mean to you and the rest of the guys to end up with the foundation?
Well, it's nice because like my brothers played for the foundation. I played my first game through the 13s when I was like 8 when they were short. It's like getting a load. You don't see the work that like Matty and Tom put in behind the scenes, but all the way through January, just training every week. It's nice to come down and the focus was like solely on team spirit and stuff, and it's nice when you see it pay off in like by winning a trophy.
Well, congratulations to you, Charlie, and to you, Con. Brilliant work from both of you, and it was a pleasure to watch it today. Really enjoyed it and well played.
Thank you.
Isabella Norman has come out to join Narika Shania. As Kath Dalton comes back to join me.
That was great to hear, wasn't it, Guy?
Yeah, two really good lads. Oh, and that could be close. That could be very close. Just gets away with it. But that was very tight indeed, that run.
Yeah, it was good to hear them so enthusiastic about winning and the journey they've had to this point. Yeah, it's just brilliant, isn't it? That's what it's all about.
It is. It is. Watching people discover cricket, love cricket, and then to have a day like this on top of that, absolutely brilliant. And it was good to hear that people at home know all about it as well, and have been burning up the phones.
That's brilliant, isn't it? Run out of battery, I'm sure we'll have to find him a charger somewhere.
And that's played out into the covers. Oh, there's one. There was never on a misfield. Just stick to the one. As Isabella Norman has come out to join her skipper now. Izzy Norman almost didn't make the squad as she had a burst appendix earlier this year. So she's recovered from that. And a play and a miss. Good delivery that from Bailey.
That's painful, isn't it?
Yeah, can only imagine. But then when you're 15, you just come back, play in a Lord's final.
That's
yeah,
it.
No problem. Recover quickly.
We'd be gone for a year, God.
And the rest. Lily Bailey, her second spell. She bowled well in the first one. That's leg side, and there's another run out opportunity. But again, excellent backing up. And they come through for 2 on the overthrow.
Yeah, good awareness actually to come back, Shania, on that overthrow. Sometimes you can actually run down the other end and forget the game's still carrying on. So the fact she was anticipating it was very good.
Isabella Norman loves her fielding, and you can see that she was quick on when she's now batting. She spots the mistake and the error and sees the possible runs. And that's hit nicely, well fielded by the spinner, who hits the stumps as well. Looks moderately apologetic for hitting the stumps. Never apologise for hitting the stumps when you throw the ball in.
No, never apologise. Really good fielding though. She's clapping her team, encouraging everybody, which is great to see.
Yeah, Izzy Heavycan. Who I think it's safe to say isn't the tallest player on the pitch, but bowled beautifully when she did, the spinner. And that's gone up in the air and landed between 4 players somehow. It went over the bowler's head. There were people converging from every direction, but it fell safe. Isabella Norman moves to 3. Narika Chennai is 36 not out from 28. A superb innings.
Yeah, brilliant knock so far by Chennai and building a good score for her team as well.
Yeah, just 2 overs to go. I think the only thing she might possibly regret is not having more of the strike.
Possibly could have come in earlier, actually.
Yeah.
Sometimes captains don't do that because they find it difficult to back themselves up the order or bowl themselves.
Yeah, she came in at 4. So it's Harborden is going to take over the bowling once more. Nicely played. Oh, and there's a just. Why did they go for the second? They stared at each other. There was never a second. It was already in the fielder's hand, and decided to go for it. And Norman has to go.
Yeah, that wasn't really a second on there. That was Chennai's just having a chat to her teammate as she goes past her. Bit disappointed with that. Possibly should have gone for the second, but has done so. She has to go, Norman, for 3 of just 5 deliveries.
Lovely. Right, there we go. Isabella Norman run out. It's Freddie McGregor who will be next in. No, it's not. It's reads the bit at the bottom, not where it says Newcastle, where it says Guildford.
Come on, Guy. You've been in this business long enough.
It's too long, probably. Ardya Nath is next in. Oh, we have 2 guests jumping in. We have the Nottingham manager, Patrick Gardner, team manager and coach, and the captain, Patrick Ryan. We'll start with the first Patrick Gardner. And a slightly toughish morning for the boys, but you're playing in a Lord's final. That means something.
Yeah, very tough day at the office today for us, and I thought our guys. It was a bad toss to lose, really, because we'd have loved to bowl first ourselves as well, and just let the guy soak in the atmosphere, because they did look quite nervous and a little bit tense, you know.
Lost early wickets, but fought back well to get the total.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, we lost early wickets, but they did fight back, and I mean, I wasn't quite surprised really, because all throughout the competition, they have been fighting very well and coming back to win all their matches really.
Charlie Croft's good innings.
Yeah, Charlie, very confident guy. And he's. The first game we played against Leicestershire Hub as well. Were a little bit on the back foot, and he just came on and hit the ball very well.
Now, a couple of the team are unfortunate enough to get golden ducks when you're playing at Lords. As team manager, how do you sort of say, it's all right, lads, it happens, it's fine?
Yeah, I think with that really is just trying to tell the boys that you just need to stay positive, whatever, regardless of the situation of the match, just try and look on the positive side.
And the positive side is you've reached a final and you played at Lords. They don't get much more positive than that.
Yeah, that is very true again. I mean, they've reached the final year, and personally, I first came here when I was 17 in 1995 on a high school cricket tour, and you know, I'm back here on the main field. So you know, I'm you know, quite thrilled and happy, because in 1995 I was only in the stands, but today I was you know, in the main changing rooms and the long room.
How important has the foundation been, and how did you get involved with it for the boys?
The foundation is very important because it brings together youngsters from different backgrounds, different races, and different socio-economic status or class. So you know, they come together, and our boys have gelled in really well, and it also gives them an opportunity. It also gives them an opportunity to get some good quality coaching. You know, from experienced coaches, and for myself, I mean, I've done a lot of coaching around Nottinghamshire in schools and clubs, and I find that the Hub program is very passionate about the MCCF Hub program, because it gives youngsters who you know, will go to state schools a chance to harness their skills and develop their life skills.
Well, it was fantastic to watch because it was a high quality match. I know perhaps low scoring, but both sides bowled really well, and we saw some excellent batting. I'll just do an update on where we are. 99 for 6. Chennai, who's batted so well, 41 not out, and Nath, who's just got off the mark with 1, and the final over will be bowled by Bailey. Thank you very much, Patrick Gardner. Now we should have a word with Patrick Ryan, the skipper.
Thank you.
If you can pass the microphone over. So, Patrick, tough old day, but what was it like walking into Lords this morning and then walking out onto the pitch through the long room and everything else?
Yeah, it was no doubt nerve-wracking, but it was a great experience. You know, no regrets, definitely. I think the whole team would have felt the nerves as well, and same with Newcastle, but you know, it's just, that's part of the sport, cricket, isn't it? You know, you've got to deal with the pressure that sometimes comes.
And you were a bit unlucky because you were actually undone by a bit of world-class fielding. You were batting really nicely. We're still talking about the run-out up here. You must have thought, that is unfair.
Yeah, it was quite gutting, really. I mean, you know, I felt like I was batting well, and just a slight mix-up, got caught in two minds, and all credit goes to the Newcastle fielder with a brilliant pick-up and direct hit. But yeah, you know, it is a shame, really.
But you did put up a total, and you did see the guys bowl well. You must have been proud of the way your team went about their business.
Yeah, yes, it was really good. You know, sitting in the changing rooms, watching, you could see the players fight back. Numerous players, you know, just playing the right way. You know, attacking when needing to, and just trying to build ourselves back after a few early wickets. So.
And what did it mean to the boys to come here, to know that you've reached a Lord's final and you're playing at the centre of world cricket?
It was amazing, really. I think we all really loved the experience. You know, even though we didn't get the result we wanted, no one is going to look back and be not happy with the day. It was brilliant. And just going back to the semi-final, when we found out we had made it to Lords, you could see the joy in everyone's faces. So there's no doubt we were all looking forward to it as well.
I was going to say, that was to have got through, because that was nerve-wracking. This was all on run rate, wasn't it, the semis?
Yes, it was.
And then you find you're there. So what's the phone been going quietly mad when you said you were through to a Lord's final? Have a few messages coming through?
Yeah, I mean, you know, there was a lot of congratulations and well dones from numerous people, you know, family and just people at our clubs wishing us luck and congratulating us, and it was a great experience to have to play here.
Well, we just had a wicket, of course, and the skipper, who had played so well, has run out. She went for a very, very tough single on the bye to the wicket keeper, didn't quite make it, but what an innings by Narika Shenai, scoring over 40 in a total of around the 100 mark is impressive in anybody's book, but better than a runner ball of just 33 deliveries, superb. So just a couple of balls remaining for the Guildford girls after they won the toss and elected to bat. And we'll have a final word with our skipper from Nottingham, Patrick Ryan, about his day. And so you stayed, you watched the girls' game. Any who do you think's any tip to which is this a good enough total? Do you think?
Yeah, I think there's no doubt it's definitely defendable. Obviously, I haven't seen their bowling attack, but I think you would be reasonably happy going in after batting, putting on a total of 100 plus, and you would have no doubt that you can defend it.
And what's next for you after this cricket front?
Just going to go back to my club, work on my game, and hopefully, maybe play in the MCC next year and reach here again, and hopefully I can have a bit of a better day and we can win the trophy. But
well, I hope we see you next year. Thanks very much, both Patricks, for coming in. Well done today. Brilliant you both reached this final. Enjoy the day.
Yeah.
We were all talking. We'd never let anyone forget if we played at Lord's. So make sure. And that's the end of an excellent innings from Guildford. They finish on 108 for 7. Isabel Moores gets a couple, finishes on 2 not out, as does Adya Nath. Will 109 will be the target for Bolton girls. We'll find out how they get on, well, in about 10 minutes or so. Welcome back as we look to see whether Bolton girls can chase down the 109 they need for victory. Megan Russell, the skipper, is going to be opening the batting. With May Hardy. Bowled quite nicely earlier. And an interesting target, this 109. Should be gettable, but
yeah,
you need a good start, that's for sure.
You do. You certainly need a good start, and the required rate is 5.5 per over, so it's not a low required rate at all. And I think you're absolutely right, Guy. If you start well, if you start an innings well, it really builds a nice platform for the side. If you lose early quick wickets, it does put the nerves in, particularly in a final. And we've got a run chase on here, that's for sure.
That'll be Francisca Barclay who will open the bowling from the nursery end. She's been playing cricket since she was 6 and was one of the founding members of the under-14s girls team at Valley End Cricket Club.
Brilliant, 6 years old.
And following the MCCF hub training, she's been selected for the Surrey County Cricket Girls Performance Programme as she comes into bowl. Nice length, well played, good cricket all round.
Yeah, good start, really nice length that. Good delivery to begin with, should be happy with that.
Yeah, right on the money, but also good defensive shot by Russell.
And that shows you what the foundation can do, is bring you on to higher honours.
Exactly, fit in with the rest of the Surrey performance squad. That's just down the leg side, wide is given and they go through for a single as well.
Just shows you if you do get an opportunity to play the MCC Hub Foundation, then you should definitely do so, because it can take you places, and we've heard all day today it can open new doors for you in the sporting world. So
yes, and the county game is still the pathway through to the franchises, isn't it?
it certainly is, especially at young youth level cricket. Have to be involved in those.
Barkley in again, and that's a wide on the offside this time. Just after that first ball, just needs to get into some rhythm. Skipper goes and has a little word.
Yeah, she's in a good position here, the skipper as well. Always have your skipper at mid on or mid off. They can have a little chat to the bowler as they go back. Just help them regroup.
May Hardy facing. That's a better ball, and Hardy looking to drive. Plays the ball out into the covers. No run.
Yeah, she's played a nice shot there actually, Hardy. It was a good delivery. She's got her foot across and played a nice shot into the covers.
Yes, good to see the foot movement from these two openers. And that's whipped very nicely away, and that's going to just... Oh, brilliant piece of fielding. I thought that ball was just going to beat her, and then she just managed to drag it back. Really well done.
That was a brilliant shot. Really good shot off the front foot. We said that she had good foot movement, Hardy, earlier on, and gets that away just in front of backward point.
She
and a
does
good,
so well there.
Brilliant dive, wasn't it? Flicked it back inside the rope, no problem.
As it did look as all the world as if that ball was going to beat her, especially as it was going downhill. And that's a good delivery and beats the attempted drive outside the off stump.
She's looking positive, is Hardy. I don't mind that. The fact she's missed that delivery is fine. She knows there's space on the offside, and she's trying to exploit it. She's trying to hit into that area. She's got good shape to her drives. Just missed the connection on that one.
Played nicely again this time. Punched away on the back foot. Nice carry from the delivery as well. Decent pace.
Yeah, the pitch looks like it's still got a little bit of bounce in it. They've prepared a good wicket here. They're both finals. The pitches have played very true and very well.
And again, that's pitched up and played defensively. I do remember the first time I ever played on a first-class pitch, and the difference between that and boy, there's some wonderful village and club groundsmen who keep pitches in top nick, but it's different.
Oh, as you say, that there's 3 groundsmen on their grass cutters, 4 in fact, just cutting the outfield. So that shows you how precise they are here at Lord's. So yeah, they've produced another fantastic pitch. I also remember the first time I played on a first class wicket. It was for Essex, actually under 15 Essex game, and I couldn't believe it. It just was completely different. The outfield was different. It was a lot easier to dive around on as well, softer, and then the pitch was just hard and true. It was wonderful.
I was the same. I was Fenners. I played at the Cambridge University ground. But this does look a really good track. The other thing is the outfield, that if you're playing cricket anywhere else, probably almost in the country, including Chelmsford at the moment, it's a desert. And it's still absolutely beautifully green here.
That's very true, Guy, actually. Everywhere else is looking a bit dry, but not Lord's.
Quite right. So Charlotte Mahmood will be bowling from the pavilion end.
She's got great bowling figures as well. There's another good bowler on show here. Three wickets for just 2 runs off 7 balls.
It's full and it's swung away well. And between the 2 fielders for 4. Yeah, it was a full toss, and Megan Russell was on that very quickly indeed.
That was a wonderful shot by Megan Russell. Slightly full, just allowed her hands to go through the back of the ball, hit it behind square, races to the boundary for 4.
Nicely done. Exactly what you should do with the full toss on and around leg stump, but you've still got to beat the fielders. Yes, 3 wickets for 2 runs off 7 balls. Her best figures.
Incredible
Charlotte
bowling.
Mahmood. That's tucked away off her legs for a single. Nicely played.
Yeah, just slightly strained down the leg side at the moment, isn't she? And Megan Russell playing that well again into her pads. She just needs to make sure she gets her line a little bit more outside that off stump.
Favourite cricketer is Jason Roy, both from Reigate apparently.
Not a bad batter, Jason Roy, is he?
No, but once he gets in. That's a much better delivery. Exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah, good line, really good line. Threatening. If you do strain to the pads, it's just easy to whip away and just throw your hands through it. You know, that little bit more outside of stump, off stump line is a lot more challenging for the batter to hit.
It's an interesting action because she doesn't use much of her front arm. But still very accurate.
Yeah, she could possibly just use her front arm a little bit more, but I'm sure she's learning that. She's still very young.
True.
Something to develop.
And that's nicely bowled. Good comeback. Just running on the wicket a little though.
Yeah, the umpire not happy with that. Just having a little chat to her, making sure she doesn't run down. Sometimes that's hard for a bowler because your momentum's going actually straight towards the stumps, and then you have to get off.
Lean to do that.
You're allowed 1 step straight, guy. You're allowed 1 because that's where a batter can stand out their crease. But after that, you have to get off the pitch.
Quite right. That's nicely played. Nicely bowled. There is no run. So decent over in the end after the first ball that went for 4, the full bunger outside leg stump. Finished with 4 dot balls, 10 without loss after 2. Russell 5, Hardy 2.
Yeah, it's been a composed start, I think, for the batting side. Haven't taken too many risks just yet. Trying to just build a little bit of a partnership to begin with, and that's something that we haven't seen too much of actually. All of today is the 2 openers build a strong partnership, so we need to hope that these 2 can do that.
Yeah, no, you're right. Or one batter has been completely dominant. But at the moment, these 2 ticking on nicely. Nicely played. Oh! And after the brilliant bit of fielding to save 4, that one just staggers through for a boundary.
That was really well timed though. Just a punch drive, just a little check shot. She timed that wonderfully well, and I think that's gone all the way for 4. It has, and wonderful timing by Megan Russell.
Yep. She scored 92 runs across the 2 semi-finals, so she's got her eye in at the moment, and that's nicely coaxed away as well for a single.
She's playing with a really nice straight bat, isn't she? And she's just making sure she's showing the full face. Coaches talk a lot about maker's name towards the ball, and she's doing that well and getting reward for it.
Yeah, I have to say the two skippers so far have impressed with the bat for both teams. Oh, can Barclay find something? Francesca Barclay. Bowling to May Hardy, who's finding run scoring a little more difficult than Megan Russell so far. 2 from 10. Nice length.
Yeah, good length delivery again. It's good to see that there are a few more people in the stands now.
Yes, you're right. There are a few more spectators.
A few more supporters for these two sides. I'm sure the boys have stayed on to. We obviously heard from them earlier. Stayed on to support.
Well, you wouldn't want to leave particularly. Where are you going to go that's better than Lord's? It's not. And that again, lovely full length, difficult to drive. And in fact, May Hardy, all she can do for the second delivery on the trot is just sort of dig it out, really.
Yeah, she just needs to stay there because, as we've said before, you can catch up that rate. I think it's important for them chasing a relatively good score that they need to just build up this partnership and keep things ticking over.
That's a bit shorter, and she's able to cut that one away, May Hardy, for a single.
That was a nice shot, actually. Really nice shot, nicely played.
End of the over, 6 from it, 16 without lots. May Hardy has pinched the strike, she has 3, and Russell has 10. And we'll be having a short break, and we'll be back momentarily. Mahmood to continue. The skipper again is just making sure everything's all right with the bowlers, and that's a no ball. Looked more like just a normal full toss than a no ball. Didn't look that high. Anyway, maybe she overstepped. I doubt that happened. Kathy's just looking at me now. And that's short and smeared away rather nicely for a couple.
All fielded on the boundary too. Yeah, I think that might have been a bit harsh on no ball, but she bowled it well.
No run.
Oh, I think May Hardy might have to start to look to push a little bit harder of those runs in the ring as well, just get the momentum going.
Nicely bowled outside off stump. They think about, well, Megan Russell thought about running on the possible bye.
Never run on a misfield, Guy. You've told me that a few times.
I got quite boring about it, haven't I?
Not at all. You boring.
Oh, well bowled. Nice delivery.
Yeah, really well bowled that delivery. What's the best game you've seen here, Guy, at Lord's? Got any favourites?
That's a really good question. Yes, I think actually fairly recently. I've seen some wonderful cricket here, but the spell between Jofra Archer and Steve Smith in the last Ashes series was right up there. Really right up there.
I wasn't there, but I saw it on television and it looked spectacular.
It really was something else. And that's full, and it's cut away nicely. They should get at least 2. Decent fielding and a good throw too means that it is kept down to 2.
Yeah, that's a big boundary out there, isn't it? So it was a good throw in. Yeah, that was an incredible spell of cricket, wasn't it?
Oh, it just had a bit of everything. Yeah, it was just the battle between the best batsman at the time on the planet and someone who was discovering just how quick he was.
Let's hope for Jofra Archer's return at some point.
Best game you've seen here?
Oh, the women's final.
Of course.
Of course it was,
Of course.
but it really was.
Oh, yeah. I've missed one as well.
Have you?
I was here for the men's final.
Oh,
yeah.
Guy. How could you forget that?
Well, because it was an amazing finish. It was an insanely good finish. But in fact, quite a lot of the afternoon was quite dull. People never talk about it now, but it was a real sticky wicket. They were only scoring at about 4.5 and over through most of it.
Because I remember it was quite dry in the middle overs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I was painting my sister's living room, would you believe?
That would have been more exciting
and
to
I
watch.
didn't actually mind doing that at that stage of the game.
I have to admit, if you'd had a bit of paint to dry, then that would have been... But then Ben Stokes...
It was literally watching paint dry.
Then Ben Stokes got involved and suddenly there was a different match. But yeah, to be here for that, but the quality of the cricket for that test match was just wonderful. But that women's final must have been the atmosphere. You've mentioned it earlier today. And that amazing spell to win it.
Yeah, that spell by Anya Shrubsall to take 6 wickets at Lords. Unbelievable. But it was very odd for me, actually, Guy, because the previous World Cup 2016 in India, I was at playing for Ireland.
Of course. Yes,
so
yes.
we had played against India, actually, in that World Cup, and we took them to a super over, would you believe? I batted in the super over. That tells you everything you need to know. We lost.
Oh, come on.
But yeah, it was really surreal for me because I was suddenly in the stands and not playing, and I was watching a team I'd played against.
Yeah. In a final against England.
Unbelievable. I had quite a few friends who play for India, and they were really gutted, but it was brilliant for cricket here in this country. It was absolutely incredible. I just couldn't believe the crowds and the queue for people to get into Lords for a women's game. It was just breathtaking. It really was.
Well, let's hope one or two of the players we're watching today they've already played in a Lords final, so they're one up on most, but go on and move up to the next stage.
Yeah, and it hasn't. That did really act as a tipping point. It has inspired and did inspire a lot of girls to get out there and play cricket after it. They felt like, I want to do that.
No, it's brilliant. And they go through for a single off a full toss.
And a close finish, Guy, in both of those games we're talking about, the men's and women's final. And that's what makes finals so exciting. Sometimes finals can be a bit funny, can't they?
They can.
Because you've got two of the best teams, and sometimes they can be so close that, it doesn't turn out to be an exciting game, but those two finals were, and we're hoping for another exciting final here.
At the moment, though, Guildford's, you feel, needs some wickets, as it's looking quite comfortable, particularly for Russell at the moment.
Yeah, you feel Russell's going to be the key wicket, don't you?
But she has only faced 9 balls so far to Hardy's 22. Score 25 without loss after 5 overs. So they're continuing at 5 and over, which is pretty much what they've got to get.
Yeah, Russell's having a good chat to her batting partner here and just making sure they're on the same page. And that's something that's really important in cricket, is game plans and game awareness, knowing what to do and when to do it.
And I think it's a similar situation as well to the Guildford innings earlier, that some more singles, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can push more singles in the ring than you think. I actually I'm not name dropping here, Guy, but I played played quite a few games with Charlotte Edwards, and something I learnt off her was how close you can hit the ball to a fielder and still get a run. I know we saw a great run out, don't get me wrong, in that first game, but she was unbelievable at it. She just hit this ball into a tiny gap, and you think, no way, we're running a single here. She'd be through, and she'd make good balls into balls that you were scoring off, and that was the difference.
Well, we do have Mahmood to continue down the leg side, but via the pad, so it's no wide on this occasion, just a dot ball.
Yeah, again, just getting that line right, isn't it? It's so crucial as a bowler to make sure you keep your line right. It's not easy to do.
That will, however, be it's a wide. I thought at first a no ball was going to be signalled, but it's quite difficult to tell with the umpire.
I think it was a bit of both, actually.
Yeah, it was.
She went to give a no ball and then went for the wide in the end.
Umpire Burns with the wide. That's punched away straight to the fielder, but they're very quickly through for the single. Exactly what you were just discussing, Kath.
Absolutely, I should be a coach guy, I think.
Who knew?
I think I might have a think about that after this.
That's a really good shot. Yep, Russell batting very nicely at the moment. Megan Russell.
That was a lovely shot, actually. Got it up and over cover into that bit of space behind cover for a 2. So she's rotating the strike as much as she can here.
Treated with respect, that delivery, and played back to the bowler. Yeah, Megan Russell started playing cricket aged 9 at Greenfield Cricket Club. She's played for the junior sides, the women's first 11 and the men's 4th, 3rd and 2nds.
Fantastic. Shot.
And that was 4 runs from the moment the bowler let that go, wasn't it? Nearly took out the poor photographer, but and they'll have to climb over to get the ball back. The umpire says, no, don't climb, you'll injure yourself. He's found a gate.
That was a great shot. Front foot pull to obviously a delivery that she wouldn't want to bowl, but Russell puts that away with ease. And a lot of power actually on that shot.
Absolutely.
I think it's Anna Harris having to run after that ball, the umpire.
It is, who does very well. She knew where the gate was in the advertising hoarding. So another productive over after 6, 33 without loss. Russell 18 from just 13. Really good batting. Hardy solid, 10 from 24. And Guildford need a wicket.
They do. They need to break this partnership up and bring a new player to the crease. And when you do that, it puts them under pressure. So that's something they'll be looking to do and hoping that one of these bowlers can get them that wicket.
You're slightly surprised there hasn't been possibly a change of bowler? Just try something else new?
Yeah, I think so. I think in short format cricket, as a batter, it's really hard if the bowlers keep changing because you can't settle. And I suppose when you're bowling longer spells, that does allow them to get used to you when you're facing them.
Oh, it's a thickish outside edge from that delivery from Francesca Barkley. But means 2 more runs are added to the total. Barkley looking slightly frustrated with life.
She doesn't need to be frustrated. She just that was an outside edge. It wasn't a controlled shot. She just needs to be a bit tighter to the stumps. Make sure she gets her line right. The length was fine. Nothing wrong with the length.
Steaming in once again. Nice ball. Hardy just plays back to the bowler.
Yeah, she's looked solid when she has a delivery that is difficult to face. She's just gone forward and defended it well. And anything wide, she's actually throwing her hands at.
Francesca Barkley in again. Full toss, and it just bounces over the skipper's outstretched hand. Marika Chennai. And they go through for a couple. And Hardy just beginning to score a little more freely now.
Yeah, she timed that really well actually, and I think that's why they got backward point on the boundaries, because she is quite good outside that off stump. So bowlers, it's just knowing that and changing your game plan, changing your line.
It's well bowled, just hurried her up a little bit sharper.
Yeah, do you know, and sometimes when you get hit for a couple of runs, you find that extra bit of pace from somewhere. You can't describe it as a fast bowler, it just comes out in you.
Yeah, slightly heavier ball, yeah.
Normally near someone's head if it's coming from me.
Have you got a bouncer?
I have, yeah. Love fast bowling.
Oof. And that was a very high full toss, but it was guided down very well in the end from Hardy, but it will be a no ball.
Yeah,
so this should be a free hit, I think.
I was going to say, is that another free hit? The umpire hasn't... She signaled... Oh, there we go.
Here we go.
Wave with the arms.
Yes, that one just slipped out, but again, not sure. It is her fourth over on the trot. Ooh, well bowled. You got on the free hit.
The best thing is to have a free hit when you walk out into bat. First ball you defend, the second ball's a free hit. It just gets you going, doesn't it? Sometimes you need that. Every ball should be a free hit, in my opinion.
I've
just
heard
joking,
when you
go
play
on.
it is almost. And that's played nicely out to the backward point area. And they go through for a simple single. And I think that's the end of 4 decent overs from Francesca Barclay. No wicket for 22.
So, Guy, if you were playing in the finals today and you were part of one of these sides, would you prefer to play first or second? Would you like to be the first game on, straight out there?
No, second, I think.
Would you now?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know, it's just the afternoon. It seems like the slightly bigger slot, the slightly more...
You like to be prime time then, Guy?
Obviously, yeah. Thank you. How about you? Which would you have preferred?
Oh, I prefer to just get out there and start the game.
Really? Just
Yeah. I do open the batting now, and if I don't bat 1 or 2, I find it a nightmare.
Really?
I hate waiting for anything, as you can tell. No, joking. But yeah, just waiting to bat is a nightmare, so I'd prefer to get out there and get started.
Okay, interesting. We have a change of bowler. And it is Izzy Norman who's come on to bowl. This is poor old Izzy Norman, who burst an appendix earlier this year, but has recovered to bat and bowl today.
I think you mentioned her fielding earlier
We
as well.
did, yeah.
Ran 2 players out in the semi-finals. A good fielder too.
That's a nice, better looking shot too. Been interesting watching May Hardy. At first she was struggling, but she just played herself in and is now beginning to play with some freedom.
Yeah, she definitely is. Got 16 to her name now, and she looks like she's playing a little bit more effortlessly, a little bit more freer.
It's a full toss that is just thank you very much for Megan Russell, and it will be 4 more.
This is a fantastic shot, isn't it, by Megan Russell? Anything that's not been quite right by the bowlers, a little bit of a full toss there. Again, that front foot pull. She's played that a few times and played it really well. It hits the advertising boards hard. Great shot.
Absolutely. No, you're right. If you don't... And that's swung away again, but doesn't get hold of that one.
But she's looking to be positive, isn't she? And she's got a good strike rate, 26 runs off just 18 deliveries. So she's going at a good rate here.
And it is the short boundary on that side as well. That's the one she's aiming for.
Yeah, especially it being the leg side as well. It's the one you can free your arms up and look to connect and hit to.
And that's a much better delivery and is treated respectfully.
Yeah, it was a nice delivery actually, just outside off stump. Good delivery, good comeback by Norman.
Oh, and that's a chance for Courtney Ball.
Oh!
I think she got back for the run out. Just looking on the screen, I think she was back safely for the run out, but it was slapped back at her very hard, but it was half a chance. Oh, she's out. It was out. She hasn't been given. And doesn't that always happen? The 50 comes up with the first 6 of this particular match, but in an incident that should have seen a Courtney bowled the ball before, and quite possibly from replays a run out.
Yeah, and the partnership comes up 55, obviously, of just 51 balls. So it's been a good start, hasn't it, Guy? They've built
Superb.
a really good partnership here.
Yeah, they played very nicely. 55 of just 8 overs. Megan Russell 32 from 21 and May Hardy 16 from 30. Both quite lucky to be there after that penultimate delivery in that over.
You buy your luck. Eh?
Yeah, they were already looking very comfortable. We've got a change of bowling here. I think the skipper's bringing herself on, is she? Yes, she is. So yeah, it will be Narika Chennai. Sorting her field out. Wide down the leg side.
I think this is a good time to bring yourself on, actually, as a captain. You know, they need a wicket here, 56 without loss so far, and it's a good time to bring herself on.
Yeah, they desperately need a breakthrough, don't they? They may claim that they should have already had one, but it's a lovely shot from Hardy. In fairness to the umpire, though, it's desperately difficult when it's driven back like that because you're nowhere near the right angle to
you can't
judge. You can't get out to level with the popping crease, and that's well bowled and, in fact, nicely played by May Hardy.
Yeah, you can't get yourself in a position, can you, as umpire, to see it at the right angle because it's just hit back so quickly. It would have been harsh to have given her out, I suppose, at that angle.
That's a really nice looking shot into the covers for no run.
She's got great shape to her shot, hasn't she? Really good shape. Holds it well as well after the shot.
Better timed as well, that one.
They're going at a good run rate as well, Guy. Very good run rate. 6.58 they're going at, and they're only requiring just under 5s.
Oh.
So well up with the rate at the moment.
That was a decent ball that nearly made something happen. She took 4 wickets on her debut for Richmond women earlier this season.
Lovely club, Richmond, isn't it? You ever been there?
I haven't. I imagine if it's anything like the golf club and the rest of Richmond, it's quite nice.
It is very nice. Very nice cricket club. Played there once. Really enjoyed it. I think I watched first when T20 wasn't that big, actually. I think Middlesex used to play at Richmond. I think I went to watch a T20. My dad took me to a T20 there once.
Be sorry,
and there was a hog roast and.
Oh wow!
It was great. I had a great day. Owen Morgan actually played that game.
So it would have been Middlesex.
Have to get our knowledge behind the mic to confirm that later. But
I'm googling.
There you go, Guy. Confirmed I am correct.
Excellent. I've googled it wrong.
Never trust Google.
Conspiracy theorist. Oh, and that's not quite where she was aiming, and there could be a possible run out, but in the end they get through for the single.
Yeah, they've had a few risky singles, but they've paid off actually so far. I suppose they can take them when they haven't lost a wicket just yet.
And there's another change in bowling, isn't there? It's Adya Nath who's come on. Nath in again. She's bowling very tidily.
Good line of length there, excellent. She's come on and she's looking threatening with her bowling here so far.
It's funny, isn't it? You just put it in the right place. And that's shorter, and it's played very nicely indeed by Russell. It wasn't that short, and she's just on it so quickly. Lovely shot.
Fantastic shot here by Russell. Really good shot. Little bit width, just a fraction short. Got her front foot across and threw her hands through it. And that is a big boundary out there, so she's hit that with a lot of power to get that for 4.
Yeah, they're making this run chase at the moment look pretty simple. 45 required off just over 10 overs. Oh, and she's bowled her. Moment I say that they're making it look comfortable. The bowling changes work. Nath has struck. And the big wicket of Megan Russell, who played superbly for her 37. But she's gone for 37 off just 26 deliveries. 64 for 1.
Well, there's the breakthrough that they were hoping to get maybe slightly earlier, but wonderful delivery. Just nip back in, and that's hit off stump. Really good delivery. Not much that Russell could have done with that, but that was a really good knock by Russell. She played well. She played powerfully, particularly into the leg side. And anything short and wide outside off stump, she also hit powerfully too. So a really good knock from her, and hopefully she's put her team into a good position.
Well, 1 ball short of the 10th over. The players are going to have a small break, and indeed so are we. Interesting to know what the coach is saying to the players at the moment. If you were the coach, what would you be saying at the moment to the fielding team, Guildford?
I always think if you've taken a wicket, you can take another one. So I would keep that positive spin on things, although they haven't, performed maybe as well as they would have liked, conceding 64 so far. But you have to keep positive, don't you? If you can take a wicket, if you can take another couple,
yep.
You can make it very interesting. I always think in a final, people are a little bit more nervous than they normally would be in a game. So a few quick wickets here, we could see maybe a little bit of a wobble, but that's what I would be saying. And also, just enjoy it. You know, it's not often, as we've said all day, that you get to play out on Lords, get to bowl and field. So just enjoy the occasion. Make sure you look round the ground and smile.
Good advice. Very sound advice. That's well bowled. Interesting that perhaps, having seen her bowl now, slightly surprised that Nath hasn't possibly been on a little sooner. Adya Nath, she's bowled very nicely.
Yeah, we did think that potentially they should have rotated the bowling round a little bit more earlier on.
Well, she was coached by Tash Farrant at one stage.
There you go. Tash Farrant, very good left-arm bowler. Unfortunately, she's out injured at the moment.
I know, missing most of the season apparently.
With a stress fracture, but good bowler, and she bowls amazing back-of-the-hand slow balls, does Tash Farrant. I have been out to Tash Farrant, I think, more times to her than anybody else in county cricket. That in-swing, left-arm in-swing.
There's always someone, isn't there? There's someone that has the voodoo over you.
Yeah. I just see her and I get out, honestly. Yeah, we played a game actually at Kent, at the county ground in Kent, and very excited to play, opening the batting for Middlesex. First ball, I was gone, Guy. That was it. End of my day.
Oh.
I had plenty of cups of tea, I tell you.
Yeah, no, there's nothing worse than a golden duck. It really is. Some friends very kindly presented me with a bat on my, I won't say which memorable birthday, but anyway, they present it. And it's a lovely Lord's Taverners bat, so I've been keeping it. And then we were playing one match where it was back at the village I'd grown up playing cricket, and a whole bunch of us old boys went back to play the current team. So I thought, finally I'll get the bat out. I'll get the bat out. All I can say is it's still never been used.
At least you didn't make any marks on it.
No, I made no marks. As off stump was removed. So
just say it's because you wanted to keep the bat so tidy and nice.
Yeah, they would have believed that. The rest of the team, they'd have gone with that. Well, the batters are out and they're ready to go. May Hardy has now been joined by Lily Bailey, who bowled nicely earlier in the match. Lily Bailey, the 4-team girl. Keeps busy playing cricket, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, 4 teams. Fantastic, though, isn't it? It says she also met Freddie Flintoff. Did you watch that? Brilliant.
I've got it recorded. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet.
Then.
But it's supposed to be brilliant.
It was absolutely fantastic. It was, so I suppose, similar. I heard you talking about it earlier as well, Guy. That it's very similar to what the MCC Foundation are doing. You know, cricket for all, and trying to spread it around so that it encourages more people to get into the sport in different ways. It was a wonderful documentary and a really great project that Freddie Flintoff got involved in.
I love that, and it just, if it inspires anybody and digs out more of the talent that could go missing for cricket, then that's really good news.
What got me on that when you watch it is that you forget this, but the team feeling that you get when you're around, obviously you have it in commentary as well, and you have it when you're playing sport, and that's something some of those players had never had.
No, of course. That's played nicely out. Well fielded with the feet. And that's a dot ball. And what a good over that is from Nath. Got the big wicket. 64 for 1 halfway through. So another 45 needed from the next 10 overs.
Yeah, and going back to that feeling of being in a team, it is funny when you do think of the teams that you play in or have played in, the different characters and personalities within a changing room, and you all come together for one cause, and it kind of works, doesn't it? It kind of
really
gels.
Does. There is something about it. If you all, yes, you all have to pull together, and the friends that you get from playing in teams that will last forever, and you can understand why they've been using cricket as the basis for, well, if you can be good at cricket and you can work well in a team, you can use those skills in the rest of your life as well. And that's a decent delivery first up. From the skipper.
Absolutely, and then they're the moments that when you see an old teammate, you say, "Do you remember when this happened?" And you can't stop laughing. There's some great moments that happen on a cricket pitch that I suppose if you've never played sport or been involved in a team, maybe you wouldn't quite understand, but you also haven't experienced. I think that's so sad.
I agree.
The more people can experience team sport, the better.
And there are moments when the team is humming that you can't quite explain, and it's just glorious to be in that moment. It's played nicely up to mid-on, no run. But immediately the middle of the bat as far as Bailey is concerned.
Yeah, she's bowling nicely here. And these two bowlers that are on at the moment are bowling really good areas, really good line and lengths.
Oh, that's a beauty.
She's a good all-round cricketer, isn't she?
She is. I imagine that Richmond will be trying to keep her on the books for a little while.
Absolutely, I'm sure they will.
Oh, thick outside edge. Still, if you're the skipper and you haven't put the slip in, you can't complain, can you?
That's very true. I think it's difficult at this stage to potentially put a slip in. But it was a really good delivery, wasn't it? Outside that off stump and big, thick outside edge.
That's a decent shot and disappointing for the fielder. Need to get down on the old one knee. But that goes through the hands for 4, and the score goes on to 70.
Yeah, that was unlucky because you are taught to attack the ball and go for it if you're a boundary rider, and she just missed it there. And it does happen, but you have to just put that behind you, move on quickly.
It's changed. Fielding has changed. Before, back in my day, stop the thing, stop it, and then worry about it afterwards.
Yeah, it has. It really has. If you're on the boundary and they get a 2 to you, the coach isn't happy. So you have to really go in and attack the ball, and that does mean sometimes you will misfield it, but that's part and parcel of playing cricket.
Yeah, and how important and impressive fielding is these days as Nath is in again. And that's short and swung away. It's a decent shot from Bailey. This time the fielding is good on the boundary, but they do get through for 2.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Bailey so far. She hasn't been in long, but she's played some nice shots.
She's looking to attack, isn't she? And Hardy is just cranking it up a little as well. Just scoring much more freely now. Oh, nice ball from Nath.
Yeah, another good delivery by Nath. I'm sure she'll be happy to watch some of this back later on today.
So certainly she'll be watching the wicket. Taking a wicket at Lord's. Though it's funny, I bet if you talk to the girls now, they're not even thinking about where they're playing. They're just thinking about the match and the match situation and what they need to do.
That's very true. I think it's always the start, isn't it? It's the build up to it, and then when you get going, you just realise you are playing another game of cricket and you get engrossed in it and lost in it.
Adya Nath in again. That's cut away really nicely. Straight to the fielder. So just the single from it, but really nice looking shot. No, May Hardy plays nice looking cricket. May lack a little power, but she plays good shots. Oh, well bowled. Cuts the batter in half.
Yeah, that was unlucky. I thought that might have been bowled. It was a really good delivery that just came back a little bit. She deserves another wicket, hey?
Yeah, she really has been the pick of the attack so far. Just the single though. 2 overs, 1 for 10 for Nath. Nicely bowled. 75 now for 1. Bolton girls as they look to chase down the 109 they need for victory, so another 34 off 8.
Yeah, I feel like they're in the ascendancy here, chasing this total down. Talking about spirit of cricket and talking about involvement of cricket, there's a Hutton Cricket Club where I am. We have a women's softball team, and it's some of them are older girls who aren't necessarily wanting to play hardball. But lots of them are mums.
Oh wow!
And they're playing in their first final tomorrow at the county ground. And I tell you what,
fantastic!
They were nervous. I saw them last night. We had an extra training session, and they were really up for it, Guy. And they said it was the first time in years they had felt that kind of team pull towards something. And they're really excited. So fingers crossed for them tomorrow.
And at the county ground as well. Oh, that's just over the fielder. It's turned out to be a good shot in the end.
It was a great shot, actually. Just lofted over mid-on for a couple. Had that boundary size been the same size as the other side, I reckon that would have been 4 runs.
Yeah,
She
might well
hit
have
it
got
so
there.
nicely.
You're right.
But yes, softball cricket, there's so much access to this sport now. And these mums would never have played had their sons or daughters not played. So it's just because of that they got into it. We roped them in.
Good.
And they've loved it ever since, really.
No, I think there's so much talk about mental health and what have you at the moment, and quite rightly, particularly after the pandemic. It's a great shot. Bailey is looking to attack at every opportunity, isn't she?
Yeah, wonderful shot here by Bailey. Really aggressive shot. We'll see this again because this is well worth watching. Just outside off
stump.
stump.
It's not that bad a ball. It was on the up.
Yeah, she
just a bit of width.
Threw her hands through it, didn't she?
Yes, a wry smile from the bowler, understandably after that. But playing sport does help. It really does, if you can.
Definitely. I mean, we saw in the pandemic how difficult that was, and we were saying off-air, Guy, weren't we, that this wasn't happening a few years ago. So it's just great to be back out and doing things. I mean, as a cricket coach, I was completely locked down with nothing to do. It was awful, and you know, I don't mind my house, but I don't like it that much.
Oh, a lovely piece of bowling. No, I know exactly what you mean, but I do think that I know people do exercise for mental health and go to the gym and what have you, but there is something about doing things with other people that maybe stops you thinking quite so much about you. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just it's easy to get wound up in your own world if you're on your own all the time.
Absolutely, and that's why sport is so important for so many people. And it's not just the players, it's the coaches and scorers, umpires, media, everyone around it gets a real buzz from it too.
And I know that's one thing that the MCC Foundation concentrate on as part of this campaign as well, is helping kids in particular to cope and improve their mental health through sport, and particularly cricket. Who knew? That's great.
Yeah, they're doing great work, aren't they?
So you're looking forward to the 100?
Yeah, I am. I am looking forward to the 100. It was brilliant for the women's game last year.
Oh, good fielding. Really good fielding. Fielder had to adjust and took it one-handed brilliantly.
Oh, it was a brilliant competition, wasn't it? Particularly for the for the women's side of things.
That happy accident when they decided, because of the pandemic, to have the women and the men's game on the same day at the same pitch, that really made a difference to the whole tournament, I think. And that's well fielded. Decent throw too from distance, and keeps them down to 2.
Yeah, I think it has really revolutionised women's cricket, if I'm honest. I think it's been really good for the women's game. I think eventually, Guy, there will be a balance between 2. I know they're obviously focusing a lot on the 100 at the moment. I think there'll be eventually a balance between, particularly women's cricket, regional cricket, England and the 100, all mixed in.
In again. No, because I was talking to 1 or 2 players who play with the Sunrisers, play in that competition, but they haven't quite been picked for the 100. So they're now entering a kind of lean month.
Yeah, it's difficult for them, and I suppose that's where county cricket could fill that gap, because it's still being played. Not enough county cricket being played at the moment in women's cricket, but maybe that's something that we'll look at in the future.
Nath continuing to bowl from the pavilion end, and that's a full toss, but she gets away with it.
Yeah, Hardy's played a really good innings here, actually. She had a slow start, and she just built her way. And she's playing a crucial knock here, just steadying the ship in the middle order.
No, you're absolutely right. 3, I think, from the first 21. She's scored at a run a ball ever since. Though at the moment she's struggling to get Nath away.
I think Nath has been possibly the best bowler so far in this innings. She's bowled really tidily.
Good fielding. But they're still chipping away, and just 22 runs away now from victory. Bolton girls. It's down the leg side and will be a wide.
Yeah, and they've got wickets in hand, haven't they? So it doesn't look like a lot now. 21 needed and wickets in hand.
It's not dissimilar to the boys' final earlier, is it?
It's very true.
And that's... Oh, there should be a run out now. Please, there should be a run out. Yes, there is a run out. Very bad luck for Hardy, who batted beautifully. I think there may well have been a run there actually as well, because it was to the fielder, but she's set quite well back.
Yeah, she was a long way down her crease. It was good throwing actually, and well collected and thrown towards the stumps. Unlucky for Hardy, because she has batted really well so far this innings. 28 off 44 balls, but really steadied the top of the order, and she's set a great platform for the rest of her team now to come in.
Yeah, I think the scoreboard's behind. I think she'd actually reached 33. I think that... Oh, this is interesting. Sorry, we've got 2 scoreboards. We've got the one at the ground.
Ah, yes.
And the one on the TV. And 5 runs are either Lily Bailey's or May Hardy's. And we need to find out who. We'll stick with what we can see on the TV screen. Hardy has gone for 33. Matilda McLeod is next in. A second wicket just to get the nerves jangling a bit.
Yeah, and the 2 set batters are now gone. So it'll be up to McLeod now to make sure she can see her team over the line here. And Lily Bailey, who's looked very aggressive so far, played some wonderful cricket shots on 7 off 13, so it'll be up to these 2 to make sure they really chip away at that total.
Yes, indeed. Matilda McLeod. Probably batting's... I'd be interested to see her batting. We've got more information on her bowling than her batting. It will be the skipper to continue. Chennai from the nursery end. Going to do without a fine leg. Oh, and the bat is dropped, but they should be all right. She's running to the far end.
It's the worst thing, isn't it, when you drop your bat? Do you go back and get it, or you just keep running?
On a swing and a miss from Lily Bailey, who does look to attack. Lily Bailey.
Yeah, she's very aggressive, isn't she? She's looking to score off most of her deliveries here, and I like that about her. She's very positive in the manner she bats.
And that is an example of exactly what we were talking about.
It was a good call by the non-striker, actually. Just making sure she didn't... Well, actually, that was Bailey. Made sure she didn't come back for two and get herself run out.
Absolutely. And McLeod just plays that into the covers. Fielded by Francesca Barclay. It's a very nice looking shot as the ball went past the outside edge.
It's good delivery as well. Just angled in a little bit, that delivery, and left the batter.
Hasn't enjoyed much luck with the ball, Narika Chennai, so far. She's bowled nicely most of the time. End of an over that only saw one off the bat. The score will go to 90 for 2. Matilda McLeod is yet to get off the mark.
And got 19 to win. Just 19 runs to win. So these two are just going to keep ticking over, keep this scoreboard going. Bailey on strike at the moment. She's batting well. Batting with aggression.
As we mentioned earlier, there is a battle of the scoreboards currently. We're probably going to stick with the in-ground one. So slightly different to what you can see. We have Lily Bailey down as 13 off 19 deliveries. 4 deliveries, I think, got misappropriated at one stage.
I see. I'm sure Bailey will be very happy to know she's actually on 13. And
Yeah,
not
no,
on
it's
8.
good. It's Lily Bailey who... it'll be May Hardy who's slightly more upset because she loses those 5 runs. She drops from 33 to 28 on the scorecard. But it will be Nath for her 4th over, 1 for 16 so far, and a run out from her bowling.
And she's bowled really well so far. She's bowled good lines, good lengths, been very aggressive.
Swung away and good fielding. Lily Bailey does like to keep swinging.
She does. Brilliant bit of fielding as well.
Wasn't it?
She hits it with it. Hits the ball with a lot of power. Excuse me, guy. I'm stumbling over my words here.
And there's another thick outside edge. This should run all the way for 4, but if you're going to swing hard. No, it's dying on the turf. So there were possibly 3, but they've stuck at 2.
That's a big boundary out there, isn't it? Long way out in that, as the boundary rope goes round in a circle shape. Oh, that's difficult out there. It actually slowed up a lot, Guy. It was unfortunate that
It did.
Go for 4.
It looked as if it, for all the world, as if it would keep running. Now the umpires have had to do a lot of shoelace doing up. This is the second or third occasion we've had to wait for a shoelace to be correctly tied.
I was famous for having my shoelaces always untied as a
Really?
as a junior. Used to drive my mum absolutely mad. It did.
Swung away again. There should be a single.
She used to threaten to put me in plimsolls because I was so bad with my shoelaces.
Oh, really?
Honestly.
What, those nice slip-on plimsolls?
Yeah, they weren't that stylish, guys. So I wasn't going to be doing that.
I know exactly the ones you're talking about. Before trainers, that's what we all had to wear.
Yeah, I used to wear them at school PE as well.
Yeah, me too. I remember plimsolls. They gave you no support whatsoever. God, what it did to kids' ankles. Anyway, 93 for 2. McLeod facing. And that's a nice delivery. There's a very, very polite inquiry for a possible LBW decision, but nobody looked remotely convinced. And Nath continues to plug away from the pavilion end. Good running. Backward point is deepish, but
that was a direct hit as well. It was a good throw.
We've seen some good throws from the fielder there.
I wonder if now's the time to start giving the ball to some different bowlers, just seeing if he can make it a little bit closer, if he can sneak a couple of wickets.
Yeah, we've seen no spin yet, have we? That's well bowled by Nath. Oh, and she asks very politely, is that LBW? Very politely, the umpire says, yes, it is. And so Bailey has gone for 16. Nath has struck again. She has 2 wickets and the run out. She was the person who removed the bail, so she's having a very good afternoon at Lord's. 94 for 3.
Fantastic by Nath. Again, bowling very, very straight, getting that shape back in. Wonderful delivery. As you said, a polite appeal, but a well-deserved wicket. She's been the pick of the bowlers, hasn't she?
The movement. Absolutely, and it hit the back leg as well. That's a good decision by the umpire, I think.
Absolutely.
Lovely bit of bowling. Hooping it around.
Great shape back in. Really good. That's when you get your wrist position. Just one side of the ball and it just shapes back in. That was really good by Nath. She bowled well this afternoon.
Yep. So Lily Bailey, I think, was just letting the new batter know, Ruth Harbord, what she could expect. Ruth Harbord bowled quite nicely earlier. It's just 15 runs to go, but just a few wobbles at the moment as far as Bolton are concerned.
Yeah, they won't want to lose too many more wickets here because they'll start to feel the pressure a bit, so they want to make sure that they steady the ship here.
Yep, 94 for 3 in reality. That was the end of the over. So Charlotte Mahmood, who opened the bowling from the pavilion end, is going to have a go. So it is Mahmood. That's slapped into the covers.
I've been impressed with the fielding actually, Guy.
Yes.
There's been some long throws from the boundaries, long way out there, and they've managed to throw it in really well, and they've had a good few stops in the ring.
That always used to be the last thing almost taught, and now it's become, quite rightly, so much more vital, because if you can keep runs down and take wickets with better fielding. And that's nicely pitched up. This is a good over so far.
Yeah, excellent over so far, and you're absolutely right. I mean, going back to the women's 100 last year, the fielding was phenomenal.
Yes.
Some unbelievable catches taken in that women's 100. I think there were a couple here at Lords on the boundary I do remember being spectacular.
That's just a little bit short. They do go through for the single. Where's the ball gone? They're coming through for another, and it's on a run out. Oh! Now that must have been close. I'm looking forward to seeing. No, it's just got home. But you're absolutely right. When it went up to the far end, from the way we're looking at the pavilion end, it did look as if the McLeod might have been a little bit late on that. That'll be a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, it was almost a run out, wasn't it? I thought she was going to get run out. It was close.
So 97 for 3 currently. McLeod is 3 not out. Harbord has yet to get off the mark. That's nicely fielded again. And a decent over in the end from Mahmood, who has finished her fourth over. No wicket for 21.
Yeah, it was a good over, tidy over. Difficult to score off, particularly in the ring. When the batters hit the ball into the ring, they found it hard to rotate the strike. But with only 12 needed, Guy, you feel like they're in the ascendancy here, aren't they?
Delaying the inevitable, absolutely. But they've kept the match going. We're now in the 18th over, so it hasn't been taken some key wickets. So it will be Harbord who is facing. Izzy Prosser will be bowling. Oh, and a thick outside edge. They go through for a single, but well bowled.
Oh, well run single. Have to be clear on your running, don't you? Especially in a final, because there's that extra bit of nerves. Do you go for the run? Do you stay? And they've managed to judge that one very well.
They have. Well bowled, beats the outside edge, and Matilda McLeod just looking a little bit nervy.
Yeah, it was a good delivery outside off stump, wasn't it? Just a little bit of a swing and a miss. Quite crouched in her stance.
Slower ball, and was that a chance? I don't know. I think it was, and it was a real good chance for Courtney Bold.
Yeah, it was close.
It was a really close. Should have really been Courtney Bold. That'll be a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, Matilda McLeod just needs to get bat on ball here. Just stay relaxed. There's only 10 needed. You don't need to take any risks, play any expensive shots. Just keep bat on ball.
Absolutely. It's well bowled. It's an interesting action. There's some twirling going on in the run-up. Yes, some of those that have gone down the leg side have Looks as if they possibly might be wides, but there is a twirl. That one will be a wide.
I think it's the way she loads up, guys. She does a little before she jumps, she does a little movement just as she goes to set her bowling hand into her jump, out through her action.
100 is up for Bolton girls. 9 away from victory. Yeah, maiden over next up will make life interesting.
Yeah, it certainly would, wouldn't it? Put a bit of pressure on.
Prosser in again. Skipper must be saying, don't bowl wides. Just don't bowl wides.
Keep your foot behind the line.
Just keep the pressure on, and that is the end of the over. The 18th. There weren't many off that particular over from Prosser, just the 3.
That was well bowled under pressure, actually.
Really well bowled. And suddenly, 9 from 2 overs. Just ever so slightly.
It's getting interesting, isn't it?
Just a little bit of pressure.
McLeod's still there, 3 off 17.
Big hitters aren't there, though, at the moment, are they? McLeod's 3 off 17. Harbord's only faced 1 delivery so far. It'll be interesting to see if she tries to wrest the initiative.
I think with wickets in hand, you have to go for it. You got to eat into this total in this over and not leave it too much into the last over. Don't give yourself too much to chase under pressure.
Now, who do we have coming on to bowl? I like the way Chennai goes about a captaincy.
She's brilliant, isn't she? She's giving a bowler a bit of a high five there, a bit of a pat on the back, making sure she's okay, making sure she's happy with the field. That little bit of encouragement can make all the difference when you're about to bowl.
Yeah, just waiting to see who is coming on to bowl now.
Something's going on with the umpires,
They're trying to change. Yeah, there is something going on, isn't there? I think they're trying to get the... I don't know what's happening.
I think maybe the umpire's not well. Or... I'm not sure. Is there a change of umpire happening?
I think there might be.
Let's hope they're okay.
I think it's Anna Harris who's...
Yeah,
no, it's Anna Harris who's not well.
I hope she's okay. It's not nice to see.
So we are going to be an umpire down. Well, this is something you don't often see at a Lord's final. Oh, is there a spare umpire? Have you umpired, Kath?
I have, not well, if I'm honest.
We won't send you down then.
No, I won't be sending me down in counting to 6. You don't think that's difficult, Guy, until you start umpiring. Have you umpired in your time, Guy?
Oh yeah, just the way it was used to, because you never took umpires to away matches, and so someone would always so you learnt to score and you learnt to umpire, because you'd always have to do stints.
Yeah, I did many a square leg stint actually on away games. We're just gonna have a little break here by the looks of things, and hopefully Anna Harris is going to be okay. She needs a little bit of a breather. Make sure she's okay.
Have some water. Didn't quite see what happened, but she just... It must be. It's difficult for both. There's a bit of a head of steam being built up by the bowling team. It's nervy for the batters as well at this point in the match. This is not ideal. Interesting that both coaches are out to make sure that they can keep minds on the job.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Just to go and have a chat to your coach at this stage. Have a little drink. Try and relax. Because it's a crucial stage of the game now, isn't it? They need to make sure they're up for this last part.
Just 2 overs to go. Harbord 1 not out, McLeod 3 not out. It was Atkin who was coming on to bowl. Amelie Aiken.
Do you reckon they can get one of the coaches to do it, or do you think that's a bit too controversial at this stage?
Yeah, I'll just see if... Now, I can't believe that, yes, with the amount of coaches and parents and everything else and fans, there must be another umpire.
There's got to be someone in the ground who can umpire. We're at Lord's. We're at the home of cricket. Surely there's somebody. We haven't got the phone call guy, have we?
We haven't. Probably wisely.
Haven't got the nod.
Probably wisely. There are various people running around now. That's always a good sign when people are running around in suits. Things are being done.
That's a sign of things getting done, is it?
Yeah, you do it. But we will find out what is going to go on. And Amelie Aitken will be waiting for her first bowl. What a time to come on with 2 overs to go and 9 runs required. In your first ever season playing cricket.
Amazing.
No pressure then.
Incredible. I'm sure she'll be really enjoying it. A little bit of pressure, of course, but she'll be enjoying it. We've found somebody to umpire, Guy, which is good news all round.
Yeah, his trousers are whitish, so I think that will probably do. And you've just got to be square leg, really, so you're just watching for run-outs. I'm sure umpire Burns will take over at both ends effectively.
Does that mean we're going to be DRS? Do you think they'll come upstairs just to check? No, I doubt it.
Nicely ironed shirt. Brown loafers. Nice, looking good.
Do you approve of that, Guy?
Yeah, I think it's
not dissimilar to you, Guy, actually.
That is worryingly true.
Only compliment someone if you look like them.
It's true. Isn't that true?
Oh dear. If you dress the same as them, is what I meant to say.
Says, this is the wide being given, and there's a possible run out. There is a wide given, so suddenly the target is considerably less.
Yeah, that will take a little bit of pressure off these two batting now. Just relax them a little bit more.
Oh, that's out. Didn't put the bat down. She'd run a bat in, she'd have been in. But that is definitely out.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Another run out at a crucial time. And you could hear the supporters cheering. Little underarm throw, good pickup and a great takedown of the stumps. That's out. Pressure's on now. Pressure is building. And look at the joy, Guy. Really happy with that.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah, because suddenly from not having any chance at all, suddenly they can see a little bit of daylight here.
Yeah, what do we say about finals? There's always something in it at the back end of a game, especially for the team chasing. There's going to be a lot of pressure on these two now to try and see this home.
And in fact, in the end, Amelie Aitken isn't the bowler in this over, as you probably spotted. It is Izzy Norman, who bowled earlier in the innings, who has come on for a second over. Well, I never. This is interesting. Sorry.
We didn't predict this, did we? We didn't think it would get to this stage. And
two new batters. Harbord's faced one ball. Durden will be facing her first ball eventually. And Norman bowling. Oh, and she's bowled her! Well, this is extraordinary, from coasting to victory. Well, suddenly Bolton have all sorts of trouble and Guildford have fought back. And what a wicket! And suddenly it's 102 for 5.
Absolutely incredible to come on and bowl a delivery like this in a high-pressured game. Full, straight, middle stump. Wonderful delivery. She is absolutely overjoyed with that one. And now the pressure's really on, isn't it? Guildford have fought their way back into this game out of nowhere.
Yeah. So Neve Bolton. That can't be right.
Coming out with a lot of pressure on her now. So she's getting a bit of a talking to here.
It is Neve Bolton from Bolton for Bolton Girls.
There you go. Could say the team's named after her.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Bolton need a bit of a hero at the moment, and what a moment. Ruth Harbord bowled Norman for just the one.
Team hat-trick coming up here, Guy.
Ah, yes. It cut through her, but it's a dot ball, so the pressure continues to rise. Still 7 needed to win.
Goodness me, what a delivery that was as well.
7 off 9 balls at the moment. Oh, it's straight up in the air. I think it'll fall safe.
Oh.
And they come back for a second at the other. If they'd got thrown to the other end, it would have been a run out. As it is, it's 2 runs. Somehow it's 2 runs.
Goodness me, there was nearly a catch out at deep cover, and then there was nearly a run out at the non-striker's end. It was all happening there. The excitement is really tense here at this game.
And that's slapped away, and they go through for another single, and it could be... Oh. But they get through in time. And Neve Bolton has done superbly here. I know 3 from 3 doesn't look great, but when things were falling off, wheels were definitely falling off. Last ball of a fascinating over. Short, and it's not going to be a wide. And it's a dot ball, and it means we will go to the final over with 4 runs required from it. Well, that was superb bowling. Well done from Norman.
Yeah, she's bowled her team back into the game there. She bowled really
She really
well.
has, Izzy Norman. Well, she's played a bit of a key part in getting to the final. She ran out a couple of key players in the semis. So now she's taking wickets at the right moment. Now, who has the pressure of bowling this over?
Everyone looking a little bit nervous.
Izzy Prosser.
Everyone's looking nervous, Guy, here.
Including us.
4 required off the last. Anything could happen. Field very close as well.
And that swung away, and that will be one shot, and that will be the victory. What a way to see her side home. They needed a hero, Bolton, and they found one. With their namesake, extraordinarily, Neve Bolton comes in with the team in all sorts of trouble. and scores the 9 runs they need for victory. They win by 5 wickets in the final over. What a final in the end, though, that turned out to be, Kath Dalton.
Yeah, that was a nail-biting final in the end. Went down to the wire, didn't it? But that was a fantastic shot for 6 to finish the game. Under pressure with the field in, she decided to go up and over everybody and over the boundary rope for 6. And it's been a really good game of cricket. It's ebbed and flowed, and both sides should be massively proud of themselves and the way they've performed.
No, I agree. We've been lucky. We've seen some. When Guildford batted, we saw a lovely innings from their skipper, Narika Chennai, but we thought probably 108, not really quite enough, particularly when Bolton started to bat, made such a wonderful start through Megan Russell and May Hardy, but then suddenly the wickets fell, the run rate began to climb, and Guildford must have sensed that something dramatic was on the cards.
Yeah, and Russell batted magnificently well at the top, didn't she? She hit some wonderful boundaries, particularly into the leg side, those front foot pulls that she hit, and she really got her team off to a good start. But you're right, Guy, as soon as those wickets started to fall, the pressure built more and more on them, and they managed to get over the line in the end, and in style to win with a 6. I think Neve Bolton might remember today. Yes, what did you do when you were growing up, Neve? Oh, I won a tournament at Lord's with a 6 off the last ball with my team in trouble. It's not bad. It's not bad at all, is it? And to be that composed under pressure as well in a final, it's just brilliant.
Well, the Guildford team sitting down with their coach at the moment. There's still hugs and congratulations as far as Bolton are concerned. It's been a brilliant advert for the MCC Foundation to have put together a day like this. We've seen some young cricketers really have a very special moment as they've been found through the foundation, and you can just see what this win means to them.
Oh, you can see the joy, the happiness, the high fives all round, the cheering, the fist pumping. They're going to enjoy this one, that's for sure.
And Guildford, I know they look despondent at the moment, but they made a real fist of that in the end. Batting probably wasn't quite as good as Bolton's, that was the difference. Both teams bowled pretty well.
Yeah, I agree, but Darren Talbot, who I interviewed earlier, he'd be massively proud of his team, the way they fought back into that game and made it so exciting and so close. And you could actually hear when there were a few run-outs and a few bowls, you could hear some of the supporters getting quite excited as well. So he'll be saying to his team that he's really proud of them, and maybe, next year they can come back and try and win it. Absolutely.
No, it's been a really good final, and Guildford have certainly played their part. And probably you look around and you think, anybody you saw today who you think might have a future?
Oh, maybe Naf. I think she bowled magnificently well. That obviously both captains on both sides.
Both captains, I agree.
I think they've got a good future in the game, and if they can keep going and keep enjoying their cricket and keep that enthusiasm, I think that's key. And you hear a lot of professional sports people talk about that joy that they had when they first started playing the sport. And it's just capturing that and keeping that as long as you can through your career, and you're doing well.
Well, they're setting up for the presentation. Earlier today we saw a pretty one-sided boys final as Newcastle did something of a number on Nottingham, winning by 9 wickets and plenty of time to spare. We're seeing an altogether closer women's final. And medals will be required for everybody, and tables are just being moved to ensure that everything is in the right place.
And it's nice to see Bolton there just clapping Guildford off the pitch. That was a really nice touch.
Yes, yep, absolutely right. And what a thing to be able to take home a medal with the MCC colours on it. Be interesting to see who they make player of the match in this one as well.
I think that's a close call, actually. A few players who really stood up and were accountable for today, so who they give it to, I'm not sure.
We shall find out when the presentation is made. I think our friend, the Brazilian women's captain, is who we were speaking to earlier, is out there at the presentation table.
Yeah, she is. She was magnificent earlier. Just a complete joy of playing cricket and what it's done for her and what it's done in Brazilian cricket. It's just brilliant.
Yeah, we've had some nice guests up, haven't we, during the day? We've spoken to Mike Gatting. We had both the boys' coaches and captains, and you spoke in the boys' match. You spoke to the girls' coaches and captains. It's been one of those good days, and the team's now lining up.
Yeah, they're ready to collect their medals now. The joy on their faces, that's what it's all about. Having fun with your friends and winning games of cricket with your mates.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And though, of course, doing that at Lord's helps a bit.
Just a little bit.
Well, good work from the foundation. Sarah Fain was telling us earlier, the MCC Foundation director, that she had to put powers that be under real pressure when she took over. She said, we should have a final at Lord's, we should have a final at Lord's. And she finally got away, and well, what a fantastic occasion it's turned out to be. And a wonderful day for everybody involved, particularly the 44 players of the two boys finalists and the two girls finalists, but for the family and coaches and friends as well, who if they haven't been able to get here to Lord's, have been able to watch it on the stream, see how their mates are getting on.
Yeah, definitely. That's the wonderful thing about live stream cricket now, is being able to tune in and see what's going on, and you can see all the families and supporters and friends hanging around, ready with their camera phones to take lots of pictures, I'm sure.
Yes, we were talking to the man of the match in the earlier match, and he said his phone had blown up because he had so many messages coming through. The spinner Colin Sullivan, who really did bowl beautifully earlier. Nice to see spin. We didn't see so much of it in the girls' game. There was one talented spinner, I seem to remember, but I think we're nearly ready for the presentation. It's taken a little while to get everybody ready, but there are men in suits rushing around again, so that's a good sign. Well, the formal presentation party are now, a few words are being said to all the guests and all the fans.
That's been a great day, hasn't it, Guy? It's been an inspiring day, actually.
I think that's the best word, Kath. You're absolutely right. That's what it's been. To see kids find the foundation, find their team, battle through. There's 74 teams. And this is the final 4.
Incredible.
But quite rightly, both teams are being congratulated on what they have achieved. It's the Foundation Chair of Trustees, Philip Hodson, who is having a few words. And the medals will be given out by the Brazilian cricket captain, who we spoke to earlier, Roberta Avery.
She was brilliant earlier, Guy, what she's done in Brazilian cricket. She was just telling me that the women were professional before the men in Brazil.
Which is fantastic.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? So,
but that's what we were talking about, that I think in other parts of the world, sports grow in different fashions. It's like soccer in America, which was always bigger for women, and men are playing catch-up now.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, soccer in America is very big in the universities as well for women. But yeah, she's an inspiring character, and as soon as she entered the box here, you just felt lots of joy and happiness from her, and she just loved seeing the girls out there playing at Lord's and giving it their all.
There are plenty of smiles out there and applause as the words come to a close. Mr. Hodson just rounding up his thoughts on the day.
It's all the things that go behind the scenes to make a day like this happen and make it so special for these players. I mean, I'm sure it's possibly one of the first times they've been on a live stream as well.
Oh, absolutely. Live telly. Well, here we go. It is Roberta Avery who will award the medals to, first of all, the losing team from Guildford, captained by Narika Chennai, who batted beautifully, bowled nicely as well. Idea Nath will certainly be surprised if we don't hear from again, who bowled so well.
I think she's one to look out for the future, that's for sure.
But what a day for the girls. It's a medal. It doesn't matter if it's...
That's it. It's one to cherish, definitely. And something to remember the day by as well.
Exactly.
When you see that medal again, you just remember the whole occasion, the whole experience.
Now, I think the winning team will make their way forward, led by the skipper, Megan Russell, who led from the front as far as the batting was concerned.
She certainly did, didn't she, guys? She set up that innings really well and helped her team be able to chase down that total and get them over the line for a really great victory. And it was an exciting victory too.
It was. Everybody chipped in with the ball, but certainly the skipper and her co-opener May Hardy set up that victory with the bat. So there are the medals. Now we'll find out who the player of the match was. This will be an interesting decision.
Do you know who picks, actually, Guy? Who selects?
It looks like it's the skipper.
Megan.
For that innings, Megan Russell at the top of the order, who set up the victory. So she's going to be running out of space on her cabinet later this evening. She'll be picking up the trophy as well.
Fantastic. Big smile as well.
Put that one down. You're coming back for another one. Hands over her second trophy in seconds. It will be the skipper, Megan Russell, who goes over and picks up the team trophy as well. Now the boys earlier got a bit embarrassed when they had to do their photos celebration and jump up, and wonder if the girls will do it slightly better. But Megan Russell, hands full of trophies. The rest of the team supported her so well. So now they're having to get into team position, and they're rather better than the boys. There was a bit more oomph about that celebration.
That was fantastic. Absolutely wonderful to see.
And they will have those pictures to remember forever, as well as the medals. And what an incredible day we've had at Lord's, Kath Dalton.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful day of cricket. Really fantastic event for the MCC Foundation, everything they're doing, not just here in the UK but globally as well, and changing and transforming lives through cricket is one of their slogans, and it's absolutely right, and it has done so today. And we've seen 2 very good games of cricket, good standard, good bowling, good fielding, good batting, competitive games as well, Guy, and 4 very deserving teams of a Lord's final.
Yeah, so a final mention to Nottingham and Newcastle, who fought out the boys' final this morning. Newcastle winning by 9 wickets. And then a great win, girls' final this afternoon. Congratulations to both Bolton and Guildford. But in the end, Bolton emerging victorious by 5 wickets, winning with a 6 in the final over to make it the perfect end to a perfect day.